Hey amazing hackers, I'm TORHAT from HM Cyber Academy. We are going to continue with our incredible web hacking series. Here, you're going to learn hacking or you'll die trying. So let's get started. Now we're going to start a new war game. Okay, so it is called Natas, which deals with server-side web security. Okay, so they are saying basics, but it is more than basics. You'll have a ton of knowledge from this, and we're going to see everything. Okay, so to log in, there is no SSH. Okay, so in Bandit and Krypton and Leviathan, we have SSH login, but here we have HTTP login. Okay, so we directly go here. Okay, paste this link and it's asking for a username and password. Okay, so for this username and password you have to take this one. Okay, so Natas 0 and Natas 0. So this will be the username and password and signing in. So they are saying you can find the password for the next level in this page. Okay, so before solving that, let's see some of the information here. Okay, so each level has access to the password to the next level. Okay, so if you're solving level 0, you can access level 1. Okay, so you have the password for the level 1. Okay, so let's see that your job is somehow to obtain the next level next password for and the level up. Okay, all the passwords are stored in this location. Okay, okay, /etc/webpass. Okay, so the password for the Natas 5 is stored in, so this is the example. Okay, this location, and only readable by Natas 4. Okay, so the previous level can read this file, and this person, I mean Natas 5 and Natas 4 can read Natas 5. Okay, so that is what they are trying to say, and you just need to find the vulnerability and you can move to the next level. Okay, so that's the whole idea. So level 0, so they have given the credentials for level 0. So let's go to level 1. So if you go to all of these things, they haven't given anything other than the username. Okay, so you have to find out somehow the password and the vulnerability. They haven't given any clues. Okay, so we don't need to navigate to this page. Okay, so we can directly go to the next level from this level itself. Okay, so before that, let's also turn on burp. Okay, burp suite, and set up burp proxy. Okay, so once this is done, we will start all the web security vulnerabilities. Okay, right, so if you just reload this, you will be able to see some HTTP history here. Okay, yeah, as you can see, we can see all the request and response. Okay, so once you log into Natas 0, you cannot see anything here, like there is nothing, no injecting points also. Okay, so there is nothing in the URL, there is nothing in the page. Okay, so what is this VCHL token? So let's click on that. So it is redirecting you to a different page, so we don't need that, right? So let's see, they said you can find the password for the next level in this page itself. Okay, so you don't need to go to any other page. So since you cannot find anything, you have to go to check the source code of this page. Okay, so you can do it in a couple of ways, like view source page and inspect. Okay, so inspect will take you to a developer tools. Okay, this developer tool page. Okay, I like to be like this to be in the bottom. Okay, some people like it on the right side, but anyhow, So here there are a lot of developer tools. You can check the network, like how what kind of request and response we are getting. Okay, we can check the performance, memory, okay, application, what are the things that we have here. Okay, here we have cookies. Okay, there is nothing in the cookies section as well. Okay, these are standard things. We have no use for these things. Okay, so there is no PHP session ID or something like that. So there's nothing here. Okay, in Firefox you will have storage. Okay, in this application page you will have storage. Okay, so you can find cookies there. Right, so since we have nothing, let's check the source code of this page. Okay, so here they have commented this one. Okay, okay, they have commented this one. Okay, Natas 1 password. Okay, so they say that this stuff in the header has nothing to do with this level. So the whole header which has a head tag, you have nothing to do with that. Okay, so the body starts here. Okay, since the body starts here, we have something to do. So they have given Natas 1 password here. Okay, so once you copy this, you can move to next level. Okay, so Natas 1, the username is Natas 1 and password is this one. Okay, so you have logged into Natas 1. Okay, so the password that we get here is the right one. Okay, you can find the password for the next level in this page, but right clicking is been blocked. Okay, so if I try to right click it, so it says right clicking is been blocked. But sometimes, you know, what happens is that it doesn't occupy the whole page. Okay, so there is some iframe or something like that that is been blocking this one. Okay, so right click but that extends to only certain area. But if you try to right click somewhere else, okay, if we zoom out and right click somewhere else, and it is still blocking it. Okay, so this doesn't work in Firefox, but it is working here. Okay, so anyhow, but what we can do is you can use the shortcut keys in the keyboard. Okay, Control Shift U or something like that. Control U. Okay, so Control U will take you to the source code of this page, and if you type F12, it will take you to the developer tools. Okay, so here also you can find all of this content. Okay, so these are two ways you can solve this, and here you can see this password for Natas 2. Okay, how to bypass when right clicking is blocked. Okay, so these are couple of ways. So since we have password, let's log into the Natas 2. Okay, Natas 2. Okay, right, save Natas 2. Is still loading. Okay, Natas 2. So this page has nothing. Okay, so let's view the source code. So still it has nothing. Okay, so the stuff in the header, as usual, it has nothing to do with this level. So here you see a line wrap. If you click on this, you will wrap the lines here. Okay, so this header ends here, the body tag has something. Okay, there's a pixel image. Okay, so let's click on this. There's a pixel. Okay, there's a single pixel, if you can see this. Okay, if you can zoom, there's a single pixel that is been shown here. Okay, but this has some directory. Okay, so this is located in files pixel png. Okay, so if you remove this pixel, there might be some files, okay, so we can access some directories, okay. So just like we can access some local directory, okay, desktop and Natas open folder, okay. So Kali desktop Natas, okay. In the similar way, the server will save the files, like this is the server location, okay, and in that server location there is a files directory, and in this files directory there is the pixel png file, okay. Like that we have a certain file here, okay, Natas cdb. So if you remove this, you might be able to see some files here sometimes, okay. So yeah, we can see a couple of files here. If I zoom in, we have pixel png, okay, and we have users.txt. Interesting. So if you click on that, you will be able to select that file, and that file will load in this page, okay. So here you can see that there is the Natas 3 password, okay. So save it, Natas 3, okay, and let's try to log into Natas 3. Natas 3, yeah. So here they say there is nothing in this page again, okay. So let's try to see the source code. So this has nothing this time, okay, not even the image files and directories, okay. So they have given a comment, so this comment will be the clue for this time, okay. So no information leaks, not even Google will find it this time, okay. So they are saying that Google, even Google cannot find it. So Google is a search engine, right? So they usually when you search something, okay, in a Google or DuckDuckGo or any other search engine, so they have all this listed here, right? Okay, so they have everything listed here. So how does this listing of these things happen? So they use something called indexing, right? So these websites, whichever websites that we are seeing right now, so they don't want everything to be visible. So they want some certain domains or certain paths to be hidden, okay. So those paths you can see it here in robots.txt, okay. So in DuckDuckGo they disallow these things, okay, which means any other search engine cannot find these directories, okay. And it can allow these things, okay. So it can allow all these emails and fax and other things, okay. So it cannot, it has some sitemap here, so it disallowing this, allowing this, so all these things happen. So this robot.txt works in that way, okay. So Google cannot find this using robots.txt. So there is a possibility that this website also has robots.txt, because based on the clue that they have given, okay, the hint. So if you type robots.txt, you might get something like this, okay. Yeah, so here we got some secret, okay, some secret directory which is disallowed by this one, okay, right. So let's go to this secret directory, and here we see a users.txt file, okay. So here you got it, like Natas 4. So let's save this and log in. Natas 4. All right. So the key takeaway is that you need to understand how the search engine works. So they used to crawl all the links that they can, but if there is a robots.txt in this particular domain, Google will not allow these things, okay, to be displayed publicly. Okay, so keep this in mind. Okay, right. It is saying access disallowed. You're visiting from some double quotes. Okay, some nothing. Okay, while authorized user should come from this location. What they're trying to say is this usually this website knows where it is coming from. If it is coming from just login page, it is coming from nothing. If it is coming from certain location, it will record that particular location. Okay, we will show you how it works. In the previous levels we don't have any buttons or anything like that, but here we see a refresh page. Okay, and at the bottom, if you see that at the bottom left, you can see that it is trying to load an index.php page. Okay, so if you click on this, the index.php page is loaded, and it is saying that you are visiting from this particular location. Okay, the previous location was this one only. Okay, so it doesn't have an index.php. Okay, so if you refresh it again, so it is saying now it is coming from index.php. Okay, so now you understand how this particular thing works. Okay, so if you go to burp suite, okay, so this is the Natas 4 first URL request, and it has standard cookies and standard everything. Okay, if you see the next one, yeah, I think these are 401, like the errors that we got before. Okay, so this is the actual content which says 200 OK response. Okay, so here there is an authorization which is our username and password clubbed together. Okay, so it is encoded in base 64, so we can ignore it as of now. Okay, so the next thing you need to notice is it should have some header called referrer, because that is what it is saying, that where it is coming from. Since it doesn't have any header, it is coming from blank. Okay, initially we had a blank message, right? So the next time we are visiting, we are requesting here. Okay, so this one we clicked on refresh, so this index.php will take a referrer here. Okay, so this header is not present previously. Okay, so this index.php will include a referrer header, and it will say where it is coming from. Okay, it is coming from the main page. Okay, Natas 4 main page. Okay, and I click the refresh again, and this is what happened. So the index.php is now the referrer. Okay, so what they are telling is it should come from this location only. Okay, Natas 5 main page. Okay, or if anything else is in the referrer header, then it doesn't allow. Okay, so what we can do is we can change this to the Natas 5 main page. Okay, so while refreshing, let me capture this. Okay, you can do it in this way, you can also do it in some other way. Okay, I'll also show you that. Okay, so refresh, and you can see here Natas 4 main page. Okay, I replaced it, I'll forward it and intercept off. Okay, so I can see this one. Okay, so the next thing you can do is you already have some in this history tab, right? So take one of them, let's take index.php, and you can see that it has a referrer header. Send it to repeater. Okay, and change this Natas 4 to Natas 5. Okay, and if you forward this, you will also be able to see that Natas 5 password is here. Okay, so there are a couple of ways I have done. Okay, intercepting and sending using the repeater tool. Okay, right. So that's how it's all. The main takeaway is that there is a referrer header that is keeping track of where you're navigating to. Okay, so keep that in mind. And if you can change and if you can modify the referrer header, you will be able to access some unknown locations. Okay, so that's the main point here. In this video we will solve Natas 5. Okay, we got Natas 5 password from the previous level, and we have used it to log into Natas 5. Okay, so access disallowed, you are not logged in. Okay, so here in this case we also have nothing here. Let's check the source code. Okay, there's nothing here as well. Okay, so there's nothing. Okay, let's check this developer tools. We can go to sources, performance, memory, application. Okay, so in this application we can check for cookies. Okay, cookies. Interesting. Okay, here you can see that other than standard cookies, there is one cookie that is set to some value. Okay, and it has a domain which is Natas 5. Okay, so what is this cookie doing? So it is checking whether you are logged in or not. Okay, the main thing you can see is that it is set to 0, so which means false. Okay, you can interpret 0 as false, and if you give some number, okay, let's say 1, and you can interpret as true. Okay, so you can directly change here. Okay, you can directly change here and refresh. Okay, you can change it to 1 and just simply refresh. Okay, this is one way of doing it. Okay, let's change it back. So what this cookie is doing? Okay, so you need to understand what this cookie is doing. Okay, so cookies are one of the ways to authenticate a user. Okay, so let's send it to repeater. Here we can test all our tests. Okay, here the main page is this logged in section. So usually this comes under cookies. Okay, so instead of login there might be any other format of login. Okay, any other hash or any other PHP session ID, any other form of identifying a particular user. Okay, here we are trying to identify Natas 6. Okay, so they are saying Natas 6 is not logged in. Okay, so we are changing it to 1. Okay, initially we'll send it as 0 and then we'll change it to 1. We get access disallowed. Now we will send it, we get access granted, because this logged in feature will detect that particular user. Okay, sometimes this can be just some brute forceable number. Okay, some 200 or 300 or any other user IDs also. Okay, so just by changing that particular number, you will be able to log into that particular user. Okay, that's the main takeaway that we are going to have here. Okay, once you get the password, you can use it to log into other Natas 6. Okay, so the main thing you need to understand here is that cookies are one way to authenticate people. Okay, so if you can get the cookie, you can easily log into other users account. Okay, it is saying input something. Okay, input a secret, and we don't know what this secret is, so let's submit it. It is saying wrong secret. Okay, there is something called view source here. Okay, let's check the page source first. Okay, there is nothing. Okay, input secret, and it is just submitting, and view source. Okay, right, so let's view this. Okay, so let's click on this. So this is what we get. So this is the HTML content and this is the some PHP code. Okay, this is all the PHP code that we can get here. Okay, right. So so why they have given this code? Okay, so this is one of the interesting thing that differentiate from other war games. Okay, so if you go if you go to any other war game, you have to do a lot of guesswork. Okay, so a lot of guesswork, it's not easy. Okay, but here we can only concentrate on the vulnerability. Okay, that's the main point of this Natas over the wire war games. So we don't need to concentrate on lot of guesswork. Okay, we can only focus on the vulnerability. So what they have given is they have given some content here. Okay, right. So this is a PHP code. How do you know it's a PHP code? Because this syntax refers to PHP code. Okay, usually if it is HTML, we start with the HTML tags. If it is JavaScript, they will have script tags. Okay, so if it has a less than question mark and greater than question mark, it is a PHP code. Okay, and it is including some file. Okay, and this file is taking our post. Okay, our post. Okay, our post request, which is here. Okay, our post request is right here, this one. Okay, this is where we posted our ASDF, something ADSF. Okay, and this is what we are submitting. What do you call a parameter? Okay, this is the parameter that it is storing, and once it is submitted, it is taking this ADSF into this secret, and it is comparing. Okay, in this post request there is a secret parameter. Okay, so it has to compare with the actual secret that it has. Okay, so where does it this secret, this is nowhere initialized, right? But here we have included a file. Okay, this file must be containing this secret. Okay, only then you can compare with what we have given. Okay, we have given a post request that has been submitted. Okay, and in this post request there is another parameter called secret. Okay, this one. So this secret contains some data, and this data is to be compared with the secret that they have. Okay, that these people have. Okay, okay, once it matches, only then you have the password. Okay, if it doesn't exist, then you can just print wrong secret. Okay, here we get wrong secret. If you type anything else, okay, it will say wrong secret. Only if the secret matches the secret which they have, only then you can access this. So let's go to this directory. Let's duplicate this and paste it here. Yeah, they are saying it is forbidden. Okay, you do not have permission to access this resource. Interesting. They don't have a directory listing here. Okay, so we cannot list directories, but can we access the files? Okay, that's another question we need to ask ourselves. Can we access the file directly? The answer is yes, we can access it. Okay, usually if it is a PHP code, it simply executes and it shows nothing. Okay, you might have to just check this source code, only then you can find this file. Or else if it is something else, if it is something like PHP, you will not be able to see it. Okay, but since it is INC, you can actually see it. Okay, so it has some secret content here. Okay, so this is stored in here, and this secret is being tested here. Okay, with the input that we have given. So let's paste this. Okay, So let's paste this gibberish and let's submit it. And here we got our password for Natas 7. Okay. All right then. The main takeaway here is that we cannot, sometimes we cannot access directories, but we can access the file directly. Okay. So that file might contain some juicy information. Okay. So this is not a guesswork here. They have directly given us. But if we have to guess, we will use something like a dirbuster or something like that to just navigate to all the files. Okay, so all the files will be listed and we can go through them one by one and we can know extra information. Okay, so that's one way to do it. So that's a realistic scenario, but this is just a CTF, so they have directly given what we want. Okay, so there is no guesswork here. They just want us to learn the vulnerability. Okay, so keep that in mind. We are trying to solve Natas 7. So Natas 7, the password we got from previous level. Okay, so what do we have here? We have nothing but two links. Okay, home and about page. Let's check the source code. They only have this home and about page. Okay, they don't have anything else. There's a hint. Password for web user Natas 8 is in this particular location. So let's save this. This might be useful. Okay, so whenever you find an information, just keep a track of it. Okay, so this is where the Natas password exists. Natas 8 password is in this file. Okay, so keep that in mind. So let's go through them. Okay, so if I click on home, okay, this is front page. If I click on about, this is about page. Okay, so I'm not getting anything other than this. And if you see the URL, something has been changed. Okay, so I see some index.php and it is accepting some parameter. Okay, that parameter is taking this this attribute. Okay, so if you try to change this to something else, okay, which doesn't exist, what is it trying to do? Oh wow, error messages. Okay, so what is this error message saying? Okay, this error message is saying that it is failed to open this particular thing. Okay, and it is also saying that this is located in this particular this index.php is located in this particular directory. Okay, so that is what it is saying. And it is looking for ASDF file in this particular location. Okay, let's see. Let's say I am in this particular location. I have to navigate 4 directories backwards. Okay, so let's say I'm in this particular location. I have to travel 4 directories back. Okay, and once I'm here, let me check this location. Okay, which is this. If I'm able to access this file, yeah, I'm able to access this file, and you can see that there is a directory traversal possible. And let's try to change something. Okay, let's try to give the file directly. Okay, instead of doing all this other directory traversal thing, let's try to do this. And it also works. Okay, so this type of injecting payload is called local file inclusion. Okay, you can directly include any file. And if you are keeping a dot dot slash then it is a directory traversal vulnerability. So in this case, there are two vulnerabilities you can report. Okay, so let's copy this, and you can also do it using burp suite. Okay, I'll also show you that. Okay, so let's go to burp suite. Let me remove this. Yeah, I'm able to access here. Why can't I access this one? Natas 7, send it to repeater. Okay, let's click on home page. So I clicked on home page, right? So this is the home page. Send it to repeater. Change this to something else. Send it. Yeah, this is the same thing that I have done in the URL section. Okay, so you can do the same thing using burp suite. All right. Okay then. So using this password, you can log into next level. So the main takeaway is, if you see a parameter, try to do three things. One is try to use local file inclusion, which you need to keep something like this, or you can use a directory traversal .. Okay, and you can keep as many .. as you want, because the maximum it can go up is what is the root directory. Even if you keep a million .. it can only go till root directory and can come back. Okay, so it doesn't matter if you give 4 .. or if you give 10 .. Okay, so you keep that in mind. That is about directory traversal. Okay, local file inclusion, directory traversal. Okay, right. All right, we have Natas 8 here, and in this input we have to keep some secret. Okay, we don't know what the secret is, so what we will do is, let's view the source code. This is one of the key variation between OverTheWire labs and other labs, because they will give the source code directly. Okay, in this Natas lab we have the source code readily available, and here we have all the source code that we need. Okay, this is all the PHP source code. Okay, this is what's happening in the server side. They have given this code so that we can understand this and bypass this. Okay, so in other CTFs we might have to do a lot of guesswork, but we don't have all that guesswork here. We have the source code directly available. Okay, so let's understand the source code. So there is an encoded secret. Okay, there is something we have here, and this encoded secret, yeah, let's skip this function and let's understand the main part of the source code. Okay, so here it checks if array key exists. So what is that? So if we see this one, and if we right click and inspect element, we have a submit parameter here. Okay, so and this method is post. Okay, so this is what they have mentioned there. So what happens is, if there is any value in the submit, and that should be a post method. Okay, so if those two exist, then check if that exists actually, if that exist, or if they just input some empty parameters. Okay, so first we have to check that. So that's what the source code wants. Okay, if that exists, then it also checks this part. Okay, so there is a secret parameter in this post parameter. So once we check this, we will understand. Okay, let's keep some random values. Okay, and hit enter. Okay, hit submit. So it's going through the network. Okay, so it says wrong secret. Okay, so if we check in the burp, there is a post request here, and here we can see the response. Okay. Okay, so what happens in this source? Let me minimize a bit. Okay, so here let's send it to repeater. You can see better here. Okay, so in this post request there is this submit parameter. Okay, and in this submit parameter, along with this, there is something called a secret. Okay, this is what that source code is checking. Okay, let's say we have inputted some secret ASDF. Okay, and that ASDF is being sent to this function. Okay, and this function takes this secret, and first it base 64 encodes, and then this function is called a string reverse. Okay, this is a standard function. What it does is it reverses this string whichever exists. Okay, and then bin to hex. I mean, it has some binary value. Okay, the whole binary value is being transferred to hex value. Okay, that is called bin to hex. Okay, so we have to do the reverse process. First we have to change this to from hex to bin. Okay, and then we have to string reverse, and then we have to base 64 decode. Okay, all this we can do using CyberChef. Okay, let's enter CyberChef. All right, you can do the reverse process, and there is one more thing you can do. You can, if you know this code, you can simply decode this code. Okay, this is being turned from hex to bin, so we can do some reverse process like hex to ASCII. Okay, so we'll see how it does. Hex to ASCII, we'll just copy this content. Okay, and let's try to decode, convert. So there is some content here. Okay, and the next thing we need to do is string reverse. Okay, so you can, there is a website called stringfunctions.com/reverse.aspx. Okay, so what this does is it just reverses the operation. Okay, so here I am trying to reverse this. Okay, everything has been reversed. Okay, just to show you a little bit bigger. Okay, so this content I have copied from here. Okay, and then I'm just reversing this process. Since this is base 64, I can directly decode it using terminal. Okay, so I'll just say echo, and then in this quotations I'll just enter this value and pipe it to base 64 hyphen decode. Okay, so we have some value here. Okay, so what is this value? This is the secret which is decoded. Okay, which is completely decoded. First we have converted it from hex to ASCII, and then string reverse, and then base 64 decode. Okay, not encode. So if we take that value, this value, and if we input it here, we should get the answer. Okay, so this is one way, and we can also do the same thing using CyberChef. Okay, so just type ASCII or else hex, from hex. Okay, from hex we'll just input this value. Okay, we have some value here. Okay, so just to make it a little bit bigger for you. All right, so let's see, we have done the hex part. Let's see reverse. Yeah, we have a reverse operation here. Okay, first it does hex, and then it does reverse. Okay, That is done. And then next we need to do is from base 64. Okay, from base 64. Yeah, this is the same thing that we got. Okay, so we can just copy this and enter it here. So using this tool is very user friendly and very handy as well. So try to use this tool whenever possible to use a chain of decoding. Okay, and you can also do it manually like this. Okay, first convert it from hex to ASCII and then a reverse operation and then base 64 decode here. Okay, so either way you can do this. All right, once you got the input, once you got the secret, you can just input it here and get the answer. Okay, right, let's save this. Natas 9, Natas 10. We don't have the Natas 10 yet, but we'll get it anyway soon. Right, let's erase this. The key takeaway is once you get a source code or any hashes or any encoded part in your pen testing, okay, just use that source code to analyze it and just try to decode these values. Okay, and try to understand these functions. Okay, you can simply, if you don't understand what this is, you can just simply ask DuckDuckGo or Google. It just says that it reverse function. Okay, so this function reverses the order of characters in the string. Okay, so just like that, you need to go through each step by each step and try to understand the functions, try to understand the code. Okay, and once you understood it, try to decode it, try to bypass the functions. Okay, try to get the secret codes, etc. All right then. Okay, Natas 9, you can use the previous password to log into Natas 9. Okay, once you're in Natas 9, we have an input box here and which can search. Okay, ASDF. Okay, let's check this. We got nothing. Okay, let's check ASD. We got nothing. Okay, let's check AS. Okay, we have a lot of things. Okay, let's go back with the previous search. Okay, so what do you see when you search something? Okay, it is running on the server. Something is running on the server. Okay, and one more thing you can see is this URL got changed. Okay, so since this URL got changed, what can you do? It has two parameters. Okay, I mean two parameters and two values. Okay, and the submit parameter will check if it is in the search category and something is being sent in the needle parameter. Okay, the content which we are typing here is being sent to this needle parameter. Okay, so we have the source code, we can analyze it. Okay, this is the whole source code that is acting on the server side. Okay, so it checks, first it sets the key to empty. Okay, this variable is empty now, and then the function array key exist will check the request parameter. Okay, request parameter means this one, this whole thing, and in this whole thing it only checks the needle. Okay, this content. Okay, if this content exists, only then the next value will execute, or else this will simply print nothing. Okay, so first it checks the request and there is a needle parameter. The request says that it exists, and then the request parameter will check the needle parameter and takes that value. Okay, value in the sense this ASDF, and sends it to the key variable. Okay, this variable which we defined it here. This line says that if key is not null, I mean key must have something. Only if a key has something, the next line will execute. Okay, so what does this pass through function will do? Okay, this is a standard function. It executes any system commands. Okay, so the system command says that it is using grep command and case insensitive, and it takes that key variable and it checks with the dictionary.txt. Okay, if you see, there is no filtering or anything like that. Okay, so you can simply use this to gain something. Okay, so what we can use here, so first of all we can end this command. Okay, so to end this command you can simply put semicolon, because you can let's say you have some command here, okay, ls, and you end that command with this, and you can also say cd desktop. Okay, you are ending this command and you are again executing the next command. Okay, so in this case both command will execute. Okay, so here we have nothing because the grep command is taking nothing here. So in this case, first we will list out all the contents and then we will change the directory to desktop. Okay, so watch this carefully, this part. Okay, so here you can see it has tilde. Now it is going to change into desktop and also list all the contents. As you can see here, we have a list and we have changed it to desktop. In this way, if we are executing system commands, we can use this to end that command and execute our own payload. Okay, so if you can just end this with a semicolon, and then if you type ls, it will list all the contents here. Okay, as you can see, we have a dictionary file in this particular folder. Okay, in this particular directory. If you see the payload, it is checking in the current directory itself. So that's why we are able to see this dictionary. Okay, there are no other files in this dictionary. There might be some hidden files, but since we typed just ls, we saw that. Okay, and let's type ls hyphen a and then end this with some dictionary. Okay, so let's type this. Yeah, we have all these files in this particular directory. Okay, which we are working right now. In this particular directory we have all these files, and these files are hidden and these files are visible. Since we have typed semicolon at the end of this payload, we are saying that this command is ended and there is some dictionary.txt which will not execute. Okay, so it has listed everything in this particular directory including the hidden files. Okay, so this vulnerability is called command injection. Okay, so what command do we need right now? So instead of ls, we can keep /etc /natas underscore webpass /natas 9 or 10, I think 10. Okay, so we are just trying to list it. Okay, so just list it. Okay, we have this file available. Okay, so it is saying it is available, so we can simply cat that file. Okay, so we have to end this with a semicolon. If we do not end this, we might get this payload. Let's show this payload. This is the payload. This payload is using cat command, and this cat command can load multiple files. Okay, so this cat command loads this file, okay, and displays the output, and it also checks this dictionary. Okay, so the whole command will look something like this. So if we try to use semicolon, we will execute only this part, and this will print out some error in the server side, but we will not be able to see that. Okay, so we can use this payload. So let's try to use without this. Okay, so this is the whole thing that's being displayed. Okay, so let's see this. Okay, so let's search it. So this cat command is printing out everything, including this file. So we got the password, but in order to do it perfectly, we will use semicolon as well. Okay, yeah, so this is how you execute command injection. So we got this, so let's remove this, save it. So I hope you understood. If you have any parameter open or anything like in the URL or in the input field, so try to execute all the things that you can. Okay, you try to use special characters like semicolon and input your own payload. Okay, try to check for command injection, try to check for directory traversal, or you can also check for file inclusion, local file inclusion, remote file inclusion, all these things. Okay, all right then, I hope you understood how this command injection works. So if it is a PHP code, it must have a pass-through function. Okay, so you can use that pass-through function to execute some system commands. Okay, if it is executing some system commands, you can directly end that command and then execute your own payload. Okay, so that's how you solve this level. Next level, Natas 10. Okay, so Natas 10, input the password. All right, so for security reasons, we now filter on certain characters. Okay, let's see this. I think it's the same thing. Okay, it has some extra code here, so let's see that code. Okay, so this whole thing is same. First it sets a variable and sets it to empty string, and then checks the request. Okay, just like if we do ASDF, it's going to check this needle parameter and it just inputs the output as nothing because the ASDF doesn't exist. Okay, so first it checks if there is any array, and it takes the needle parameters value and assigns it to the key variable. Okay, and it also checks if the key is not null. Okay, not null means it is not empty, it has some value. If the key has some value, then it matches with these special characters. So we cannot use the semicolon this time. Okay, we cannot use the pipe, we cannot use the bracket. Okay, we cannot use the contents within this values. Okay, this forward slash and this forward slash doesn't mean that we are ignoring this, because if we check the preg match, so if you see some examples, you'll be able to see that single quote and forward slash. Okay, single quote and forward slash. So this is the format. Okay, so that it doesn't mean that forward slash is included. Forward slash is not included. Okay, forward slash is not included because this whole thing is the format. So only special characters that are included are these things. Okay, so we cannot use semicolon, we cannot use pipe, we cannot use ampersand, we cannot use brackets. So what we can do this time, let's see. So it's the same thing. So it says illegal characters, so let's just try that one as well. So illegal characters, so it is working. So we are in this position right now. So we have to somehow escape this. To escape this, we have to not keep these values. Okay, so let's say we haven't keep this value. So else pass through this function. Okay, and in this same key variable, we have to keep our payload. Okay, it usually checks with dictionary, but when the grep command is there, it can also check with some other this thing. Let me explain here. So this is what we got, right? So let's say we have our file here. So usually we keep some content here. Okay, let's change it to white for now. Okay, so this is our payload, right? So it checks ASDF in this dictionary. So this is our initial payload. So what if we change this to something like this? Okay, even if we keep A, it's going to check it in the dictionary. Okay, so if we check two files at a time, okay, /etc /natas underscore web pass /natas 11. So since we need natas 11, so it is going to check this file as well, right? Natas 11 file. So initially it's going to check small a in this file, and it is going to check any other characters like B or C. If it doesn't exist, it is going to check the next file. Okay, in this file, if the character C doesn't exist, then it is going to skip this file and it is going to check the next file. Okay, since we can keep forward slash, there is no restriction for forward slash. We can keep forward slash here. Okay, and it is going to check this file, and if the character C is not exist in this file, it is going to check the next file. Okay, dictionary. So in this way we can easily find a character. So a character exists in all these files. Okay, so a, and let's try to keep this payload as well, space this payload. Okay, a exists in this file. Okay, a also exists in this dictionary file. Okay, in this format. Okay, where does this a exist? A exists here and here. Okay, since this is case insensitive, okay, case insensitive, we can get both capital A and small a. Okay, so you can check with other characters as well. Okay, so you can check with any other character G. Okay, so you can keep G and space. So it's going to check the G character in this file, and it also checks G character in this dictionary file. Okay, so let's hit enter. Yeah, as you can see, this output has changed, this output did not change. So this is our password. All right then, I hope you understood. This is the same command injection but executed in a different way. We have inputted our payload and our file here in a different way. Okay, this is a, we cannot use special characters, so we have to find some other way to use this. So this is how we solve this. All right then, I hope you understand it clearly. Okay, I'll see you guys in the next video. Okay, so let's get into it. So this is going to be very much interesting because we are going to do XOR encryption. Okay, so the cookies are protected by XOR encryption. So the clue itself says that it has to deal with the cookies. Okay, so keep that in mind. And there is one more thing that we need to take care of is XOR encryption. So let's see what the cookie looks like. Okay, here we can see that cookies have something called a data. Okay, so data parameter has this value. Okay, so let's store this one somewhere like this. Okay, so this is the cookie. So just by the first glance, there is a percentage 3D here. So percent 3D, which represent to equals to sign. Okay, so if you try to use URL decode in the burp suite or any other, this percent 3D represent to this equals to sign. So it is URL encoded. Okay, so once we have this encoded part, we can do something with it. So let's copy this one. Okay, so this is the cookie that we have right now. Okay, all right, so the next step that we need to do is, let's see the source code. Let's see what we can do with this. So all F's stands for white color, so this sets for background color. If you type 000, it has some other different color. Okay, so color doesn't matter with this cookies, I think so. So let's try to inspect again and see if it changes. So does it change anything? No, it doesn't change the cookie. So cookie is the standard, so it doesn't change cookie. So changing the background color doesn't affect the cookie. Okay, so it doesn't matter. So let's view the source code. All right, we have source code here. Let's go to that one by one. So initially we have a variable that is defined as an array. Okay, and then we have some function. We'll skip that functions because functions won't be executed until they are called. Okay, so functions, we are skipping the functions, and here we have something called data, and here we are giving default data, which is this one. Okay, we are giving it, and we are sending it to this load data function. So what does this load data function do? So here the load data function is there. So initially it takes cookie, and it also takes that default data, which is this one. Okay, and then what does it do with it? What does it do with these two information? Okay, so it saves it into a variable called my data, and it also checks if the cookie exists. Okay, cookie exists, and in that cookie itself there is some parameter called data, as we have seen here. Now this one, as you can see here, this is the parameter that it is going to search, and this is the value that it is going to take. Okay, so let's go further. Okay, so once it got the data, once it got the cookie, so it checks and says yeah, it exists, and then the next line executes. So this is one of the important lines, because what it is doing is it is decoding everything. Okay, so it is base64 decoding. So this is the standard PHP function, which is base64 underscore decode, and JSON decode is another standard function. Okay, so you can directly Google this, you'll get some results. Okay, so these are standard functions. The only function that is not standard is this one. Okay, this we are defining. So do we have a XOR encrypt function? Yeah, we do have XOR encrypt function, and let's go further. We'll discuss about XOR encrypt later. I have to tell a little bit about XOR encrypt. So yeah, and it checks if it is true, and then saves the data. This is the decoded data. This is completely decoded data, and it is saved into temp directory. What is it decoding? It is decoding the cookie. Once it is decoded, it has few things in it. Okay, this temp data checks if it is array first of all, and it also checks if there is something called show password parameter, and it also checks the bg color parameter. Okay, regardless of the bg color, I mean it can be anything. Okay, but the show password has to be something. Okay, let's go up. Here we have given like show password is set to no. Maybe if we set it to yes, there might be something that is going to happen. Okay, so how does it take this data? This data is taken from cookie. Okay, so we have to manipulate cookie in order to produce this data. Okay, right. And one more thing, and if this exists, it is going to check preg match. Okay, this regular expression match, and it also checks all of these characters. Okay, all these characters. It doesn't check the forward slash because it is a standard format. I have already showed in the previous video. Okay, this part is not included. Okay, this part and this part is not included. Only the content that is given here, only this part will be checked with regular expression. Okay, and it is going to check with bg color, and if there is something that exists, then it is going to remove it. Okay, so that means we cannot manipulate this parameter. Okay, so only thing that we have to manipulate is the cookie. Okay, and it is going to check this show password and is going to save in the my data. It is going to check this bg color, and it is going to save in the bg color array. Okay, and here we have something that is returning. Okay, the my data is being returned. Okay, so where is it returning to? It is returning to this position. Okay, and data is stored here. Interesting. So this data is stored now, and it is going to check this array, and bg color exists in the request. Request means this one. Okay, so it does exist. So it is going to check again with all these special characters, and if it exists, then it is going to be removed, or else it is going to print some bg color again back to here. Okay, it is showing here, right? So it is being shown here. Okay, and it is stored in the data bg color. Okay, so what is it doing with this data? So it is going to send this data to save data function. It is going to send this data to save data function. Okay, what is save data function? We scroll up here, we see the save data function, and what is it doing? It is going to encode and encrypt and encode again, and it is going to set it as cookie, that one which we see here. Okay, so this is the final output that is being saved data here. Okay, this is the final output, and once it is once the cookie is set, it's going to just set the cookie as it. And if we scroll down, we have something here, and if the data and show password is yes, only then print the Natas 12 password. Okay, so the data must contain the show password as yes. Interesting. So what are we going to do? So the thing we can do is we can manipulate this cookie so that once it is decoded, it is going to save it, and it is going to check something with it. Okay, and it is going to send my data, and my data goes here. My data goes into load data. Okay, so load data, and here the data is stored, and this data must contain show password as yes. Only then we can see that show password as yes, right? So this is our task. So we need to play with cookie right now. Okay, so this is our final conclusion. So what can we do with the cookie? So we have URL decoded this. Okay, so let's copy this. Right, so for decoding purpose we have to do this following. Okay, so we have to base 64 decode it. So let's decode it using CyberChef. So base 64 decode. Base 64 decode. Yeah, we got something. We can't even read what it is. Okay. So this we can consider it as some binary text. Right. So what we can do next? We have to XOR encrypt it. So let's learn something about XOR encrypt, because it is to understand this we need to set some foundations here. So let's open some notepad and we'll see what XOR encrypt is. Usually there are a lot different types of encryption exist, and one of them is XOR, XOR encryption. So what does it do? So it takes each bit and compares it with something. Okay, each bit. Okay, if usually we have 2 bits, 0 and 1, it actually checks with each bit, and then the output will be shown here. Okay, but in this case the output is actually 1. Output is actually 1. The maximum number of combinations is 0 0 0 1 0 2, I mean 1 0 and 1 1. Okay, only when both are 0 the output is 0. Okay, you can blindly say that the output is 0. Only if something is not matching, only then the output is 1. Okay, this is how XOR works. So this can be some plain text, this can be some key. Okay, the final output will be ciphertext. Okay, in order to do the reverse, we can take ciphertext and key to get the plain text. So how do we get that? So we said 1 0 1 0, and if we take 0 0 1 1, this is ciphertext, this is key, and let's see the output. As we have said, if both match, then the output is 0 0, and if it doesn't match, the output is 1. Okay, do we get the plain text? Yeah, we do get plain text. So these two are interchangeable. Okay, what if we don't have the key? What can we do at that time? Okay, we don't have the key, we only have plain text and ciphertext. What can we derive key? Let's do this. Okay, we'll do another XOR operation. This is ciphertext, this is plain text. Okay, so ciphertext says 1 0 1 0, and this plain text will take 1 0 0 1, and let's see, these both will become 0, and this will become 1 1. Okay, this is ciphertext, this is plain text, this looks like key, right? So if we do have any two of these three, plain text or key or ciphertext, we can derive the third one anyhow. Okay, so we have derived ciphertext, we have derived plain text, we have also derived key. In our case, we do have ciphertext, which is cookie, decoded base 64 decoded cookie, which is this one. Not this one, this one. This is base 64 decoded cookie. Okay, we do have this, which means this is the ciphertext, right? And do we have the plain text? The plain text, they say that it is JSON encoded and encrypted. Okay, so first we have to JSON encode it, and then we have to encrypt it. Once we have JSON encode this, we do have plain text. Okay, I'll show you how plain text looks like. So the main concept is this one. If we have any of these two, we can derive the third one. In our case, we have ciphertext, which is cookie, plain text, which is JSON encoded array, that the first line, which is default data. Okay, we do have these two. We have to derive key, and the next step, we use the ciphertext, or we use the plain text and key to derive another cookie. Okay, and we replace the cookie with our cookie, and then we might get the solution. Okay, right. let's get into it. So as we have discussed, this is the standard functions, and this is not a standard function. So let's open online PHP, where we can code PHP. Okay, php.io. We do have a sandbox. Okay, right. So we'll remove everything, and let's keep our data here, which is this one, and we'll see how it looks like. Okay, so this is the array. Okay, and let's end this, and what we can do is we'll echo something which is JSON encode. Okay, we'll output the JSON encoded data, because this is what is going to get into this cookie, right? Okay, we are doing JSON encode, so let's run this. And here we see that this is the JSON encoded array. Okay, here the password is set to no. Okay, so let it be. So what we are trying to do here is we are trying to encode this. So this is the plain text, and we are encoding and getting into this position, because this is where encryption happens. So this output will become plain text. Okay, and here this output will become ciphertext. Okay, so this output is ciphertext, and this output is plain text. Okay, so if we use plain text and ciphertext, we will derive the key. So what do we have here? This is the plain text. Where is it? This is plain text, and this gibberish is ciphertext. Okay, so so we'll use plain text as key to derive the key, right? So next we need to do is XOR. Okay, we'll just keep XOR, and here in the key we will keep UTF-8, because that's the standard for characters. Okay, and if I paste the plain text here, let's see what happens. Okay, interesting. Here, I don't know if you can see this, there is some text that is being repeated multiple times. Okay, so KNHL. Okay, this is being repeated multiple times. So this is being repeated something like this. Okay, so this can be key. Okay, so what we can do now is we'll just remove this one, and we will create a new cookie. Okay, so this time the password is not set to no, the password is set to yes, and the cookie that and the key that we are using. How did we derive this key? The key is derived using ciphertext XOR with plain text equals to key. Okay, now what we are doing is, since we got the key, we will use plain text and key to derive ciphertext. Okay, and this ciphertext will be the cookie. Okay, so we need to change something in the plain text. Okay, so what do we need to change? So we'll go back to the initial position. Okay, we'll remove this, and this will be our plain text, right? So here we need to change from password no to yes. So why? Because at the final the show password is set to yes, right? So it has to be set to yes. Only then we will get. And what do we do with this? So we have the key, right? So first of all, uh, we are encrypting this. Okay, so this will be the cookie, and this will be the data, and this data is being JSON encoded. Okay, JSON encoded output is this one, and the next step is XOR encrypt. Okay, let's see XOR encrypt, and the key is this one. This will be the key, and it is not hex, it is UTF-8. Where is this UTF-8? We got some output, and what do we need to do with this output? Okay, we have to base64 encode that output, and we get the cookie. Okay, so base64 encode, where are you? 64 to base64, right? Yeah, we got something. Okay, so this is our new cookie. Okay, this is our ciphertext, and this is our the base64 encoded ciphertext. Okay, so this will be our new cookie. So let's try to replace this cookie with our original cookie. Oops. And if you replace this one with this one, and if we just reload this, yeah, as you can see, the password for Natas 12 is this one. So as you can see, the cookie is being taken, and it is being decoded, and it is being stored in the temp data, and the output is sent to my data, and this my data is going into load data, which is this one, and this load data is being stored here, and this data, in this data, we are checking data of a show password parameter, and it is set to yes. So what does it print? It prints the password for Natas 12. So this is what happened. Okay, right. So the main takeaway here is that you need to understand how the XOR encrypt works. Okay, so XOR encrypt works the same way in every condition. So if you have any two, you can derive the third one. Okay, all right, I hope you get it. Natas 12, let's get the password. Got the password, enter. Choose JPEG upload, max 1 KB. Okay, so this looks like a file upload. Okay, so let's check the source code. It is getting a random string from these characters, and the string length should be 10, and the characters and empty random. Okay, nice. And a string is made, and where is this string going to take? So the string is going to be inside this one, and the extension should be some extent. Okay, right. So the path is written. So there is a directory, and then /, and then random string, and then extension. So if you just copy this part, okay, you just try to understand what it is. Okay, so let's say we are in a directory called /home/desktop. Okay, so this is our directory, and in this directory they are adding /, and some random string, and then dot extension is what? JPEG. Okay, so this is what they are trying to do. So they are trying to save this file into this directory. Okay, so I hope that's clear. And initially it checks for a post request, and inside that file name, and this file name is being sent to this make random path. Okay, this one from file. And then it is going to check the file size. It has to be greater than 1000. So if it is greater than 1000 bytes, I guess, so it's going to say file is too big. So it is moving that file to some target path and target. Okay, some target path. Okay, so there is an error. So else it is going to throw an error. Nice. So looks like it's just uploading file, and it's going to check the size, and it's going to move that uploaded file to certain path. Okay, right. So looks like there is no filtering or any kind of filtering system. Okay, so let's try to just upload any file. Okay, so we'll choose a file. So we'll choose Natas and then some empty file. Okay, we'll just change this name. All right, change some random text into PHP. Now we are uploading PHP. This is just a blank PHP. If you see, it's just blank. Okay, so let's try to open this. Let's try to select this and upload this. And is it taking this one? Yeah, it is taking, but the extension it is showing is JPG. So why is that? So if you see this post request, this is the post request, and it has set maximum file size as 1000, and this is the file name. Here the file name is this one, and inside the server there might be another random text. Okay, so it is set to JPG. Okay, the file name is set to JPG, and here the content type is automatically set to PHP because of PHP. So I think if we change this part, we might get PHP file just like here. Okay, so let's go back, choose file, choose go back, select Natas, this one, and upload it. So we have to intercept it. Let's go back, choose file, Natas, PHP, select. This time we are going to intercept this, upload file. Here we need to change it to PHP and then forward it. Okay, so it is still taking that file. If you try to open this PHP, it is running. Okay, it is running this file. Okay, so let's try to get something out of this PHP. So this time we are going to write PHP script. Okay, like PHP, and then what we can do is we can use pass-through function. So if you know what is pass-through function, it is just a standard function that execute system commands. Okay, so inside this pass-through function we need to keep $_get. So so I'm just $_get. So what does this get command will do? So this get command will take input from the URL itself. Okay, and in this get command we need to mention something. Okay, so what are we going to mention? So we can mention anything. we can mention HM Cyber Academy. Okay, it doesn't matter what we mention. Okay, so and we can end this with question mark and greater than sign. So this is all we need as of now. We don't need anything else. So if you just copy this, or just you can save this file. Okay, the file has been saved into here. Okay, this is the new PHP file. So let's go back, file upload, Natas 12 PHP, select, file upload. Okay, so still it is showing JPG, so we're going to change tiny bit. So we are going to intercept it this time. Natas 12 PHP, select, intercept, upload, change this to PHP. Okay, so this is the only thing that you need to do, and the rest everything is application XPHP, everything is fine. So just try to remember this HM Cyber Academy and upload. So we got a PHP file. Okay, so let's try to open this in a new tab. Okay, here is our file, and this file is checking for HM Cyber Academy. In the index we have to keep that, so it is checking index HM Cyber Academy and pass through cannot execute blank command. Okay, the command is blank. So to execute this, we need to keep a question mark, and then we need to keep this HM Cyber Academy, and then we need to pass some function into it. Okay, so if we pass ls, it's going to list everything, like whatever the contents in the file. Okay, so as you can see, these are the files that are previously shown. Okay, except this foo php and then bar. Okay, so this php is being shown here, and there are a few files, I guess. So it's some jpg file, some php file, some php file. Okay, so all of these are in this particular folder, particular directory. So what we can do, so as we can see that we can execute commands, we can directly go to cat /etc/natas underscore web pass and /natas 13. Okay, so since we are in 12, we need to access 13. So if we hit enter, so we got the password here. Okay, so let's copy this and save it. Natas 13 password. Okay, so the main takeaway here is that when you see an upload functionality, try to upload some random text like PHP or any other file. If it is possible, then you can directly access that file. And second thing you need to understand here is this one, this jpg, the file extensions which we are mentioning here. And the third thing you need to take care of this is content type. We need to say it as content type PHP. Okay, and here also you can mention some other file name, okay, with PHP. So you need to take care of all of these things, and then you're good to go. So this this vulnerability is called file upload vulnerability, and this file upload is without any restrictions, so there are no restrictions. Okay, so keep that in mind. Natas 13. Okay, let's log into it. Natas 13 and enter. So this looks like another file upload. We only accept image files. Okay, so let's see the source code before we jump into it. here everything is same. We are getting random string, and we are going to make some path with the random string and random path for a file, okay, and some extension as well. All right, so it's going to take the file name from the post, and if it exists, then make random path, upload this file, okay. And if there is some error, you need to mention that error. If error, file upload exceeds maximum file size, or something went wrong. It also checks the file size. If the file size is more than 100,000 bytes, it's going to say file is too big. Okay, so exif image type, right. So this exif image type is a standard function, so it's going to check the file type. So it's going to check if it is PHP or some other file. So if it is not an image, so it's going to throw an error saying that it is not an image, okay, and then move that file to certain path and display that path, okay, right. So here we can see that there is some file filtering system, okay. If it is not image type, so it's going to throw some error, right. We are going to bypass only this part. In this, looks like everything is fine, so there is nothing else we need to do, only this part, okay. So identifying the vulnerable location is very important, okay. So let's try to upload PHP as we did before, okay. So what does it say? The file is not an image. So this is what it's trying to do. So file is not an image. So if we let's upload an image, okay. So we have an image, let's upload the image. So file upload uploaded file exceeds maximum file size. So where is it? So this one, okay. So what we need to do is, let's check the file size. So it is 40 kilobytes, okay. It's gonna accept only 1 kilobyte or less than that, okay. It cannot accept this one, 40 kilobytes. So what do we need to do for that? So in images, let's say for example in it's recent, okay. So let's go to Natas and then small JPG, and this time we are going to intercept the request and see what happens, okay. Intercept on, upload, and as you can see, the content starts from here, okay. In JPG file types, there is something called Yoya JFIF, okay. So this is the header of the JPG file. So all these initial bytes are something that is required, okay, all these initial bytes. So this whole thing usually says that this is a JPG file. If we remove this one and if we keep something else, the file type is detected as some other file like a PNG or something else, okay. And if I just remove everything, if I remove everything, that is coming below, so this whole thing is the 40 kilobytes, okay. So I'll just keep something at the end, okay. So here I see that there is this is what we have right now, okay. So this is the whole image. If we remove this, there might be there can be some error because of the missing header, okay, Yoya JFIF. So if we miss this, it's gonna cause some error. Okay, JPEG file. If we do not miss this and we keep something in the header and footer, we are good to go. Okay, so let's forward this and see what happens. It is accepting. Okay, so it has to be less than 1000 bytes, only then it is accepting. Okay, right. So let's try to choose file. Let's go to Natas and small JPG. So this time we are going to do the same thing again, but this time we will make some changes into it. Okay, so let's get rid of all of this like we did before. All right, so let's keep it till here. Okay, and this time let's open that PHP file, this one. We open this, we have this one. Okay, copy and then paste it somewhere in the middle. Okay, so if we make this change, and what else we need to do, we need to change with this extension called JPEG. We need to remove this and we need to keep PHP, and here we need to keep, I think, application xphp. Let's keep that. Okay, application /xphp, and let's change this to PHP as well, and let's forward this and we'll see what happens. Oh shit, upload file exists, maximum file size. So we need to even shorten the file size. Okay, I think we have exceeded 1000 bytes, I guess. So since we have this, oh, this is original request. This has to be modified request. Okay, so this is the modified request. We need to send it to repeater. Okay, and then there's a lot of content. We'll remove some more content here and some more content here. Okay, so now this has to be less than 1000 bytes. So let's send this request and we'll see what happens. Yeah, looks like the file has been uploaded. We'll just see the response in browser. Okay, so copy, paste. Yeah, looks like the file upload is in this location. Okay, so if we click on this file, this should load a PHP file and some random text. Okay, as you can see, the JFIF as usual. Okay, and some special characters that are inside the header. We don't need all of this, and the PHP code has been executed here. Okay, in the line 19 as it says, and here it is saying that HM Cyber Academy is not in the index, undefined index here, and cannot execute blank command. Okay, so let's copy this as we did previously. Question mark HM Cyber Academy equals to let's print ls and we'll see what happens. Yeah, looks like there are a lot of file uploads here. Okay, and as we are able to print that, let's cat this file, cat /etc/natas _webpass / Natas 14. Since we are in 13, we have to go to 14. Okay. As you can see, they are saying this might be the password, but I'm not sure because there are some special some normal text as well. So in the beginning or the end there might be some characters like this, so I don't want to take some chances here. Okay, so I'm going to change this PHP in such a way that I'm absolutely sure that the password is this one. Okay, so how to do that? So I'll just define a variable. Okay, so I'll type here. So in this PHP code we are going to make some changes, like we are going to introduce a variable and set it to some normal text like underscore underscore. So this is just normal ASCII character. Okay, underscore underscore, two underscores. Okay, so what this variable is going to do is store this value, and we are going to end this statement and we are going to print that statement. Okay, print $a and end this statement. Okay, so it is going to print double underscore. Okay, and we are going to copy this and we are going to put it at the end as well. Okay, in the beginning and in the end. Okay, so this is how we modify this, and let's copy this, and instead of the previous PHP code we are going to paste this code. Okay, right, and we are going to forward this, and we got an output. Let's show response in browser. And we got this output. Okay, and the file has been successfully uploaded. Let's click on this. As you can see, it's the same thing, and let's copy this command from here to here, and then paste it here. So this time as you can see, the beginning and the end has been enclosed with this, so our password is this. Okay, this will be our password. I hope you understand this. Now we are going to solve Natas 14. Alright, let's get the password. This is what we got from the previous level, Natas 14, and sign in. Alright, looks like we've got a login situation here. So let's type something and we'll see what happens. So access denied. It doesn't even matter if you keep a legitimate user or not. Okay, so let's keep something, and it says access denied. Okay, looks like there is only one kind of access, but we don't know it is. Right, you can check the source code if you need, but you can also in real world scenario you'll have to do a lot of guesswork. So what you can do is try to understand what the server side code looks like, but before that you need to understand if it is injectable to something else. Okay, so try with special characters. Okay, so anyhow we want to try Natas 15, or you can try with anything else like Cyber or TORHAT. Okay, so let's try with Cyber Academy, and let's keep some special characters here, single quote, and you can keep anything here. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this just in case if I had to use it again. Okay, let's try with double quotes. Ooh, as you can see, we have some errors here. Some errors are a very good source of information. Okay, so you can try and read and understand what's going on here, but as you can see, it is searching in the index.php file, which is this one, and in this file it is going to have some error in line 24. Okay, this is what it's saying. But why it ran into an error? Because of MySQL. Okay, so the syntax is being displayed in a different way for it, because we added a double quote. It is responding to double quote, it is not responding to single quote. Okay, so what can the syntax looks like? Okay, so try and understand that. So the syntax on the server side might look something like this. So select star from users where username equals to something with a double quote. Okay, so we need to keep that it responds to a double quote. Okay, so if it responds to a single quote, you need to keep single quotes here. Okay, so since we want to keep a double quote, let's keep a name here, and this has to be an username. Okay, username of any name. Okay, and what else? We also going to need a password for it, right? So double quotes again. So try and understand that this is the password for this username. Okay, when both of these match in the same column, I mean in the same row, then it's going to reply that it grants us some access. Okay, so what kind of database are we dealing with? Since we are dealing with SQL, it means we are dealing with tables. Okay, so try and understand this, because we are using SQL. Okay, so on the server side, so we are going to deal with tables. So I'll just type some example table here. So here you can see you can inject tables. Okay, you can keep any columns, and let's say we keep 2 columns and some 5 rows. Okay, so all right, so we have a table here, and let's give the table a name. Since we are using um, users table. Okay, so let's highlight this users table, and we are going to use this column and this column. Okay, so let's try to keep it here. So we are dealing with users table. Okay, this is the name of the table that we are taking information from. Okay, and this is the column name username, and this is the column name password. Okay, so we are dealing with tables now. So what we are trying to do, we are selecting everything from the users table where this column equals to something and this column equals to something. Okay, this both has to match from the SQL syntax. So let's try to keep some information here. Okay, so this is how the table should look like. So we are taking everything. Okay, we are selecting everything first of all. Okay, so we are selecting the whole thing, and from this table, okay, we are selecting everything from this table where username equals to, let's say, admin, and password equals to admin. But if you are keeping admin and this password, it's not going to give us access. Okay, both has to match from the same row. Okay, that's what SQL means. Okay, how are we going to bypass this? Okay, we are going to bypass this in a very simple way. Okay, so first what we are going to do is we are going to keep some value, any value. Even if we don't know any value, we can keep something. Okay, and we want to reject everything else from here. So how do we do that? So we are going to close this with a double quote. Okay, so that means this is finished, right? And for the rest of the code, what we can do is we can simply keep an or statement. Okay, so it should look something like this. Okay, or, and we can keep it always true condition. Okay, so 1 equals to 1. Okay, we can keep this, and we need to reject this whole thing, so we need to comment it out. Okay, that's the one way to do it. Okay, so we are going to end this statement here, and we are going to reject everything else from here. Okay, every SQL syntax has to end with a semicolon. Okay, so when we keep a comment here, so everything else will be just thrown away. It will just comment out. It will not even read it as an SQL query. The only statement that is being read is this one. Okay, so what is it going to do? Let's say we keep admin here. So it is going to check for user admin, or it is going to check for 1:1, which means always true condition. So even if we don't keep admin, so this statement will be false, or this statement is always true. So what is it going to do now? So try to understand this very carefully. So false or true. So this is what's going to happen there, and in the outcome, it is always going to be true condition. Okay, so false or true is always true. Okay, so when it is always true, it doesn't understand what it is trying to do, so it's going to pick up the first username. Okay, first username, whichever is there. I kept admin here. This may not be admin, it may be something else. So when this is false and this is true, and which means it is always true, so it's going to pick up the first entry of this table, and it's gonna let us in. Okay, and it's going to give us access, so using this first entry credentials. Okay, so what is our payload? So this will be our payload right now. Okay, this is what we are entering in instead of this name. Okay, so so let me paste the payload. So it will look something like this, but instead of ASDF, I'm gonna keep HM Cyber Academy, and let's paste this payload and we'll see what happens. Since the password is not there and it is going to be always true, it is going to pick up the first entry and give us access. Okay, it's as simple as that, right? As you can see, we got the password and we got successful login. You can also check the source code and you'll see the same thing here. Okay, so this is our whole PHP code here. This is our PHP code, and here as you can see, this is the query. Okay, and there are no filters, no special character filters are there. Okay, so what it is going to do is, once we send the request using this payload, okay, so this payload, so what it is going to do is, it's going to run it here. Okay, it's going to paste the whole thing here. Okay, and then it is going to reject everything else from here. Okay, and it's going to take first entry from this database. Okay, so this is the MySQL database. Okay, it's going to take up from here, and then once first entry is taken and it is returned back to us, it is going to be successful login. Since we were not able to guess the password, so we are bypassing that password. So here or else it's going to print out this access denied condition. All right, that's it for this SQL injection. Let's see what this one is, and this is also the some kind of a database thing, because it's asking for a username, right? So let's check with some random characters. Okay, so it says user doesn't exist. Let's try admin. User doesn't exist, so let's try with Natas 16. Okay, because that's the next one. Okay, so let's try this. User exists. So in this table, in this SQL table, there is an user called Natas 16. So we are going to use this to our advantage, and we'll see so how we can break this. Okay, right, so as we can see, we have only two conditions. One is this one. Let me remove all of this. All right. Let me keep this. Okay. So this is one output we got, and the other output we got is this one. Okay. So it seems like true or false conditions, like yes or no. Okay, it exists or it doesn't exist. So only two conditions we got. Okay, so what we can do is we can make the database uh, always true or always false. Okay, so what we can do is, let's say we can consider the same syntax. This time this is not the syntax. Okay, this is asking for username only. Okay, so it's asking for a single entry of the table. Okay, so what we can do is we can use the same thing that we have used before, like Natas, because this is responding to Natas 16. We are going to break it with a double quote. Okay, so I'm gonna save this and we'll see error in query. Interesting. So there is some error in query. So what can we do from here? Since it is responding to a double quote, what we can do is we can add something else like and 1 equals to 1, and we'll see how it responds. Okay, error in query. So let me comment out this part and we'll see how it goes. It says the user exists. Interesting, right? So we can do this with the similar way, where we can actually don't need to include the comment, but what we can do is use single quotes. Okay, because we are using this kind of approach, we are expecting the database to keep a double quote on the first and the last. Okay, so this is what the payload looks like. So let me have a copy of this. Okay, and here I'm pasting this payload. Okay, so this is how it should look like. So we are expecting the server to keep a double quote at the start, at the end. Okay, so rest of it is our payload. Okay, so I'll keep it in red so that you'll get it. So this is our payload, right? So it is responding to this because this is always true condition. So it is saying user exists. So the next thing we need to do is find out what database it is using. Okay, so we haven't done this previously. Okay, so what we can do is we will create something that returns a true value. Okay, or it responds to this. Okay, because it is already true, and this also has to be true, and then it should respond it. So when we are using this kind of query, so we have to keep some comment to comment out the rest of the things. Okay, so what we will keep in this brackets is, let's keep something like select sleep. Okay, so we are going to let's say keep sleep for 10 seconds. Okay, so it should respond after 10 seconds. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this query and I'm clicking on check existence. So it's gonna keep loading for 10 seconds and then it's gonna respond with a true condition, which is user exists. Okay, so why should I keep this? Select oh yeah, it's gonna keep user doesn't exist because this is actually false, right? But it is responding to SQL query, but this statement is actually false, right? Right. So why did I keep this? Because I'm going to check which kind of database it is. I'm going to use time delays to understand what database it is. So I just kept this one and then it responded with this. It executed this. Okay. And let me keep something else here. Or else what you can do is you can grab this in the burp suite. Okay, so let's click on this. Too much encoding. Let's send into repeater. Stop this, come here. Once you got here, you need to remove everything, and then you can understand the syntax, and then later you can encode it with URL encode. Okay, so our first thing we need to do is we have identified what kind of database this is. Okay, so this one, so MySQL. So what we need to do is we need to use data similar to this. Okay, so MySQL conditional errors. Okay, so you can keep this conditional error, and if it responds to it, then we can go further. And you can also keep some other conditions. Okay, conditional time delays. Okay, so you can also keep this. Okay, so since we are here, we will go with something like double quotes. We know that it uses double quotes, and it also should execute something like this, right? So in this, what we can do is we are going to select length of password. So we are going to find the password this time. Okay, so here we are going to keep password. So the length of password greater than 1. So we are expecting this to be greater than 1. So this is a true condition, right? Yeah, of course it is true. And from where we are taking this password? We are taking this from something called users. Okay, and where username equals to, let's say, Natas 16, because we know that Natas 16 exists. Okay, so this is the same thing, syntax we have discussed previously. We have a users table and username. Okay, so let me encode this whole thing, and we'll see how it responds to it. So its response was 200. Okay, response, and what we have got is the user exists. Okay, so you can actually unencode this. Not possible, I guess. Right. All right. Yeah. Shift U. Right. So let me copy this payload. Copy, and we'll go here, and we'll see the response as the user exists. Right, because the main thing we have done is we have kept greater than 1. What if we keep less than 1? We'll see. And let's send. Okay. We'll see the user doesn't exist because the password is not less than 1. Okay, so let me keep equals to 1, and we'll see what it is. And I think I need to encode this. Right. And here we have seen the user doesn't exist because it is not equal to 1. Okay, the length of password is not equals to 1. So what we can do at this time is we can send it to intruder, and we can brute force this. We'll clear everything. All we need is this one because password equals to 1. Okay, so we are going to add this, and we are going to go to payloads, and we are going to keep numbers 1 to, let's say, 40, and then step 1. So it's going to try 40 times. Okay, 1 2 3 4, and whenever the password equals to the exact number, then it's going to return with a true condition. Okay, so since it returns in both ways, like a user exists and user doesn't exist, there is a change in the output length. Okay, so we can just see this. Okay, the number 32 is the length of the password. Okay, so here if you see, it should respond with user exists. Okay, if you see everything else, it should respond with user doesn't exist. So So we have identified the length of the password for Natas 16 is length 32, right? So we're gonna save this in here. Okay, the length of password is this, right? So the next thing what we need to do is we need to identify what characters each one is. Okay, so we're gonna do in a couple of ways. Let me keep equals to some character here. Okay, so we are expecting this thing to be a. So what is the thing? So we're gonna remove this. We're gonna select substring, and whenever you use substring, also understand the syntax from here. Okay, substring here. Since we are using MySQL, we are going with this one. Okay, so what does this actually mean actually? All right, so I think I messed up. I'll just keep this, right? So substring, right? So substring is actually taking a part of a string. Okay, so it's gonna take a part of this string, and it is going to check the location. Okay, so location means it is going to start from letter fourth letter. Okay, so let's say 1 2 3 4, it is going to start from B, and it is going to select two characters. Okay, so it is the output of this whole thing will be BA. Okay, this is what it is doing. Okay, so it is going to check the fourth character, and from fourth character it is taking two characters. Okay, from fourth character it is taking two characters, so this output will be this one. So what we are trying to do is we are going to keep one here and one here. Okay, so we are taking from first position to only one character. Okay, and we are checking if it is equals to A. So since the first position first character is not A, so it is going to return user doesn't exist. So until if it reaches F, okay, so now this one is a true condition, so this is going to return a true condition, which is a user exists. So this is exactly what we are going to do. Okay, we are going to this one. Okay, select substring, and we are going to select the password this time, and in that password we keep first character, first position first character. Okay, and in this what we need to do is from users, where username equals to Natas 16 equals to this one. Okay, let's encode this. I think some parts are already encoded, so let me encode only this part. All right, so I think this should do it. So it should return something because it is checking for this. Okay, so it is not giving any syntax error, which means our syntax is true. Okay, our syntax is correct. So what we are trying to do is we are enclosing this whole thing within this thing, and this whole string is going to return some string. Okay, and we are comparing that string with character A. Okay, so let's send this to repeater, intruder, and in here what we need to do is we are going to clear everything. We are going to select this first one, and we are going to add this, and we are going to add this as well. Okay, right. So we are not going to use sniper this time, we are going to use a cluster bomb. So because we are going to brute force the whole thing. Okay, so how many characters is it? It's going to select first position one character. Next it is going to check the second position, first one character. So what this is going to do is it is going to test the first position, and from first position only one character, from second position only one character, third position one character, and it is going to compare with this character. Okay, So we are going to use a cluster bomb, and then first one is numbers, and we do know that we have 32 characters in our payload and step 1. Okay, and second one is brute forcer. And one thing we need to do is we need to also keep capital letters C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. And you're going to understand why I kept it. Okay, so only one length, one maximum length. Okay, right. So we are going to brute force the whole thing. Right, let's start attack. And to increase something, you can also keep resource pool to 30. You can keep 30 because there is no restriction. When we are using time delays, it is going to be a bit difficult. Since we are using only true or false conditions, I think we can throw as many things as we can. So I'm keeping 30 to speed up the attack. Let's get started. As you can see, one of this is already returned at 11th position. Okay, you're going to understand something interesting here. As you can see, the small and the capital letters has no difference, right? So why is that? You need to understand that in our payload we haven't mentioned small characters or capital letters. We kept everything. Okay, so what we need to do now is to understand ASCII. As you can see, we haven't mentioned small letters or capital letters. So in MySQL database, there is no difference between small letters and capital letters. So this is the first thing you need to understand. Okay, in MySQL database, there is no difference between small letters and capital letters. Okay, so you need to mention something different here. Okay, so that means the small letter A, which is decimal 97, is the same as decimal 65 in MySQL. Okay, so what we are going to do is a small trick. Okay, so let's take this payload and we'll understand what it looks like. Do we have this in cheat sheet? Let me. There is nothing like this. Okay, so this is our position right now. Okay, so instead of equals to, which is this, we are going to change it to like binary. So just by keeping this, what we are trying to do is we are going to check if the binary value of this one equals to the binary value of this, which means the binary value of this one should be equals to the binary value of the first character of the first password. Okay, so that is what we are trying to do. So this small change will take care of everything. Okay, so we have everything already set, so we'll just have to start the attack. And as you can see, we are getting some responses. That's great. And we also got a capital letter, and we'll see if we got the small letter in the same location. Okay, no we don't. Okay, we haven't got small letter in position 11. Okay, because we are checking binary values. Okay, this time we are asking the database very specific questions. Okay, and it is returning with proper answer. Right, I think we are done. with the, yeah, we are done with the scan. And what we can do at this point is select only these values and shift click. Okay, I have selected 32 characters. Okay, and this is the little trick when you're brute forcing. Okay, so just highlight this with any color and then click on this filter position. Okay, and show only highlighted items. So now we got only highlighted items. So what we are going to do with these highlighted items, we are going to set this in payload order. Okay, right. So now we have everything in order. Okay, now the only thing we need to do is just capture these values, right? Just type it, it's much easier. Okay, right, where is it, where is this values, results. Okay, nice. Results, come on. So TRD 7I capital Z or D5 G capital A capital TI, no, it is J 9P KP E UA0, I mean that is capital O L and F capital E J capital H QJ3 to capital V. So this is our password for Natas 16. And another thing we can do is, let me change a small thing in this payload. Okay, so we are going with the same thing, but instead of using the comment, we can also enclose this with a double quote. Okay, since we left out double quotes here, we are going to leave out double quotes at the end as well. Okay, so this is also going to return the same thing. Okay, right. So if you start attack, as you can see, you already got the same result. So try to understand the ways you do SQL injection. Okay, so it's quite easy. So either you can comment sometimes, or you can just keep double quotes or single quotes left out. Okay, so this is quite easy, right? So once you do this, you select from starting to the ending right here. Okay, you check the length of this response and highlight this with some other color, let's say, and highlight, show only highlighted items, and then set it in order and just type it. Okay, it's as simple as that. All right, I hope you enjoyed this. Previously we have done Natas 15, which is blind SQL injection. So this time we will see what we can do. Okay, so Natas password is this one from the previous level. All right, here we go. So for security reasons, we now filter even more characters. So previously we have seen that if we enter some text and we hit some search, we would return a lot of values, and these values are not case sensitive. Okay, so AS it is capital A and small s. Okay, so it is not case sensitive, so it should be something like grep, right? So it is something like grep dash I as and then dictionary dot txt. So this is what happened last time. Okay, so it is going to search this value in this file which is not case sensitive. Okay, so that's what it means. So if you see grep, dash dash help, you can see that its syntax goes something like this. Okay, grep, and you can give multiple options. This dot 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 means you can give multiple options, and you can give only single pattern. Okay, and you can give multiple files. Okay, so you can give something like grep, let me clear this, grep, you can give dash I or dash something else. Okay, you can give multiple something options. Okay, and you can give only single pattern. Okay, ast something like that, and you can give multiple files. Okay, etc password, and you can give dictionary.txt. So this is what happened last time. Okay, this is what we have given. So we have given a single character and it was able to give multiple files. Okay, this file and this file. So this time also we need something like that, but for security reasons they're filtering some characters. Okay, so we cannot keep some characters. So what characters are they expecting? So we don't know. We have to give a lot of guesswork, like we keep a dollar symbol and we keep some internal shell. Okay, so here we can give some grep command or something like that. Okay, so we don't know what characters they are filtering out. So this is the best thing in over the wire labs. Okay, they have given a source code, you can check that. Okay, so and also you can check something as I've said before. Okay, you can try with multiple characters, like if you type dollar symbol, does it get no, it is not getting filtered, I guess. Okay, so and if you keep some brackets like this, it may be returning something from this. Okay, so we don't know. So that is a lot of guesswork you need to do, but if you go to the source code, we are going to skip all this thing. Okay, so this is the characters. Okay, let me zoom in, that is too much zoom. Okay, so these are the characters that are being skipped, and you need to ignore this one. Okay, because this is part of a syntax. Okay, so these are the characters that are being filtered out. Okay, so as you can see, you cannot see the dollar sign and you don't see the brackets. Okay, so you see square brackets here, but you do not see this normal brackets, those round ones. Okay, so what we can do is we can give something like this. Okay, so dollar, and here we need to type something. Okay, you can give a command here, and we need to check some character. So what this will actually do is this is like a small shell within the command. Okay, so you actually give a grep command. Okay, so inside this, if you keep some dollar and then this, and if you're checking for a character, then it actually exists. Okay, so this actually, the character a is inside this file. Okay, so we also need to mention which command we are using. This is just like a normal shell. Okay, so you are executing this whole thing and giving it as an output to this whole command. Okay, that is how it actually works. But this time, if it returns false, okay, so if it returns nothing, then the syntax error might occur. Okay, so to avoid that, you need to add something at the end. Okay, something like 1 or 2 or something like that. So this is like a backup, you can say. So if this doesn't exist, then this might exist. Okay, so if it does exist, then it is going to check in this file and this file, both files. Okay, so it is a little bit complicated, so you need to understand that this is itself a whole shell and it is executing a command, and the output is displayed right here itself. Okay, right here, it is not even going anywhere, and the based on the output, it is going to check with other things. Okay, so this is how we are trying to do this. So grep a, and we are going for /etc/password. Let me check if this actually works. So it's giving nothing. So if you give 1 at the end, so it doesn't matter if you give 1 or 2. So this is actually going to be searched with the dictionary file. Okay, so even if you keep a or b or something like that, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let me keep 1 because there are few words with 1 in dictionary. So it's not giving anything, right? So let me change this. So it is giving nothing because this actually exists in here. So let me go to this, actually the Natas password, actually, because we can identify some characters. All right, we can actually do something else here. So we are giving some regular expression like it is starting with letter A. Okay, if something is starting with letter A, then well, let's see what happens. Okay, so as you can see, uh, this password file doesn't contain something that starts with A, because as you can see, cat/etc/password, you can see most of these files doesn't start with capital A, I mean small a or any kind of A actually. So it doesn't start with A. This one has something that starts with A, but the system that they are having doesn't start with A. See, we know that something starts with capital R, right? So we'll see if root actually exists. So if it exists, which means this actually returns something. So this doesn't execute. Okay, so that's how it is. So let's copy this. See, as we have expected, this doesn't executed as a word. Okay, because this is returning something, right? So what we can do right now is we will see this true or false conditions. Okay, let me give a complicated word so that we have a less output. So what we can give is we already have some kind of output. So technology, right, because it actually exists. So let's keep A and let's keep tech. Yeah, we have few output right now. Let's keep technology. There is nothing like technology. Yes, there is only one word. So we have less output we can work with. Okay, right, because this doesn't execute. This is actually a word that is being tested with the dictionary file. Okay, so let me see. So instead of this, we are going to give our /etc/natas_webpass/natas17. So this is what we want. Okay, this is the file we want to check. Because this file uh, has only single string, it is going to check if the first character is A. Okay, so let me check. So it is not A. Is it B? It's not B. It is we don't know, right? So let's take this into burp suite. So it must be much easier here, right? Send it to intruder. So intercept off, clear everything, and it is in the URL itself, and this is character B, right? So I think this is the one. So B, yeah, this B. Okay, so %5e is the caret symbol, and this is what we need to brute force. So Let me go to the payloads, brute forcer, 1 and 1. Okay, and then let's start attack and we'll see how it goes. As you can see, there's no change in the output. That's interesting. Do we need to keep capitals as well? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, R, S, T, V, W, X, Y, Z. Let's copy this. Let's go. Let's go. Holy cold. I think 2 are already running. The scan is finished, and just let's try to filter out using the length, because we know that this response gives nothing. Okay, no output, but this response, whichever else response, okay, so it is giving some output like technologies. Okay, so our first letter is capital X. So what do we need to do? We need to modify the payload, which should something like this. Okay, so grep caret symbol capital X, and what do we see? Slash etc slash natas underscore web pass, and natas 17, I guess, right? So natas 17. All right, so this is our payload previously. So this executed nothing. Okay, so what we need to do now is, addition to this, we need to find the next character. Okay, so for that we are going to use the same payload, but here we are going to add capital X. Okay, we are going to add capital X, and we are going to brute force the next character. Okay, so let's brute force it and we'll see the output, and filter it using this. The next character is K. Okay, so you keep K here, and you find the next character. Okay, and it is capital E. Okay, you keep capital E, and you brute force the next one. It is small u. Okay, so small u, and then next it is capital C. Okay, come here, capital C, and then start attack. Okay, right, small h, we keep small h, start attack. Capital E, come here, capital E, start attack. It is 0. Okay, this is number 0, and start attack. Capital S, excellent, start attack. Oh, it's giving nothing. Okay, so right, so small b, right. Okay, so we had two responses there, right? Because the payload itself is small b, so it is responding with the same thing. So we had two responses with the same output. Okay, right, so let's start attack. Small n, start attack. Capital K, start attack. Capital B, start attack. Small v, start attack. capital H, start attack, number 1, start attack, capital R. We do this until we get 32 characters, okay? Capital U, start attack, right, number 7, start attack, small k, start attack, small s, start attack, it is capital I, okay? So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, capital I, okay? So right. Start attack, it's again B. Since the payload itself is B, it is giving 2 responses, okay? So it doesn't mean it executed twice. The payload is actually executed in 0 and the next payload will be executed here, okay? So since the payload is same as the 0, so it is like it is giving twice as much, okay? So right, let's get back with this. Right, number 9, start attack, small u, start attack, again small u, start attack, capital L, start attack, small m, start attack, oh again capital I, so don't confuse with L, okay? It is capital I because it is number 9, okay? So capital I, number 7, start attack, right, small s, start attack, small d, start attack, so right, it's not giving any output, so I think this is the password. We got the password and I'm guessing this is 32 characters. So to test text length finder, this should be 32 characters. Okay, calculate, oh shoot, this is not the one. So we need to be copying this one until capital X, okay? So right click, copy 32, whoa, paste. No, it's not selecting, something wrong with this. So let me send it to repeater so I can capture this until capital X, okay? So so as you can see, it is 33, so which means it is 32 bytes, right? So if you can use this in Natas 17, we'll see that it is the password. Natas 17, paste the password. Right, there's something that is being missed here. Okay, sorry, I don't think we need this. Natas 17, and we're in, right? Right. So it should be 32 length. Sorry for that. All right. So that's how you solve this. This is very interesting, and you need to do a tedious task in getting the password. So try to understand that this is just a shell. Okay, it executes something, right? So if it executes, then it returns something. So that is not being displayed along with this. Okay, so if it doesn't display anything, so that means this is going to return null. Okay, this is going to return nothing. So then this technology is going to be executed with the dictionary. Okay, so that's how it is. So I hope you enjoyed this. We have found out password for Natas 17. So let's log into password Natas 17. All right. It looks like it's gonna check something. Okay, it's gonna check for username, and it returns nothing. Oh my god. So let's type Natas 18. Does it return anything? It returns nothing. In Natas 15, we have some response here, like we user exists or user doesn't exist. So we are not getting any kind of response here. So we need to check if it is vulnerable to SQL injection. So it is still outputting nothing. Even if it is throwing some error, we might not be getting anything. Okay, so let's try to add some queries here. Okay, so we need to comment out the rest of the things. Okay, so between this and this, let's try to keep sleep. Okay, sleep 5 seconds. Okay, so why do you need to keep this? We are just guessing that this is MySQL. Okay, so if you see cheat sheet ports figure, so we want to test the response using time. Okay, so some kind of time based response. Okay, time delays. So we are going to try and select this one. Okay, so we are expecting it to be MySQL. Okay, so we are ending the query. The query may look something like this. Okay, let's stop this. Select star from users where username equals to username here. Okay, it might be double quote because we previously had double quotes. So here we are going to give some name. Okay, so this might be the query. So what we are trying to do now is add something here. Okay, let me add something here. Okay, we will add some name and we will close this with this, and we are going to add and sleep 5. Okay, and we want to comment out the rest of the query. Okay, so something like this. So this seems to be a valid query, and this needs to be executed on the server side. If it is a MySQL, then it is going to execute with this. If it is not MySQL, we need to try something else. Okay, so if we comment out this, so all of this will be ignored. Okay, so this will be ignored. All right, so let's try this and we'll see how it goes. 1 2 3 4 5. It's gonna take even more time than 5 seconds. That's even better, right? So it is going to respond to this query, but it is giving similar output. There is no change in the output. So we need to depend on time delays to further do this. Okay, so we need to add this thing for sure. So we need to add one more, and we need to add some query here. Okay, this needs to be true, and this needs to be true, and this needs to be so what happens is, if these two are true, only then this needs to be executed. Okay, so it should look something like this. So this is true. So if you know about AND gates, so this also needs to be true, only then this will execute. Okay, this doesn't return anything, but this has to be executed. Okay, so only the, if let's say if this is false, okay, the first one is false, and true, and true. Okay, now what happens is, if this is false, then this doesn't execute at all. Okay, so all of this will be ignored by the AND gate. Okay, so only if the first one is true, and if the second one is false, let's say this is true and false and true, because sleep 5 will always execute. Okay, so if this is the case, then let's say this will be ignored, right? So we need to highlight this with red. So if this is the case, this will definitely return some true, and it is going to check if this one is also true. Since this is false, so this will be ignored. Okay, so in this case, this time delay will be 0. Okay, so this is how we want it, and this query we need to execute it as true, either true or false. Okay, since this is always true, so we are not going to get this kind of reply. Okay, we are going to get either this, which executes 5-second sleep, or this, which doesn't execute 5-second sleep, and it will return instantly. Okay, so to understand this, let's use 1 equals to 1, and we'll see how it is. Okay, since this is always true, it is going to take 5 seconds, and if it is false, let's say 1 equals to 2 is false, it is going to reply instantly. Okay, you see the difference, right? I hope you get it. So let's write this query in such a way that it response is either true or false. Okay, so what we need is, we are going to need some query here. Okay, so here what we can do is, we can select length of password just like we did before. We want to find the length of password. Okay, so if you have seen previous lab, which is Natas 15, which is not Natas 16, but it is 15. Okay, so if you have seen this, it is definitely going to reply something. Okay, so the length of password equals to some value. Okay, this we need to brute force it. So what password is this? So we need to mention that this password will be from users. Okay, where username equals to Natas 18, right? So it is going to check this password in this table. Okay, and in this table there is a username called Natas 18. Okay, beside this Natas 18 there is some password, and we are checking the length of its password. Okay, this is going to return false, because length of the password is not equals to 1. So this doesn't execute. Okay, this doesn't execute. Right, let's play this. As you can see, it replied instantly. Okay, so this time we are going to capture this. Okay, let's go to proxy, intercept, capture. send it to repeater. We are going to perform our checks here, and once we are okay with it, we are going to send it to intruder for brute force attack. So for in this case, we have already constructed a valid SQL syntax. Okay, so we just need to brute force it to know the password length. Okay, so let's send it to intruder. Scroll down, clear, and this is the one we need to brute force, right? So password equals to, okay, this percentage 3d refers to equals to, as you, if you hover over it, it will show the whole syntax. Okay, so the length of password equals to 1 from users. Okay, so try to understand URL encoding, it will help you a lot. Okay, so we need to add this to the payload, and let's go to payloads, and a simple list, it's not simple list, it's numbers, sequence from 1 to 40. Okay, this is just a random number that I have kept. Okay, step 1, so it is going to check if the length of password is 1, if the length of password is 2, if the length of password is 2, 3, until 40. Okay, if the length of password matches the exact value, then it is going to sleep for 5 seconds. Okay, so for that we need to actually give 1 second at one request at a time. Okay, so try to understand this. If we give too many requests, the other requests may be delayed. Okay, let's say if the password is length is like 32 or 33, the other request which we have sent 10 concurrent requests will be delayed. Okay, so that might be an issue in time delays, so you can send only one request at a time. Right, let's start the attack. All these requests have responded very quickly. So what we need to do is we need to check the time it takes. Okay, so column time of day, no, not this one. Response received. All right, yeah, this is the one. As you can see, other responses have a lot more delay, but this one has more than 5-second delay. Okay, this is shown in milliseconds, so 5-second delay. Okay, only this one has 5-second delay, others have replied very instantly. Okay, right, so what we can do is, as we have identified the number of characters here, so let's note this down. We have 32 chars, okay, in the password. Right, let's close this. Let's rephrase this, okay, to something like substring. Okay, so let's go to cheat sheet and let's see the substring. Okay, substring, this is the syntax for MySQL substring. As we have already discussed, substring will give a part of a string. Okay, just like FOO or OBA or something like that. Okay, so in this case it is going to reply fourth position, and starting from fourth position two characters. Okay, so it's going to reply this is the fourth position, and from fourth positions 2 characters, so it is going to reply BA. So if you take this and use it in our payload, it should look something like this. So you can use caps or small letters, it doesn't matter. Okay, substring, and in this case we are giving password. Okay, and here we need to give first position 1 character. Okay, from users, where username equals to this, and the output is some character. Okay, this whole thing will output a single character, that is in first position 1 character. Okay, this whole string here will return that, this whole statement will return that. So we are going to compare it with a character. Okay, so a single character, something like this, and if it doesn't accept this, then it is going to ignore this. Okay, If the output of this is not equals to A, then it is going to reply with zero sleep. Okay, it is not going to be executed because this is false. Okay, if this is false, this is going to reply instantly. If it is true, then it is going to take 5-second delay. Okay, so this is what we want. So we are going to copy this and we are going to intruder payloads, remove everything, paste this, and we are going to add this one to the payload. Okay, this is the position. So password position, either first character or second character, third character. Each character we are going to compare it with this. Okay, so this is what we are adding and this is what we want to add. Okay, the whole thing needs to be URL encoded. Okay, so this is done. And the next thing what we need to do is this, we need to brute force it numbers, and this we need to brute force it with alphanumeric values. Okay, so first one is this 32, second one is going to be sorry, we need to change it to cluster bomb because we have multiple payloads. Okay, so cluster bomb and first one we have already set, second one we need to set it to brute forcer, and we also need to add all the caps. Okay, A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. All right, so this we need to change it to 1, this we need to change it to 1. So these many payloads, like this many request is going to send, and resource pool set it to 1, right? And we don't have any output. Okay, so we don't need to worry about this. So let's run it and we'll see what happens. This is going to cause some error because we are using a brute forcer without ASCII context. Okay, so if you check for ASCII, it is going to be something like this, because this small a and capital A is irrelevant in MySQL. Like these both are same in the context of MySQL, but if you see its decimal values, these are different, right? Okay, so we need to change our query in small way. Okay, so this we are copying and pasting it here. Instead of this, we are going to use some other statement like this, like binary. So what this is going to do is it is going to check the binary values of this one and compare it with this one. Okay, so then it is going to reply either it is capital A or small a. Okay, only then it is going to reply properly. So if you see this, as you can see, response received, some have already returned. Interesting. So I'm going to pause it for a while. Okay, so we'll see how it goes, and once it is done, I'm gonna unpause it. Okay, so we're gonna resume it. We have not completed the scan yet, but this is what we are afraid of, like the capital A and small a at the same position number 31. Okay, so it is not understanding, like it doesn't have restrictions with capital letters or small letters. We need to explicitly tell MySQL that we are looking for binary values of that request. Okay, so we are going to change this payload. We are going to stop this. Okay, and we will go to payloads, positions. Okay, and instead of %3d, we have to keep like binary. Okay, as we discussed before, like binary space. Right, so control U to URL encoded. So as you can see, this is what we have done. Okay, So now we can run the attack and we can see either we are getting a capital letter or small letter. Okay, so let's start it. We don't have to change anything else. Resource pool set to 1. Okay, let's start it, and I'm going to pause it for a while. Okay, and for this payloads you are going to need this column. Okay, response received. Okay, here you got it, and as you can see, I think we've already got one payload response, which is 5 seconds. Okay, this one, right? And we'll wait for some time. The scan is finished, and we were able to identify unique 32 characters, which is our password. Okay, so now we don't have to worry about caps or small letters. Okay, so what we can do is first set the order based on the response received. Okay, so this is what you need to do first. So since we have kept a 5-second response, okay, so it is going to be more than 5 seconds. So till here, other responses are very close to 1 second or 2 seconds or even less than that. Okay, so these are 32 responses that we have got. So first you need to highlight these things, okay, based on any color you desire. Okay, so highlighted this, and second thing you need to do is show only highlighted items. Okay, so once you have done this, so you get only 32 characters, and now you need to set based on payload. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5, so this is your password. So get your and try to type the password. So it's as simple as that. So N8N EDUU RX G8 KF G PV8 4. Then scroll down a bit. Next 16, right? So ULWV capital Z and K capital G N 6 OK J Q 6 A Q. Okay, so this is our password. So this is our 32 character password. Right, let's save this. Natas 18, and this is our password. So we need to check if this is our password. Okay, so remove this, come here, keep 18. Okay, so Natas 18 and password. Interesting. Let's recheck this one. All right, so 8N ED UU RX. Let me copy this and we'll see the text length. It is 33 characters. I think one of these characters is being repeated. Maybe this one, maybe, but we cannot say for sure. We need to check here. Oh yeah, we have multiple payloads. I think while brute forcing, something happened. Okay, so this is where we need to check actually. So Natas 18. So this might happen to you as well. So you need to better check this. Either you need to keep R for once, and the next time you keep X for once, and you need to check both. Okay, so Natas 18, sign in, no. So copy Natas 18 and you're in. So this is your password. Okay, so I don't know why this happens. Maybe while while brute forcing there might be some network issue on my side, so this might not be the same for you. But anyhow, if you're getting this, try to brute force it like this and you'll get the solution. Okay, so this might be network issue from my side. All right, previously we have done Natas 17 and we got the password for Natas 18. So this is the password. All right, looks like another SQL. Might be, might not be. So let's give some random credentials and see what happens. Because it is saying please log in with your admin account and retrieve the credentials. Okay, let's type admin. Okay, you are logged in as a regular user. Log in as admin to retrieve credentials for this thing. Okay, Natas 19. Let's see what happens if we send it to this. Okay, so reload, continue. As you can see, we have this and we also have this. Oh my god. So session ID is 402. This is very predictable, right? So 402, you can just brute force it and find it. Okay, so send it to the intruder. So intercept off, intruder. So clear this and let's try to brute force this and add it to this payload, and you can use sniper because there is only one single payload. Okay, so simple list numbers and from 1 to let's say twice of it. Okay, 800 and step 1. And it doesn't matter, like we can give hundreds of requests at a time. It doesn't matter, it has to reply with something. Okay, so we can keep 10 concurrent requests or you can keep it to 30. It doesn't matter. Okay, so one more thing we need to identify is let's go back and let's log in with something else. You're logged in as a regular user. So what it is saying is it doesn't matter which credentials you have, you only have to have this PHP session ID. So this is the main piece of the puzzle here. This is not. Okay, so we need to brute force this itself. Okay, so let's try to brute force it and we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's start the attack. And what you need is something different. Okay, so length. Let's see, we can identify some change in length. As you can see, there is some change in length here. Okay, so if this doesn't exist, we need to go with some other method, but luckily we found out that we have something called 119. Okay, so we just need to keep this payload, and if you see the response, you can see that you are admin, the credentials for the next level are this. Okay, so let's try with this. Actually, like we know that it is 119, so we'll try and we'll try to get it in web browser itself. Okay, intercept on, reload, send it, and 119. Okay, it doesn't matter if the username and password is same. Okay, so forward and intercept off. As you can see, your admin, your credentials are this. Okay, all right, I hope you understand it. Natas 19 and enter. Looks like another login. And do we need to do the same thing as we did before? Yeah, please log in with your admin account to retrieve the credentials for Natas 20. This page uses mostly the same code as previous level, but the session IDs are no longer sequential. We'll find about that. Okay, so let's type the same thing, admin, login. You're logged in as a regular user, login as admin to retrieve credentials. Alright, so let's capture this. Reload. We do have PHP session ID here. It is not very long and it is also not predictable. So what we can do is do some trial and error on this. So to identify whether it is some kind of encoding, okay, base 64 encoding or any other encoding that we have here. Okay, so go to decoder and just paste it and decode it as base 64. No, it is replying nothing here. So let's do ASCII hex. Oh, we got something here. So it looks like it is hex. Okay, so I think each two characters is kind of a hex. Okay, so if you just remove this, maybe you'll find something. But anyway, we'll try to find out what we can do with this. So if you want to know what kind of cookies we are getting some hex cookies. That's okay, but we need some other information, like we need more of it. Okay, so we need to find a pattern in which you can identify a cookie. Okay, so to find the pattern, you need to just brute force this hex, but that will take a long time. But what we can do is you can first delete this cookie. Okay, so this is the first step you need to do. So you need to delete this cookie. Okay, and then you need to go back. Okay, and see that cookie is being removed. Okay, so while logging in, you need to intercept it again. Okay, so click on intercept, and as you can see, we have intercepted it and we don't have that PHP session cookie. So we need to create, so the server has to send us cookie. Okay, so you need to remove that cookie here. You need to understand that we had the cookie in the previous request, but why don't we have it now? We don't have it now because we have deleted it. Okay, so usually cookies are stored in our browser. So whenever we request it again, the cookie is being sent again from our browser. When cookie is not present in the request, we need at least credentials so that we can get a cookie first of all. Okay, so we need to get that cookie in the response. So we'll just do it once so that you can understand. So if you just send this one, you'll see the cookie in our browser. Okay, and if you go back, the cookie still exists here. Okay, and the next time you log in, you will see the cookie right here. Okay, so this is how cookies work. So cookies are stored in our browser. Okay, so if you do not give the cookie here, you will get a new cookie, and you also need to delete this cookie. Okay, so that you will get a new cookie. So this is how it works. So what we can do now is we need to send it to sequencer. Okay, so sequencer will try to understand what the cookie actually does. Okay, and it is going to identify multiple ways and multiple patterns in which the cookie is formed. So we'll just close this. Okay, and then we'll go to sequencer, and it actually caught the cookie here. Okay, so the main thing you need to do is you need to delete this cookie so that you'll get a cookie within the response. Okay, so as you can see, you'll see it in the response here. The cookie is sent by the server to us, and previously if you see, we do not have cookies because it is being sent from us. Okay, so try to understand these two things. Okay, so we deleted that cookie and we got a new cookie. Okay, so let's go to sequencer, and when you do that, when you delete the cookie and send it to sequencer, it actually catches that PHP session ID. Okay, if you do not do that, this will not catch the PHP session ID. Okay, so you need to delete the cookie in order to capture this. And what we need to do is just start live capture. It is going to send some thousands of it. Okay, so we don't need thousands of requests to be sent. Okay, so just a couple of hundreds. Okay, just 200 is enough. Okay, I think we can stop now. Okay, we'll stop it and we'll analyze it. Okay, so as you can see, we get a lot of these things, and the red thing and the red color indicates that we have something that we can brute force it, or we can find a sequence in it. Okay, so that's how it is, bit level analysis. As you can see, you have couple of options here. You can copy tokens and save tokens. So we just need to copy tokens as of now. We don't need anything else. So copy tokens, and let's go to decoder and just paste it. Okay, as you can see, we decoded this using hex before, and now we are decoding with hex itself, ASCII hex. And what it did is this one. Okay, it actually decoded everything. So it has dash admin. Okay, and it has some number on everything. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to brute force only this number. Okay, so what is the maximum number that we can get here? It is 627. Anything higher than that? I don't think we got higher than 627. Yeah, I think we got something here. 622. I think 650 can be the maximum. So let's keep 650. You can do it in a couple of ways. Okay, you can solve this lab in a couple of ways. So first thing you can do is you can just copy this one, dash admin. Okay, so send it to intruder this time. So we do have this, and let me reload this, but capture this. Okay, so let's capture a new request. Okay, so send it to intruder. This time we are going to select the whole cookie. Okay, the whole cookie, and add it to this one. Okay, in the payload section, this is where the magic happens. Okay, so what you can do is you can select numbers and sequence from you can say 1 to 650, because that's the maximum we found. Okay, you can set it to step 1. Okay, and you need to pre-process the payload. Means before sending the request to the server, you need to process some data. Okay, so this is where the magic happens. You need to add a suffix. That suffix is dash admin. Okay, so this is what you need to add first. And the second thing you need to add is you need to convert the whole payload. Okay, so where is that conversion? I think it's just encode it to ASCII hex. Okay, so what happens is first it is going to add dash admin to it, and then it is going to convert it into hex. Okay, so this is what it means. And you can keep anything as of now. I think you can keep 30, it doesn't matter. So let's start the attack and we'll see what the result is. And you can set it to any length, I guess. Yeah, we got some response here, a different response. Okay, we got this response at this location. Okay, so this is the PHP session ID that gave a different response. So just copy that, and in the response we'll see something different here. As you can see, it is showing your admin, and these are your credentials for the next level. Okay, so we'll just decode what it is to understand what it is. So it is 281. Okay, the number is 281. So this is one way you can solve this. You can just copy it from here. Okay, or you can just go to browser and you can change the cookie. Okay, you can do it like that. So I'll just show you these both ways. Okay, so this is the request, this is the thing that we want. Okay, so let's go back to the proxy, and I think I did a mistake, but anyhow, we'll just change the cookie right here. Okay, so we change the cookie and intercept off, reload, and we got the solution here. Okay, and the second way you need to do this, you need to understand the second way in which you can do this. So you need to understand multiple ways in which you can uh, do this. Okay, so we have something here, right? So let me see. So let me delete some of the characters here. Okay, let's delete 32, let me delete 38, and let me delete this one. So what it means is the dash admin, if it is converted into hex, so it will be something like this. So starting from 2D and 6E at the end, so that is called dash admin. So if you go to intruder, you can check 6E and 2D. So this is dash admin from here to here. So we don't need to add this actually. Okay, so you can just clear it. Okay, clear. From here you can add this. Okay, so you can add this to the payload, and you go to this, and you already have this set, and then you can actually remove this add suffix because it is already added and it is already encoded. So you don't need this actually. So you can remove this and you can only keep this. And if you start the attack, you'll see the proper response. Okay, so just brute force this. Yeah, as you can see here, we got 32, 38, 31. So this is our payload right now. So if you just convert that 32, 38, 31, okay, this part, if you decode this, you should get the answer as 281. Okay, so you can just to add this 281 into this and decode it, or you can just simply add this, okay, to this rest of the payload, or you can simply just copy this PHP session ID and then just brute force it. Okay, so these are the couple of ways you can solve this lab. Okay, I hope you get it. Natas 20. All right, looks like we already got something. Or did we? No, we didn't get anything. All right, let's reload this. Okay, this is nothing. So let's try to change the name. It is throwing some error. Okay, so session start failed. Okay, change. It's nothing. It's giving us nothing. Okay, we have a name parameter here. All right, so let's get back. There's nothing else here. Okay, I think this is the same session warning that we're getting. Okay, so there's nothing to worry about. So let's see if we have any cookies over here. Application cookies. We do have one cookie here. Interesting. Okay, so let's try to give some special characters and we'll see how it goes. Nothing else. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay, So there's nothing to worry about the special character. All right. So the next thing we can do is intercept this and then try to change something here. Okay, let's try to fuzz this. Okay, let's see what happens. Send it to intruder, intercept off. Let's clear this, add payload as this. Okay, and this is only single payload, so sniper. And in the payload section, so we need some payload options here. So what kind of payload are we looking for? So let's go to sec list. As you already know, this is the famous list of all the payloads. Okay, and you can also directly copy this, okay, directly from here, and you can simply paste it here. Okay, so there's nothing you can modify here. This is already crafted payloads. Okay, you can just start attack, and before you start attack you can add some options here. Okay, so what kind of options are we looking for? We're looking for grep extract and fetch response and this one. Okay, so we don't want this, so we're just highlighting this and we are saying okay, and let's start attack and we'll see what happens. As you can see, is there any response change? Yeah, I think there is some response change here. As you can see, this is different from what we are getting originally. We used to get this as a generic response, like normal response, but if you change this, you're getting this one. Okay, so let's expand and see what it actually is. Okay, so it is saying undefined offset. Okay, so it is saying undefined offset. Okay, when you read something like this, when you get a similar response with all the different payloads, try to find similarity between these payloads. Okay, there is no similarity. Oh, there is similarity here. Okay, percentage 0a, percentage 0a. Okay, and percentage 0a. I think this is different, so we need to test this one as well. So mostly percentage 0a is being affected. Okay, as you can see this. Okay, so let's try to take the smallest payload, which is this one. Okay, and even this one you can take. Okay, so let's send it to repeater and we'll test it here. Okay, let's send this one. Do we get the same response? We're not getting the same response. We are getting the response that we got in the initial stages. Okay, you're logged in as a regular user, and let's try to do it again. Okay, so let's try to do it a couple of times. Yeah, as you can see, there is undefined offset response. Okay, so this is what we are looking for. When we sent this request for the first time, we didn't get this response, but we got response after we clicked on it couple of times instantly, like couple of times. Okay, so only then we got. So it is something like this payload is writing to the server and then reading from the server. Okay, and when is it reading? It is reading before the server deletes this offset. Okay, and what is this offset? Offset usually occurs to arrays and as you can say lists. Okay, so those kind of things which you can serialize. Okay, so those kind of things you can see undefined offset. Okay, so let's try to play with this. Let's keep something in the beginning and let's send it. We are only getting a single response. Let's see, let's add one more percentage 0a and then let's send this. We are only getting one response, and let's try to add something else here. So this is like two payloads of percentage 0a. Okay, so let's try to send this. as you can see, there are two responses right now. Okay, undefined offset here, undefined offset here. Okay, so what's happening here? So I think this percentage 0a has to do something with the other payloads. Okay, so what is percentage 0a first of all? Okay, so to test that, you need to check asciitable.com. So if you see percentage 0a, okay, this one. So this one, it is saying a new line character. So as we can interpret from this response that whenever there is a new line character and some text, okay, we are getting some unreadable response, okay, some undefined offset. We need to understand what is causing the application to break and what we can do to actually fix it. So we don't want this breaks, we want the password for the next level, so that the application should not actually break in this case. So it should show some reasonable response. So we're not getting that. So what we can do is we will check the source code of this application, because this is the one of the favorite thing that Natas actually provides us. We can see the source code and try to understand what it is. So this is the source code of this application. So whenever you're trying to understand some code, so what you have to do is you need to skip all the functions. Okay, so skip whenever there is a function. Okay, so remove all these functions, and this is where I think this is also some kind of function. Okay, so this is where we are starting the session. Okay, so you can also consider this as a function. Okay, so this is where the actual code that is starting here. Okay, so and this is the whole code that we need. So what is it doing? So this one is actually checking if there is a parameter called name in the request. So this is the one it is going to check. Okay, if this exists, then it is going to start something in this session actually. Okay, so whatever comes in the request, that is being sent to this session. Okay, and then it is just sending it to debug this request. Okay, name sent to this particular location. Okay, so this is what it is doing, and it is printing the credentials as well. Okay, this is the second output. Okay, so we have seen two functions. Okay, debug function and print credentials function. And once it is done, it is going to check for something called name with some empty string, and then the next time it is going to check the session. Okay, and then it is going to assign session to the name variable. Interesting. So let's see what this debug actually does. Okay, let's go to, so this is our debug function. So debug function accepts an input, which is the input that we are giving here. Okay, at the end. So this one, this is the whole message. Okay, so this message is taken here, and this message is being displayed here. Okay, so this one actually debugs everything. Okay, so this actually accepting this from get request. Okay, so you can understand this in a two different ways. You can actually keep this in get request, this is not post request. Okay, so one more thing you can do is you can actually question mark and debug. Okay, so I think this is what it is expecting, but to understand if this is the one it is accepting, so we can try some payloads. Okay, so the payloads can be anything. Okay, so let's remove this index.php, and let's try to capture this one. Okay, so capture this, send it, capture, and then from here what you need to do is you need to add a question mark, and then you need to, oh sorry, you're not an intruder, so we cannot do this right now. So send it to intruder. So where here what you can do is you can clear everything. So in here you can add question mark and then add something. So not like this. You can add question mark and some text and some equals to some text. Okay, so this parameter you can add and this parameter you can add. Okay, so this is what in real pen test you can try and find out. Okay, so you can use cluster bomb because we have two payloads here, and first payload is a simple list and the list is form fields names long. Okay, so this is the names of the parameter, and the second payload is also a simple list which contains values. Okay, so form field values. So these are the values. So if you just brute force it, okay, so we'll see what happens. This is a huge list. Okay, but if you try to check the length, if there is a change in the length, okay, as you can see, I'll just stop it, attack pause. As you can see here, whenever there is a debug in the payload 1 and anything in the payload 2, it is giving a different response. Okay, so if you go to the response, you can see all of this actually. So what you can do is you can just / question mark debug. So this is what you need to do. So you're getting a debug message. Okay, so this is a message you're getting. So it is also saying that session file doesn't exist, but if you do this again, it is actually reading from the session file. Okay, so what it is trying to do is, first of all, it is setting the session and then it is reading the session. Okay, so there are two functions that is being executed in two consecutive requests. So you need to understand that first writing, then reading. Okay, we'll continue with our source code. Okay, this is fine, and the next thing is print credentials. Okay, so in this print credentials, it is actually checking the session. Okay, and if the session contains admin in the session, and the admin has to be equals to 1. Okay, if you remember in the previous sessions we have always added something like ampersand admin equals to 1, so that this will be appended to the session. Okay, so now we also need the same thing, something like this, but we cannot actually keep this. So if you keep this, it is only going to reject because there is a %0a that is being controlled here. Okay, so we'll see about that. So everything else is just text. Okay, so this is not being accepted because this is not true. So else condition is being executed always. So it's saying we don't need this, we don't need this. Okay, so my read function, so it is being read. Okay, so this whole thing is a function. So what is it trying to do? So this session save path, it is going to save this session. Okay, right? So this is where it is being saved. Okay, fine. And then debug, you can find it. Okay, and then file get contents, it's being sent to the data. Okay, the contents in the sense we are only going to get let's close this, we don't need this. By contents they mean this value, this is the content that is being saved, right, as a session. It is being sent to data and the session is being treated as an array, and in that array for each \n, which is a new line character, whenever there is a new line character, okay, so this one %0a, for every new line character it has to explode. It is, the data is being exploded for every new line character, so it is being divided into several parts. So if you take this request and copy it, so we'll analyze it. Okay, so this is the request. For every new line character, it is being exploded, means this whole thing is going to disappear and it is going to add something like this. Okay, this whole thing is going to disappear and add something like a line. Okay, so this is what's happening here. Okay, as line. So explode the data at every new line as line. Okay, and then read every line. Okay, so this is for debug. Okay, so and then next, what else it is doing? So it is checking for parts, and in each line it is going to take the space value. Okay, this time it is going to be separated, but now it is not related to \n, it is related to space. Okay, so let's say we have something like \n here. So for sake of simplicity, I'm writing \n. So this \n is going to be exploded and it is going to disappear. And then in the second time, for each line that we have created using \n, it is going to check if there is any spaces inside it. So if we have a space here and some other text here, so it is going to be treated as a second payload. Okay, so let's say this is our line here, there is no new line, so this space is again exploded, and maximum it is going to take two values. Okay, two values maximum. Okay, if it has three values, the third value is going to be ignored. Okay, so only two values, and it is going to be treated like parts 0 equals to parts 1. Okay, so what it is going to do is, let's say this as 1 2 3. Okay, let's remove this. So this is our next payload. It is going to be treated as parts. Okay, and inside this parts, it is going to be ASDF comma 1 2 3. Okay, but when it is attached to session, so what it is doing is, it is going to be session of parts of 0, which means the first thing is equals to parts of 1, which means 1 2 3. So what it is trying to do is, it is going to assign the first value to the second one, like ASDF equals to 1 2 3. So this is what it is trying to do. It is trying to form a key value pairs. Okay, this is the key and this is the value. Okay, so this is what this line is actually doing. Okay, so what we need is, we need actually this one. Okay, so this is what we need. So what we can do is, for every new line it is being treated, right? So for every new line, let's say 0A. Okay, so it is going to break here, and then we need to keep admin in the parts 0. Okay, so this is parts 0, so let me highlight this, and then we need to give a space here. Okay, a space, and then we need to give admin equals to 1, right? So 1. So I think this will be our payload. So let's capture this. Let's go to repeater, paste this, and let's send this and see what happens. Send it 1 time, send it 2 times. Yeah, so first time it is writing that file. Okay, and the second time it is reading that file. Okay, so that's why we got this password. Okay, and the second time if it reads, so what's going to happen? This is going to happen, like print credentials is going to be printed out. Okay, admin in the session, it is going to check for admin. Okay, and if admin equals to 1, then it is going to print out all of this. right? But if you try to, I think the session is already deleted, but anyway, we'll try to send it again and see what happens. Yeah, the session is being deleted already. Okay, so it is not even 10 seconds. So before the session deletes the file, deletes the contents, okay, or just closes the file, we need to grab the credentials. So we need to do it couple of times really fast. Okay, so 1 and 2. So now it is reading. Okay, so it's fascinating, isn't it? Right? All right, I hope you enjoyed this. Now let's do Natas 21. Get the flag. All right, so it is saying you're logged in as a regular user. Log in as admin to retrieve credentials for Natas 22. Interesting. So it is saying you're logged in, so it must have a cookie, right? All right, it has a PHP session ID. Let's try to open this. It is also asking for a password. Okay, Natas 21. Yeah, logged in. Let's see if this one has any session IDs. Yeah, it does have PHP session ID, but I think this session ID is different from this one. Yeah, so what can we do with it? First of all, what does this word co-located means? Okay, so co-located, in the sense, I'll just draw you and show you. Let's say this is our browser or our PC. Okay, so it is trying to access two different websites. Okay, first one is experimenter and another is main website. Okay, so it is trying to access two websites, but as they are co-located, they are in the same server. Okay, so co-located. Okay, so they are located in the same server. What is happening when you try to access two different websites in the same server? They are in the same server, but they are virtually isolated. Okay, so it is like this experiment site is going to this particular virtual location. Okay, but this main site is going to a different location. Okay, so they are virtually separated, but they are in the same server. Okay, so what we can do is, so even if they are virtually separated, they are sharing the same storage. Okay, so the hard disk which they are storing, like usernames or passwords or even cookies. Okay, and preferences. Okay, based on the functionality of each website, they are sharing some resources. Okay, so in this case we don't have any functionality here. Okay, no functionality, and here we have some background change or something like that. We have some functionality here. So what we can do is we can exploit this functionality to gain access to this website. Okay, so first we take over this website and then we pivot from here to here. Okay, so this is what we are going to do now. Okay, so let's get started. So the first thing we will do is we will try to experiment with this site and see what's happening. Okay, so if we update with red, we are getting red. Okay, so let's try to capture this request. Okay, capture request and send it to intruder. Okay, so why did I send it to intruder? That comes from actual experience, but let's send it to repeater for testing and then we'll see what happens. Okay, so we can also send it to repeater, but we don't have to test much. Okay, so the only thing that I wanted to test is this one, because these has too many parameters, right? So what if we add some parameter? Okay, so we can test some parameter, or you can type any parameter. Okay, so 1 2 3 4. So what if we forward this? Okay, is there something going to happen? We will find out. Okay, so forward this, and we still have our own page, right? So there is nothing that is being distracted. So let's, in this case, so what we can do is, in the intruder you can actually clear everything, and you can keep ampersand ASDF equals to 123. Okay, so what I wanted to do is, so since we can give as many parameters as we want, so I'll just brute force it using cluster bomb. So first payload is simple list, which we can add as short or long, it doesn't matter, but okay, this one, and the second one is the values, right? So let's check for values, form field values. Okay, so we have two different payloads and we can just brute force it. Okay, so in our case we want admin access, so what we can do is, we can keep something like ampersand admin equals to 1. Okay, so this is what we can keep, but if it does accept or it doesn't accept, we don't know, right? But in this simple list we have admin and we do have 1 here, so it will take actually admin equals to 1 at some point. So what we can do is, instead of brute forcing, we can simply add this parameter, and before we add, we will try to do something else. Okay, first of all we will check the source code and we'll see what functionality it is. In real life scenario we will just brute force everything, okay, something like this, and we'll see the responses, we'll see if anything changes, even the response time, we will change the cookies and everything. Okay, that is what we'll do in the real world pen test. But since this is a CTF, it is asking a specific thing to be done. Okay, so what is that specific thing? So we'll just see what it is. All right, so it is going to check the submit request. Okay, and it is also going to have a debug functionality. Okay, so we can also debug it. Interesting. Okay, we have some array here. It takes some form action in this index.php page, which is this one, and if the method is post, it is going to be sent here. Okay, and for each valid keys, key equals to default values, and value is assigned to this, and then value of this key is assigned to this value. It is also going to check the sessions. Okay, so it is actually going to check any key in this session. Okay, but if that exists, then it is going to assign that value here. Okay, or else it is simply assign the value of this to this. Okay, right. So if we keep admin equals to 1, I think that will solve this issue. So let's try to get that admin access. Let's go to intercept, and before that, we also saw debug, right? So let's check the debug and see what happens. So close this. Yeah, we do have an array. All right, so let's send something and we'll see what happens. Let me keep red, and then let's keep debug. Oh yeah, as you can see, you can see an array. what if we change these values? Okay, so or else we add some values to it. So let's intercept again, and ASTF equals to 1. So forward it, debug it. Yeah, it is being added, right? This key value pair is being added. So we can keep anything and this will be added to the array, and then it is being rotated, and then it is being added to session contents. Okay, right. So this time instead of ASDF, let's keep admin equals to 1. Ampersand admin equals to 1. So just forward it. Let's try to debug this. We do have admin equals to 1, and then you can also get to the normal site, and I think we do have admin access. Let's inspect this, capture this cookie, use this cookie in this website. Okay, this is the main website. Okay, so what happened is we have admin access here right now, as we already saw. So we are going to send this admin access over to this main website. Okay, we will use the same cookies here. So it is done, and then let's reload and see what happens. Yeah, we have nothing. So let's try to reload again. We have nothing. So let's try to click this one. Maybe the cookie will transfer to this. Nothing. Let's debug this. Oh, something just deleted the admin equals to 1. Okay, we'll do one thing. We'll just delete this. We will send this request again. We have a new cookie right now. We will send it again, and admin equals to 1. Okay, so forward this, copy this, use it against this, and reload. As you can see, we have admin access, right? That's really amazing. So this was actually deleting somewhere, we don't know. Initially when we are trying to debug, it deleted the whole array from the session contents, and then when we try to debug it the second time, it is deleting the admin equals to 1. But as we are very quick in this, changing the session ID and reloading, so this is what happened. So we have to be sometimes very quick in changing these values, or else the co-located website might respond in a different way. Okay, all right. Previously we have completed solving Natas 21. Now we'll solve Natas 22. There's nothing. There's literally nothing. No functionality, no hints, nothing. It's literally nothing. It's literally nothing. So what do we do in this case? But they want us to log in, right? So we can check the source code, but in actual pen test we do something different. Okay, so let's go to burp. Before that we need to set it to burp. Okay, and then reload. Okay, it will be in HTTP history. Okay, so what do we do is we go to target, we delete everything, okay, except this. We go here, select this, go to engagement tools, discover content. So what this is going to do is it is going to crawl through all the URLs which is available here, and then it is going to fetch different URLs, okay, and different endpoints, and it is going to report to us here, okay. So when you hit on discover content, and you also need to run this session running, okay. So currently it is not running, but you have to run it, okay. And then what you can do is you can check some configurations, because it is going to check inbuilt lists, okay, right. And it is going to crawl maximum depth of 16, which means from starting from here it is going to crawl 16 different directories, okay, right. So it is going to check all kinds of files, okay. So if you see the sitemap, you will get the sitemap here once it is running. As of now, we are making these many requests, and this much amount of data is being transferred to us, okay. And it's gonna take a hell lot of time, so we will see another way to solve this, okay. We're gonna close this. All right, so the second way to do is use a command line tool. What you can do is you can click on any one of these things and right click, copy URL, and this is the main page, right? / is the main one. So you take it and you actually save it somewhere, okay. So this is the URL that you need to be working. So the command line tool that we are going to use today is CEWL, okay. So this is the one we are going to use. So if you see the help menu, this is what it is. This is what it is asking, okay. The command name and some options, and multiple options you can give, okay, and the URL. So this is what it is asking. So you can see there are multiple options here, right? Okay. And there is some authentication mechanism also, because since we are logging in to a particular user, so we need to use this as well, okay. So authentication types, authentication user, and authentication password, okay. So we're not going to use this, okay. We're not sending out traffic through anything, so we just need a word list, okay. So what it is doing is it is going to go to this URL, and from here it is going to spider it. By spidering, it means we are going to check every URL, check every word list, and then fill the data, okay. So it is going to check for only important ones. So we'll see how it works, okay. So CEWL, and then we need to mention authentication types, okay. AUTH_TIPE. So it is here, authentication type. So we're going to use a basic one, okay. So basic, and for the basic one we also need to give auth user _user Natas 22, and we also need to give auth password, okay, auth_pass, and then this is our password, right? So we're gonna give this, and then what we can give is our URL, right? So let's capture this URL, and we're gonna give it here. So this is what you need to do in this, okay. So you're gonna give authentication type, authentication user, and password, and then the URL, okay. There's nothing much to do here, so we'll just run it. Yeah, it actually find quite a lot of word list, okay. So what we can do is we can send all of these words to a file and then brute force it from there, okay. Let's use the same command, but this time let's output it to a file called Natas22, okay. So it is done. Let's do ls. We have Natas22. Even if you type cat Natas22, so what we can do with this is use it as field names, okay. So previously what we have done is we have sent it to the intruder, okay, and instead of this we have kept question mark and some text equals to some text. Okay, so both of these will be the targets. Okay, and you have to remove everything else. Okay, so just keep this one and this one. Okay, since you are using two positions, you have to keep cluster bomb. Okay, and when once you go to the payloads, both are going to be a simple list, but one simple list is going to be form field names, but this form field names is the one which we got from cewl command, cewl. Okay, so we will load that file. Okay, where is that file? It is in desktop, Natas 22 and Natas 22. This is the file. Okay, and load it. We have all the word lists right now that we have customized as per the website. Okay, and the second payload will also be the simple list, but this time it will be the values, right? Form field values. Where is it? This one. Okay, so this is what we got, and we have these many iterations to be done. Okay, we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's start the attack. The scan is finished, and as you can see here, let's take few of them and we'll see that we got nothing in return. Okay, okay, so all the 1265 will have the same response, right, with nothing in the content. Okay, so if you reorganize this based on the length, you will see that when there is a revealio in the payload one, then we are getting a different kind of response. Okay, so what is this response? This response says you are admin and your credentials are this. Okay, and it is also redirecting, so which means if you keep forward slash question mark and then revealio, I hope the spelling is correct, equals to some value, it is going to redirect to the same it is going to redirect to some page. Okay, so it is going to redirect to the main page. So we can also see the same redirection here. Okay, so forward slash and redirect found, and where is it redirecting to? This location. Okay, if we use revealio directly in the URL, we will never find it. Okay, because it is already redirecting to this page, right? So we don't know, we cannot identify, but when we are using a scanner or a brute force or something like this, we were able to identify these kind of responses which are 302 status, but they show the responses, right? And if you try to open this in the browser, okay, show response in browser, you will again not able to see the response because it is in the redirection actually. So 302 will redirect to some other page. So you will never see in the web browser, but you will be able to see in the proxy like burp. Okay, and you will also able to see this response here when you disallow redirections. Okay, so if you disallow redirections, you will be able to see this one. Okay, I hope you get it. Okay, Natas 23 and enter. Looks like we have something and we need to enter something to get the login. Okay, so let's type ASDF. It says wrong. Okay, and here as you can see we have something here, right? So this is the parameter. So let's try to use burp to fuzz this parameter. Okay, so here we have this parameter, right? So send it to intruder So previously, as you have already seen, that we usually fuzz this parameter and this parameter because we don't know this parameter previously, but we do know this parameter right now. It is PASSWD. So we don't need to fuzz this one, we'll just fuzz this one. Okay, so we need to clear everything, add this, and in the payload section you need to use simple list, and you can add values to it. Okay, form field values, right? So let's start and see what happens. Did we get anything different? Nothing. Even the status code, nothing. Okay, so we'll try to fuzz in a different way. Okay, so let's go to the positions and let's try to add some text here and add that text to the parameters. Okay, now this time let this be fixed. Okay, so since we already know the parameter, so what we can do is we can add special characters here. Okay, so we're not adding something to the parameter, we are just using special characters. So where do we find the special characters? Usually we have seclists here. As you already know, we have already worked with the first DB. Okay, so this time let's work with special characters. Those are at the bottom here, special characters. Okay, all these are special characters. So just copy from here, go to the payload section and clear everything and paste. Not this one, looks like it didn't copy properly. Okay, now it is copied. Paste. Yeah, right. So let's start the attack. Did we get anything different? No. So let's try to double this payloads right now. Okay, so how do we do that? So we add the same thing. Okay, Control C and Control V. So we are adding double payloads. So when we add double payloads, what is going to happen is these are going to be brute force. Okay, so let's say we have a greater than symbol and some other symbol, so that's going to cause some crashes. Okay, making the application break. Okay, so that's the reason why we keep a double parameter here. So let's use cluster bomb, and for the payload section, for the first one it is already defined, and for the second one we need to define the same thing. So let's copy this, paste it. Okay, so we have 1000 requests. Okay, all right, let's see what happens. The scan is finished. Okay, let's try to sort it based on length. Okay, so we have a different kind of response, a different length of the response. Okay, here, so let's see what the response is. So it is showing a warning message. Interesting. So let's see. Okay, we have this kind of request. Okay, so the left bracket and right bracket. So this request, let's see this in the browser. Okay, show response in browser, copy, and okay, so this is the warning message that we got. So it is saying str, this function is being used. Okay, so let's copy this and let's use str and hit enter. We have few references of C++, but as you know, we don't use C++ that often in web application. Mostly we use PHP. Okay, so we have PHP, so let's use PHP. Okay, so PHP, right? We have str for PHP. So what does this function actually does? Okay, So it is going to check for first occurrence of the string. Okay, so what it is trying to do is, it is, let's say we have some numbers, some special characters, or what can we say, some values, we don't know. But if there is a string, if it something detected as a string, okay, string is something that we consider as a literal value. This whole thing can be a string, but in PHP everything is based on context. Okay, so if it wants to read it as a number, it will read it as a number. If it want to read it as a string, it will read it as a string. So this type of property is called type juggling. Okay, so if we are using something called string, so what's going to happen is, it is going to check for first occurrence of the string, and it is going to return back that part only, okay, for this string. So in this case, if we have something like str, and let's say these are not string, okay, so in this case the return value might be something like ASTFO. The return value will be something like this, considering that these are not string. Okay, so that's how this str will work. Okay, so let's see the full response. Okay, so we have str expected parameter 1. So this parameter must be a string. Okay, so we are saying array given in the index.php. Okay, so we gave something called an array. Okay, so if you see burp suite, you will see that in the request we have an array kind of thing, something like this. Okay, so usually we define arrays like this, right? So the server expected a string, but we gave something in the form of an array. Okay, so it just got confused and then throw this error. So we know one of the function that is being used. So in real world pen test, we just fuzz everything. Okay, since we got this and we know that str being used, so we will remove this part actually. So I'll just show you in the intruder. So we are going to remove this, and we are going to fuzz this using two values. Let's say we have to fuzz something like this, and the first one will be something like special characters or numbers or anything like that, and the second string must be a string, and this should be something like a password. Okay, because it is expecting a password. So this is going to be a special character or a number, and this is going to be some string, some password list or word list. Okay, so we use the same thing called cluster bomb, but this time we use something like we use special characters in the first one and numbers in the first one, but in the second one we use word list like rocku.txt. That's going to be a huge one, right? So since this is a CTF, let's go with what we have here. Okay, source code. So this CTF wants something specific that we want to do. Okay, so let's go here. So as you can see, this is the whole PHP code. So in this PHP code, it is going to check if there is a password parameter in the request. So this one, okay, in the request, it is going to check for password parameter, and once it is confirmed, then it is going to, in the next line, we have str function. So this function is going to check, so the value of this password parameter in the request, which is this one, is going to be compared with I love you. And since we are using string function, it is only going to check the first occurrence. Okay, so the first occurrence of this string, and it is going to compare it with I love you. Okay, so you can have anything in the beginning. Okay, so anything in the beginning, but the first occurrence of this has to be I love you. So I hope you get it. Right, let's move on. And the second one, and it is saying and the output of this password, which means this whole thing, should be greater than 10. Okay, so it is checking the value. Okay, so it is the value of this should be greater than 10. So it is not the length. They did not mention anything like length of something or something like that. So they just said the value of this should be greater than 10. So how is it possible? Like here we are looking at string and here we are looking at something similar to an integer. We need to enter this password parameter in such a way that it is both integer and a string which contains I love you. So let's make the notes. So we need to create a string, okay, and that string should contain I love you as first occurrence, okay, and it also has to be an integer. So what we are asking this to do is act both like a string and integer greater than 10. This is interesting. So now it has to juggle between two types. Okay, in the first sentence it has to think of it as an string, and then second it has to act like integer, so it has to juggle the types. Okay, so in PHP we have PHP type juggling. So this is the type juggling, and let's go to juggling. I just searched for juggling here, and then I came to the third occurrence of it, which they gave few examples. Okay, so in the first example they said two cats. Okay, so this is definitely a string because it is enclosed between double quotes, and they are asking echo get type. Okay, what is the type of this count? So this obviously returns a string, right? But when we are comparing it with some other type, let's see what happens. Okay, so let's go to onlinephp.io. So this is kind of a PHP sandbox. Okay, so you can write whatever you want. So let's copy this. So this is the PHP code, and let's see. So now echo get type. Okay, right. So let's run this, and in the bottom we got string. Okay, so next what we need to do is let's use a if condition and try to compare it with if count $count is greater than 1. Okay, we are comparing it with integer. Okay, so let's say we are enclosing with brackets, and let's give it a tab. Okay, so try to understand this because we are comparing it with an integer. Okay, this same string we are comparing it with an integer. Okay, so let's see if it works. Okay, and it is working. Okay, so let's give it a different number. Okay, since we have 2 here, let's give it 3. Okay, let's see if it works. So it is not replying right now, so which means it is not working, which means this has to do something with it, right? So what's happening is initially when it was enclosed between double quotes and it is being assigned to this variable, it is a string. Okay, but when it is comparing it with a number, it is being treated as a number. Okay, the first character is being taken as here. Okay, so this is the number which is there that is being substituted here. So the number is being compared here. Okay, so not the whole text, only this first number. So when we use the same thing in our Natas 23, so what we can do is we need to give something that is greater than 10 in the beginning. Okay, so let's say we have something like 11. Okay, and then, or you can say a 1 2 3. Okay, so a big number greater than 10. Okay, and then you can add the string which we required, so this one. So control C, control V. Now what's going to happen is this string is going to be treated as string here. Okay, and it is going to check the first occurrence because we are using string, right? So it is going to check the first occurrence, which is this one, and it is going to compare it with I love you, and it is being satisfied. Okay, and when it comes here, it is going to be checked with the value. Okay, the value of this is 123. It is going to discard this string. Okay, the only the value is being taken, as we have seen in the PHP sandbox. So this is like water. Okay, so if you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. If you put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. If you put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. So water can flow or it can crash. Okay, so this is something like that. Interesting, right? So this is how PHP type juggling works. So the same thing is going to happen. Okay, so let's see if our theory is correct. Okay, control C, control V, and login, and it works. And let's try to keep something like 09, and let's see what happens. Okay, and it says wrong. Okay, and let's keep 10 because it is saying greater than 10, right? So since it is not greater than 10, it should not come, right? So let's see. So it is saying wrong, but if you keep 11 I love you, then let's see what happens. You got the point, right? So this is called PHP type juggling. So you can juggle these values as many ways as you can. So you can find a ton of vulnerabilities in PHP type juggling. Okay, we have already completed Natas 23, so this time Natas 24. So once you log in, you will see something to enter here. Okay, so the password. So it is similar to the previous level, right? So if you type something, so you get something here, right? So in the previous level, we did some brute forcing of the characters, right? Special characters. So let's do the same here. Okay, so I think this time it is much more secure. So anyway, let's go to the intruder. Let's keep it stationary, but this one, let's keep it 2 characters, which I can add. Okay, so adding to this, and then, oh shoot, let's copy, clear, paste. So you should not change this PASSWD. Okay, so this is already the one we know. We should keep this one. So we should keep extra special characters in order to break this application. Okay, so let this be the standard one. Okay, so let's go to the cluster one because we have 2 payloads here, and first payload is a simple list which we can get from here. Okay, so these are the special characters, as you remember. Copy, paste, not this one, clear, copy again, paste. Okay, so the payload 2 is the same. Okay, so everything is set, and let's start the attack. The scan is complete. Now let's sort it based on the length of the response. Okay, so this is the same thing we got in the previous level. Okay, so if we keep brackets here, so it is just giving us the password. This is the same way we actually solved the previous level, but let's see what's the difference here. Okay, Let's see if we keep these brackets here and let's see what happens. It is giving a warning. This is string compare warning. Okay, previously we got str. Okay, so this time we got string compare. Okay, so we'll see what it is. Okay, let's save this. Natas 25. Okay, now let's see what this string compare is. Okay, so let's go here and type php and let's compare this string. So I think this string compare is just comparing something. So let's see what it is comparing. Let's see the view source code. Okay, so this is the source code, and initially it is checking for a password parameter in the request, which it exists. Okay, it exists here and it also exists in the request. Okay, so it exists. Okay, so keeping this aside, so let's see the next line. So the next line says if string compare of this value and this value. So this string compare wants to compare two values. Okay, this censored value is always the password, right? So we already know that this is censored value is the password, so they just redacted this information. Okay, instead of the censored place, this password actually exists. Okay, so we are comparing this password with the input which we are giving. Okay, and what does this string compare return? Okay, we should know what this string compare returns. If you don't know, we cannot go further. Okay, so what the string compare is doing is binary safe string comparison. Okay, it is comparing the binary values, not the letters. Okay, so it is just comparing in the binary level. Okay, zeros and ones. And what it is doing, it is comparing string 1 and string 2. And what is it returning? Okay, it returns -1 if string 1 is less than string 2. Okay, 1 if string 1 is greater than string 2, and 0 if they are equal. Okay, so this is what it is doing. Let's say the string compare of this value, that one which we are inputting here. Okay, instead of ASDF we are inputting a lot of strings here, right? So if we input a huge value which is greater than this password, okay, then it is going to return if if string 1 is greater than string 2, so it is going to return 1. So what is going to happen is the statement is going to change something like this. So if, and in the brackets this exclamation symbol refers to as not. Okay, so this symbol will be something called not. Okay, which means the opposite of the output. Okay, so here the output we are getting is 1, right? So if we are getting any kind of output, if we are saying our input is greater than this one, so the result of this is 1. Okay, the result of this whole thing is 1. Okay, 1. If it is not 1, then what we are saying is it is false. Okay, not 1 is not something. Okay, so not 1 is not something, so not something is false. Okay, so this is what it replies. Let's say if it is less than, okay, this string which we are giving, okay, the request parameter, the one which we are giving here is less than, okay, this password. So then what happens? If not -1, because that is what it is telling us, okay, not -1, then what is it going to reply? So it is going to reply something like false, because negative of something which is not 0 or null. Okay, but if both are equal, okay, so which means the application is going to return 0. Okay, so if we give the password, which we don't know, but let's say we give the password, it should return 0. Okay, so let's say we are giving something like not 0, which means something like not null. Okay, so it is like if not null, so it is similar. And what is it going to reply is not null means it has something, so it is going to reply something like true. So this is what we need actually. So we need if true condition, only then the rest of this thing will work, or else it will simply print wrong. Okay, so what we are trying to do now is we need to bring this as true. Okay, this is one way we can do this, and the second way we can do this is we crash this logic, because if we give something that is not string, okay, if we give something like an array, then this array is being compared with string and this logic will return null. Okay, so once this returns null, it becomes if not null and it becomes true. Okay, something like this, if not null becomes true. Okay, so these two ways. So first way is we should find out the password. We have already done the second one, which is we are comparing an array to a string. Okay, that's why this logic crashed and then we got this one. Okay, if not null equals to true, then we got this one. So let's see. So this is the logic that we have implemented. So this crashed the application and it gave the credentials, and we got the credentials now. So to find such a big string, it is nearly impossible. Since we have it, let's try to check that. Okay, so let's try to compare it with this one. Okay, the password. If we give the password is being checked here. Okay, and it should return the same output, right? See, this time we don't have any kind of errors or warnings. Okay, because we are following the logic, we are not crashing anything. Okay, so this time we got no warnings, no error messages. Okay, so we got a clean logic execution here. Okay, so to brute force this is nearly impossible. Okay, so we have to go through the logic crashing scenario. So if we do have, we can go with this. Okay, right, I hope you understand this. Just a small note on this. Okay, I found an image here. So it says instead of posting a password string, okay, something like password equals to not the password, submit an array. Okay, something like this. So what it is going to do is PHP translate post variables like this to an empty array, which causes string comparison to barf, means crash actually. Okay, barf means crash. So what it is doing is it is giving an array. Okay, if we give this kind of payload, it is substituting this one as an array and the password which we already have, and the result of this will return null. Okay, so this is what happening in the second scenario. Okay, I hope you understand this. So now we are looking at Natas 25. Okay, we have something here which says code and some text here and some text here as well. Okay, and we have view source. Okay, so let's change it. Okay, this looks like German language. Okay, let's change it to English. Is it changing? No, it's the same thing. Okay, so what do we notice is we have a parameter here. Okay, so let's see it in burp. Okay, so this is the one. So let's send it to repeater for testing. Okay, right, let's send this request. Control plus space will send the request. And do I have any cookies? Yeah, I have a cookie here. but it seems like it is completely random. Okay. What do we have here? No, we don't have anything here, and we don't have much functionality other than this one. Okay, so this seems to be the only parameter that is vulnerable. So let's test it. Let's send it to the intruder and test it with some special characters. Okay, so clear everything. Okay, it's cleared. Add only this. Okay, and let's use payloads. Let's go to seclist where we can find special characters. Okay, these are the special characters. Copy this, copied, go here and paste. Okay, I don't think we need to change anything else. Let's test with this. Start attack. Okay, the scan is complete. Let's see if anything changed. Okay, looks like the dot and the slash is changed. Let's see the output. Let's see it in the browser actually. Okay, show response in browser. Looks like warning message. Okay, we have a greeting here, we have message, we have footer. Okay, I think these three are these three values. Okay, so this is the greeting, this is the message, and this is the footer. Okay, and let's see other things. Warning, it tried to include something. Okay, failed to open stream. Okay, no such file or directory. So what is this value? This is forward slash. Okay, percentage 2f is forward slash. Okay, so I think we have a forward slash here. I hope you can see this. Okay, I think this is the one, and yeah, let's try to change this to dot, because dot also responded weirdly. Okay, with this error. So let's keep dot instead of this, and let's see what happens. As you can see, instead of slash we have dot here. So it is trying for including something. Okay, including a file or path. Okay, so looks like this parameter is reading some file. Okay, so let's make a note of it. Okay, we have dot and slash are giving errors. Okay, so what do we know about dot and slash? So in Linux we have dot dot slash, right? So which means it goes to previous directory. And what do we know about dot dot slash in terms of vulnerability? So we can use directory traversal vulnerability. Okay, this is a possibility, this is not a guarantee. Okay, because we are getting some errors. Okay, so let's try dot dot slash and see what happens. Looks like we don't have anything now. Okay, as you can see, we had dot and slash, but when we keep dot dot slash we see nothing here. Okay, so the reason might be because this is being stripped off. Okay, that's one of the reasons. We can also test if this parameter is including a file by keeping a null character. Okay, so you know the null character, right? Percentage 00. Okay, so let's try that. We have a new error that says file exists function expects one parameter to be a valid path. Okay, so we have to give a valid path here. So that's what it's saying. So previously we gave something like en, right, for English, or de for German. Okay, and dot it just gave an error, and slash it gave an error. Okay, so we have to give a valid path so that this function will read some file. Okay, so now let's try to keep some dot dot slash. Okay, so we know that it is being stripped off, but anyway, let's try dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash one more, and then etc and passwd. So we know that this file is world readable, right? So that's why we want to test this, and let's see what happens. Okay, so looks like we don't get any error, but we came to step 1 actually, like this is the first step, right? So looks like something is happening here. Okay, so we know that this dot dot slash is being stripped off, right? So let's try to bypass this. Okay, so let's take this, copy. Let's take this dot dot slash because this is being stripped off, and let's try to inject some payload in such a way that this dot dot slash is being preserved. Okay, so the way we do is we divide it into 3 parts. Okay, something like this, and we keep dot dot slash in this location and we keep dot dot slash in this location. Okay, either way works. So what we are going to do is, in case 1, okay, so we keep dot dot slash in, let's say this is position 1, okay, and this is position 2. So we have to keep dot dot slash in position 1. So the final output will look something like dot. Okay, this is the first dot, and dot dot slash. Okay, this one, and again dot dot, and for the time being we are ignoring this because this is the second case. Okay, only thing that is left is this one. Okay, forward slash. So if you combine this, it will look something like dot 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 slash dot slash. Okay, this is how it looks like. In case 2, you can also do it this way. Okay, we are keeping dot dot slash in this location. Okay, so what are we left with? We are left with dot, this one, and this we are not considering. So next one is dot. Okay, dot, and we keep dot dot slash here. Okay, so dot dot slash, and the last one is forward slash. Okay, forward slash. So the final output will look something like dot 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 slash slash. Okay, so these are the 2 things you can use to bypass directory traversal. Okay, so in both the cases what is going to happen is it is going to search for dot dot slash. Okay, either this one or this one, and it is being stripped off, and after stripping off, the output that is left is dot dot slash. Okay, this dot and this dot slash. Okay, so here also if it is stripped off, what is the thing that is left is dot dot and slash. Okay, so dot dot slash. So this is how we bypass directory traversal. Okay, so let's try to implement this. Okay, let's take any one of them. Okay, dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash, and then etc password. So you can keep as many dot dot slash as possible because the maximum it can go up is the root directory. Okay, so we're replacing this with this, and let's see what happens. It works. Okay, so it just printed out all the file contents in password file. Okay, right. So this seems to be working. So let's replace this with natas underscore webpass and natas 26 because that is the one we need. Okay, so let's try to do this. So it's not working. Okay, so why is the etc password working but the natas webpass and natas 26 not working? So this has to do something specific with this Natas 25. Okay, so this is the time we need to see the source code, because we cannot guess this, because this is a CTF, because literally we have access to read everything except this Natas web pass directory. So let's check the source code. Okay, so let's go back, let's type anything. Okay, we have source code here, let's click that, let's go back, and so as usual this is the PHP code. Okay, so when we see any code, okay, so you need to skip all the functions initially, so you're skipping the functions. Okay, so here we have another PHP code, and this is the main code that is being started here. So let's see this one. Okay, for each list files language / as f, echo this one. Okay, so this is like we are printing options. Okay, so it is like /en. Okay, so for English language and German language, so these are the different options. Okay, so just disregarding that, and once we see this list files, okay, so this seems to be a function, right? So let's go and check that function. This is the function. Okay, and it is expecting a path. In the next line there is a variable that is being defined as an array, and this variable is again called in this location. Okay, so it is checking if it has something to do with the handle. Okay, it just opens it. Okay, and while false not equals to something. Okay, so it is reading that directory. Okay, and assigning it to a file variable, and this is being checked. If this exists, it will return true. So false not equals to true, which means the whole thing will reply as true. Okay, so then this will execute. This one is checking if the file contains only dot and only dot, just disregarding current directory and previous directory. So this is not something related to directory traversal. Okay, so this is just disregarding current directory and a previous directory. So what I mean by that is, so if you type ls-la, so there are a lot of things in this directory, but the only thing that we need right now is this one. So dot and dot, so this is the one that it is being represented. Okay, these both are directories. Dot represent current directory, dot represent previous directory. So the file is not a current directory, it's not a previous directory. Okay, it should be some file. Okay, so whatever the output, it will be listed into that array. Okay, so and then it closes, and then it returns list of files. Okay, and once it returns, it is going to check everything, so all the options. Okay, German or something else or some other etc password file. Okay, so all of these things. And let's see the next one. So it is saying session start and set language. So do we have both of them? So we have set language here. Okay, so it is going to check if a language parameter is exist in the request, and yes it does. And if it does, then next line it is going to just safe include this one. So what does safe include mean? So we'll see that. So whatever we keep here in the language parameter, that is being appended. Okay, so this dot represent append in PHP. So it is just like you are joining these two strings. Okay, and this whole thing is being sent to this safe include. Okay, so if we keep dot slash all these things in here, so it is going to go here like language forward slash dot dot slash dot dot slash and then etc password. Okay, so all of this will go into this file name, and it is going to check str. We already know this will check first occurrence of this, and what it is going to do is it is going to create a log request. So in this log request, so it is giving this string as a message, and then it is going to create a log file. So do we have a log request? Yes, we have. So what this log request is going to do is it is going to create a string with date, and the string is being appended with space and then user agent. Okay, whichever user agent is there, so that is being checked, and then it is being appended to the log, and next it is being appended with double quotes. Okay, so these double quotes are being given to this message. Okay, whatever message is there, so I think this is the same message as this one. Okay, so this will be there. Once it is done, then it is going to open this file, and then it is going to write into this file. So this file is being opened here, so this log is being written or just appended to this file. Okay, so what it means is it just keeps adding. Okay, so log is being added whenever any request is being sent, and these log request, how many log requests has been are there? So there are 2 log requests. Okay, so here is one and here is one. Okay, and this is just a function. Okay, only 2 times it is being called. So when is that? So one is because of directory traversal, and second is because Natas web pass. So you cannot keep dot dot slash and you cannot keep Natas underscore web pass. So this is the reason why we did not have any response. Okay, so it just replied with a -1. Okay, exited with -1. Okay, so what we can understand is we have 2 logic that we need to bypass. Okay, and then we are good to go. Okay, so in this case we already have this, so let's try to open this log file. Okay, we already saw this log file, right? So let's try to open this. First of all, let's create this string. Okay, and session ID. Okay, where can we get session ID? So here, let's go to positions. We have session ID here. Let's go to here, paste session ID, and at the end you need to keep .log. Okay, .log. So this is the one we need. Okay, so before that you need to keep this one. Okay, so let's try to keep only this part and let's see what happens. So it has a dot in the beginning, so let's remove that. So the file is not opening. Okay, so you need to keep this part. All right, we can access the logs. This is interesting. So the main thing you need to identify is this pattern. Is it following this pattern? Okay, so first date. Okay, so let's see the last request. Okay, so this is the date. Okay, and this is saying Mozilla Firefox or Chrome. Okay, so it doesn't identify the exact one. So I think this is just user agent. Okay, so user agent flag is there for us. So if you see user agent, so it is just copying this one. Okay, and then it is being pasted here. Okay, and this directory traversal attempt request is this one, because we use dot dot slash, right? So So that's why this is okay. And in this file name, what it is doing is it is just replacing dot dot slash whenever it occurs, and it is replacing with empty string. Okay, so that's what happened. It is not perfectly secure. If it wants to be perfectly secure, this dot dot slash has to be recursively stripped off. Okay, so it is just one time it is done, so it is not done twice or thrice or something like that. Okay, so this we bypassed, and this we need to bypass. So I don't think we can bypass it right here, but what we can do is we can either use this one or this one to create a log request. Okay, so try to understand it very carefully. So we need to use either this one or this one to create a log request. So if we do not do this, log will not be created. Okay, so and one more thing you need to understand is that who creates this log file. Okay, this log file is created by PHP. Okay, so which means other than this standard message, you can control some other values. Okay, so something like you cannot control this. Okay, this is not user controllable. Okay, it is using date function to create a date and time. Okay, so you cannot control this. So you can control this user agent. Okay, and you cannot control this one message, because this message is generated by this one or this one. Okay, so you cannot control this. The only thing you can control is this one. So what we can do is we can go to repeater. Let's remove all the user agent. Okay, removing this user agent. And since this log file is created by PHP, okay, this log file, so we need to use PHP script. Okay, so we need to use PHP script instead of this user agent. Okay, so how do we do that? So there are lots of ways we can do this. So question mark PHP, this is standard, and you can end with this, and inside this you can create either system, or you can create pass through, or you can just want to read files, so you can just echo and file get file contents, or file get contents. Yeah, file get contents. So if you don't know what you're actually doing here, so you just want to read a file, right? So PHP read a file. Okay, so you can try this search, and here you will get how to read a file. Okay, this is standard one, and this is one more standard. This is a standard function. Okay, file get contents, this is the one I used here. Okay, so either you can do this. So here what you need to mention is just the file name. Okay, so single quotes and then some file name. The file we need is /etc/natas underscore webpass natas 26. And we also need to keep in mind that every PHP line ends with a semicolon. Okay, so this will work. Okay, so I'll just keep a copy of this right here, and one more script you can use is this one. So PHP, you can use direct system commands if you want. Okay, so how do you use system commands? Since you know this is using Linux because of this etc password. Okay, so you can use Linux commands here. So cat /etc/natas underscore webpass natas 26. Okay, so you can also use this, either one will work. Okay, let's use this time. Okay, we already know how to get contents. Okay, right. And the next important point is, when is log file created? Only when we use dot dot slash or natas web pass. Okay, so let's use dot dot slash. This should be enough actually. Okay, when we use dot dot slash here, it will just go here and search. If it doesn't execute, then it is going to just ignore the whole command. Okay, so if you just keep en and let's forward this and let's send what happens first. Okay, and let's see what happened here. Okay, so we get nothing. If we keep a dot dot slash, okay, let's see what happens this time. Okay, reload this. Look what we got here. Okay, so try to understand this scenario. And why do we get two of them? Because we sent this one first. Okay, this one contains a dot dot slash and we just reloaded here, so we are sending again. Okay, this one also got a dot dot slash. Okay, so we are sending two requests, and this request actually got PHP code and this request doesn't have a PHP code. Okay, right, so let's see, let's try to give natas underscore web pass. Okay, so this should also go to here. This will be skipped because this is false. This time we are not keeping dot dot slash, so what we are keeping is this one. Okay, natas underscore web pass. So we need to get this one as a message. Okay, and it should create a log file. Okay, so let's see what happens. Let's send this and reload this. As you can see, we got another password here, and this time it is illegal file, access detected, aborting. Okay, so this is what happened. Okay, so I hope you get it. I hope you get it in depth. So if you want to check this one and replace it with this one just for sake of testing, okay, so you can actually try this and send this and reload this. Okay, here you got it. Okay, I hope you understand this level in depth. Okay, we just complete natas 25. Now let's do natas 26. Okay, looks like we can draw xy coordinates. Okay, so I think it's just going to draw a line. Okay, so before we do this, let's browse everything else. Does it have anything else? Nothing. Does it have cookies? Okay, looks like it has one cookie, PHP session ID, as you can see here. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's give it some coordinates. Okay, 0, 0, 100, 100. Okay, let's draw this thing. When we click on draw, we have another cookie here. Okay, you saw it, right? So we have a drawing cookie additionally, and apart from this, we also have an image with our line. Okay, so let's try to draw one more line. Let's see how it is. Okay, so it just continued the previous line because we have kept the previous coordinates here and the next coordinates here. Okay, so that's why it just joined two lines. Okay, so if you don't believe me, you can try something else like 200, 200. Let's see how it is. Let's try to draw some other line. Okay, so let's try to draw 0 x coordinate, 100 y coordinate, and 100 x coordinate, and let's type 200 y coordinate. Let's see how it is. Interesting. Okay, so we can draw lines in this area measuring from this as 0, 0 and then positive x and positive y. this way. Okay, so this is how we were able to draw lines. Looks like we have few parameters here. Those are the parameters that we have given. Okay, we can test it later if you want. Okay, so as of now, let's see the newly created drawing cookie. Okay, so this is a huge cookie. Okay, and there is a percentage 3D at the end. So this percentage 3D refers to URL encoded version of equals to sign. Okay, equals to. So if you see any equals to sign, and it's probably base 64. Okay, so let's copy this. Let's go to CyberChef. Looks like CyberChef has its own website right now. That's interesting. Okay, so we'll just paste the cookie here. Okay, and then first URL decode, because it has to be URL decoded, right? So equals to sign. Okay, so chaining with this, let's try to use base 64. Okay, from base 64 it has to convert it. Okay, so now you can see that these are the coordinates that are used to draw the lines here. Okay, these lines, right? So this is a serialized object. Okay, so it has been serialized 4 times. Okay, so this is one object and this is one object. So something like this, like we have given x and y coordinates 4 times. Okay, this is a PHP serialized object because we are using PHP here. Okay, so this is a PHP serialized object and the server will deserialize it. Okay, so if we make any changes here and if the server accepts 6, it will deserialize it. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's flip this. Okay, replace input with output, and you need to specifically change only few values. Okay, so I just want to keep only one value. Okay, so I just want to discard everything else. So how does it look like? Yeah, so let's try the reverse process right now. Now we have to use 2 base 64. Okay, so and URL encode. Okay, it's not encoding right now. Encode special characters. Okay, so now it is done. Let's copy this and let's open the cookies, memory, application, cookies. So let's try to change this and let's see what happens. Okay, so I'll just refresh this. As you can see, we have only one line right now. Okay, so we have removed 3 lines and we have kept only one line. So the cookie is being deserialized on the server side, right? Because this is a serialized object and we are saying only there is one object. Okay, and that object has these values. Okay, and this object has 4 values, which means x1, y1, x2, y2. Okay, these are the 4 values. So based on that, this becomes a serialized object. Okay, this is a complicated object. You cannot send this serialized object to the server directly because it has so many special characters. If there is any firewall, it can simply drop this serialized object. Okay, so for that reason you need to encode it using base 64. Okay, and if there are any special characters, you have to encode it using URL encode. Okay, so this is how you transfer data using base 64. Okay, do you know how serialization works and where serialization actually being implemented? Okay, so let's type deserialization. Okay, let's see ports figure insecure deserialization. So there is an image. Initially there is a complicated object, something like this image. Okay, so this image needs some values and some has some properties. Okay, so these properties are complicated to understand. Okay, but together it becomes an object. Okay, so it becomes an object like this. When we want to understand this complicated object, we actually serialize it. Okay, serialization means dividing it into separate parts, separate properties. Okay, so each property will have some functionality. Okay, let's say this x1 and x2 will create some point here. Okay, so that is its property, and there is some other property with x1, x2 and x2 and y2. Okay, and there is some property which joins these lines. Okay, and there is one more property that creates this image. Okay, so there are different properties in a single object. Okay, so those objects will be divided, and each one is sent to different functionality. Okay, so we just use this cookie to understand which object we are dealing with. Okay, so that's why we use serialization and deserialization. The object is divided into different parameters, and each parameters has a different functionality. Okay, once the work is done, so they are again brought back together and they are deserialized. Okay, and then becomes an object again, that complicated object which we have created here. Okay, and both the serialization and deserialization happens on the server side most of the time. Objects are difficult to understand or even difficult to transfer or read by systems. Okay, because these objects have any number of properties, it has to be divided into many parts, also known as serialization. Okay, so that it is easy to transfer, easy to read by different processes and different programs. Okay, so most of the time serialization and deserialization happens in the server. We as end user only use serialized objects, in this case cookie. But the point is, when we edited this serialized object, we were able to manipulate the image. Okay, so this is user controllable, right? So the cookie becomes user controllable because we can control the cookie. So this becomes a huge vulnerability if the server unserialized our input. Okay, so let's try to see the source code and see what happens. This is the source code. Sorry, this is ugly as hell. Cheers, Kali man. Okay, so this is the PHP code. Okay, this seems to be a huge code. Okay, but the one we need to identify in this particular PHP code is this object. Okay, when there is a class, it is defining an object. Okay, so let's see if this object is being used somewhere. Okay, there is no other object like this, and it is not being used anywhere, which means this is for us. Okay, so we have to use it somehow to get the solution. Okay, so that's why they haven't used this logger anywhere in this PHP code. And the next thing is, so the class ends here, the object ends here. Okay, so the next thing is show image. Okay, we just showing image, so it has nothing to do. Draw image, it just draws the image. And draw from user data. Okay, so they will see x1 y1, and then they will allocate the colors. Okay, and here it also checks a drawing cookie. If the drawing cookie exists, then it is going to draw from our input. Okay, so in this case we already have a drawing cookie. And see this line carefully. Okay, so the cookie is being taken here, and it is being base64 decoded, and it is being unserialized. Okay, so our cookie is being directly unserialized. So this is the huge vulnerability. Okay, so whatever we keep here, it is being able to unserialize it, and it is going to execute directly. Okay, so what we can do is, we will use this class. Okay, we will use this particular object, and then we will create a serialized object, and transfer it to the cookie, and then let the drawing cookie unserialize, and we try to get the solution. Okay, so this is the huge vulnerability. And do we have anything else here? Nothing else. So this is being checked again, this is being deserialized in the same way. Okay, right. So let's capture this class. Okay, so let's capture it from here. So we don't need a whole object actually, so we just need one magic function, which is construct. So we are constructing an object, so we just need till here. Okay, so we already know about onlinephp.io. Let's use this. Okay, and it's like there is some extra indentation. Let's get rid of that indentation, and let's create a PHP code. PHP, and to create a serialized object here, so we don't need all of this. Okay, so we just need only one of them to just create a PHP code, and one of them to save the PHP code, okay, in a PHP file. So what we will do this, we will just remove some of these things. Okay, so let's remove this one, and since we removed init, so we'll just also remove this one. Let's end this function. Okay, and let's also end this class. So we have successfully created an object class. So we have to create an object and serialize it, and then encode it, and then send it to the server. So the next step is to create a variable, let's say hack. Okay, so we are saying it new logger, because this is the function, right? So this is the object, so we are calling this object here. Okay, simple and easy. And what we will do is we will serialize it. Okay, so simple echo, and first we will call this hack variable. Okay, and semicolon. Okay, so try to follow this, and serialize. Okay, there is a special function called serialize. This will just serialize this object, and let's see how it is before we encode it. Okay, and before we do that, we also need these values to be erased. Okay, let's try to write a PHP code. Okay, PHP, and what we can do is we can write some simple things like system commands. Okay, we'll just try to come up with a system command, which is cat/etc/natas underscore web pass. Okay, and natas 27. Okay, and let's end this PHP code using this one. Okay, I'll just zoom out a little bit. So this PHP script will cat the natas 27 password. Okay, so we want to save this natas 27 password in some kind of a log file. Okay, so here we will just give a PHP file, so this output will be written here. Okay, so let's see, we need some directory that we can use. Okay, so let's go to this code. Okay, do we have anything that we can actually use? Okay, because we have an image here, right? So this image is being stored somewhere on the server, so we can access it. So similar way, we need that particular directory to create a PHP file. Okay, so in this case, this is the PNG file that is being given here. Okay, so this is stored in image directory. So what we can directly give is image forward slash, we can take hmcyberacademy.php. Okay, so we can create this PHP file. So let's run this and let's see what happens. Okay, it is saying exactly one expected. Okay, so because we are giving something like this, it is expecting that file. So we can just remove this and just run this. So this has created an object with 6 letters, which is this one. Okay, this has 6 letters, and those are two objects, and one is this one, which is a log file which is being created. Okay, this one log file, and the second one is exit message, which is this one. So two objects are being created, and this has 49 characters, which is this one. Okay, so I think we are good to go. Let's encode this and let's see what happens. Okay, and okay, what encode? Base 64 encode. Okay, so we need to keep this in brackets, right? So let's encode this. So this is our output. Let's copy this. So where do we need to use it? We need to use it in a cookie, and that too drawing cookie. Okay, so let's go to drawing cookie, inspect element, application, replace this, enter. Okay, so this is being replaced. Let's try to hit enter and see what happens. So let's close this, and here we see a fatal error. Okay, so it is saying uncaught error, cannot use object type logger as array, which means it is reading that object, right? So it is able to deserialize our object, but it is not able to uh, understand the types. Okay, but the code is actually executed. So the proof is this directory. Okay, this one, this is the proof. So let's copy this, let's go here and let's / and image HN Cyber Academy PHP and hit enter, and that's it. We have our password here. I don't know why it came 2 times, but anyway, so this will be our password. So I hope you understand it. Whenever you feel like you have a serialized object, try to create a serialized object for yourself. Okay, so in this particular CTF or in this particular war game, they have given us a class object to use. Okay, and we didn't use it completely, we just used only certain things. Okay, this comes from experience. Okay, so you can actually just copy paste the whole thing and it will do the same thing. Okay, so it doesn't matter. So I just wanted a smaller cookie, so I just removed the init message. I just removed that init message here, and try to create only this part. Okay, and try to serialize and encode it. Okay, so it is quite easy, right? I hope you get it. Previously we have completed Natas 26. Now let's do Natas 27. Natas 27 password. Looks like we have another password situation here. We have something. Let's log in. ASDF and ASDF. Instead of logging us, it has created an account. Okay, interesting. So let's go back again and let's type the same thing. Okay, this time it is saying welcome ASDF, here's your data, your username and password. Interesting. When looks like when this user doesn't exist, it is creating that user. Okay, when the user exists, okay, so it is just reflecting the data. Interesting. Okay, let's give the same thing, but let's change a password. Okay, so let's try this and see what happens. Okay, wrong password for user ASDF. Interesting. So let's try Natas 28 and let's try something. Let's see what happens. It's saying wrong password for user Natas 28. So there are three things that are being happening. If the user doesn't exist, it is creating the user. If the user exists, it is just reflecting the data. If the user gives a wrong password, then it is saying wrong password for user. So at this point, we can try some single quotes or double quotes, something like that, but it is just creating that user. Okay, so let's go back and remove this and let's see what happens. Wrong password. Okay, so let's give the single quote and let's see what happens. Okay, user 28 was created. So I think in the background it is just removing, but the text is being reflected. Okay, so even if you try this, yeah, so it is creating that user. Interesting. So the single quotes and double quotes, whatever it is, so it is just accepting it as a string. It is not accepting as a part of a statement. Okay, so at this point we have to see the source code because something specific to this Natas 28 is happening. Okay, so it is not a generalized case or real world scenario, it is a CTF. So they want us to know some concept. Okay, so what that concept is. So here we have database gets cleared every 5 minutes, and this is how they create the table. Interesting. Okay, and this is the important part because the table will accept only 64 characters. Okay, if we give more than 64 characters, it is going to reject the rest of the string. Okay, it is only going to take 64 characters. So what did we say about code? When there is a function, so just ignore the functions. Okay, so just ignoring all of these things. So this is where actual code starts. So why we are ignoring functions is function only executes when it is called. Okay, so this function, let's say it is being called at this location. Okay, when the code comes to this location, this function executes and this username and password goes here to create a user. So let's try something. So this is where it starts, right. So what it is doing, it is going to check if the request has username and request has password. Okay, and it is going to check the MySQL database, this Natas 21 database. Okay, and it is going to check for uh, username and password, I guess. So it is just linking first. So it is checking if it is a valid user or not. Okay, so if the user exists, then user exists and check credentials. Okay, so it is going to check the credentials and it is going to dump the data. Okay, and here if you see a HTML entities, this HTML entities includes all the special characters and all these things, so those will be treated as a part of a string. Okay, so that's how this HTML entities default function works. Okay, and if you see, if we have a wrong password, then it is going to reply wrong password. Okay, and if the user doesn't exist, it is going to create that user. Okay, so while creating also, it is going to check if the user is actually trying to trim something. Okay, so this trim, what does this trim function do? So we will find out. So this trim, let's say PHP, let's see what it does. So this trim strips white space or other characters from the beginning and the end of the string. Okay, so we'll understand this using an example. Did they give any examples? Okay, looks like they're given some examples. Okay, so this is a text. Okay, this is a tab character. Okay, this tabulator which you can type using this actually. So if you see, this is a tab character. Okay, so four spaces, it occupies four spaces. Okay, tab character. So there are two tab characters before this string. Okay, and there is some white spaces after this string. Okay, so when we use trim command on this text, let's see what happens. Okay, so text trim and var dump trimmed. Okay, let's see var dump. See what happened here. Okay, this was the initial string and this is the final string. So what happened is they have removed all the white spaces from the beginning and the end. Okay, so let's try the same thing here and let's see what happens. Okay, so let's give some spaces here and let's see what happens. Say it says go away hacker. Okay, so what it is doing is this trim command is being stripping off this white spaces when I keep white spaces. Okay, so that's how it works. And let's see what happens next. So if there is nothing to trim, okay, so let's try something different here. Okay, if we keep something like a text before it, so it is not beginning with this white space and it is not ending with a white space. So let's see what happens here. Okay, a space 28 was created. Okay, that's interesting, right? So even if you try now, so it is going to dump our data. Interesting. So next what it is doing is it is going to check for real escape string. So this particular function is actually checking for SQL injection attacks. Okay, SQLI. Okay, SQL injection attacks. So this is being applied both in username and password. So if there are any special characters, it is going to be replaced. Okay, so once it is done for user and password, it is going to insert into this particular table this username and password. Okay, these are referring to username equals to this and password equals to this. Okay, and this is the result. And if MySQLi affected rows is greater than 0, then return true. Okay, so if one row is added, so that's what it is saying. So my affected rows is greater than 0, then it is going to return true. Yeah, and let's see what happens next. And once it creates the user, it is just going to close the database. Okay, where is the vulnerability actually? So the vulnerability locates in this position. The database is only going to take a substring of only 64 characters. Okay, which means if you give anything more than 64, that is going to be trimmed out and you will only take 64 characters. And since this is using a trim, so what we need to do is let's create a table and understand this in a tabular form. Okay, this is the table and this is fine. So this is the users table and this is the username and this is a password. Okay, so we already know that we have a Natas 28 user. Okay, so and we also know that we can only keep 64 characters in the table. Okay, here we can only keep 64 characters in the table. So what we need to do is, so let's keep a similar user password. Okay, let's give it a random thing. So we don't know its password, right? So let's give a user that name Natas 28 with a single quote or a double quote. We already tried it, but this time what we have to try is we have to give white spaces here. Okay, so that white spaces have to be more than 64 characters, and it should not end with a white space. Okay, because this trim command will just trim out that white space and says go away hacker. Okay, so this long string 64 characters must end with some text. Okay, edit table properties, let's give 500. This will be a long string with more than 64 characters. Okay, so this is what we need to give, and then what happens is this string will be stripped off. Okay, and all we have left is this one with this one. Okay, so when we say we have a password like ASDF, then the entry will be created first. Okay, then what happens is it is going to check for the second time when we try to access this. So it is going to check for valid user. Okay, so it is saying that user is valid. Okay, so this time we don't keep all the ASDF at the end as well, so we just redact that information and we only keep Natas 28. Okay, so when we keep Natas 28 with this password, okay, ASDF, then it is going to say it is a valid user. Okay, then it is going to check the credentials. Okay, so once the credentials are checked, so this is going to check only this credentials. Okay, Natas 28 and this password, and it is says yes, it is valid. Okay, and then when it is trying to dump data, it is not giving the password. So this is one more location where the vulnerability is. So it is not checking with the password, it is only checking with the username. Okay, so when it checks with username, so it finds this first entry of this username and this password, and it dumps this data. Okay, so initially let's rewind this again. So first it checks for valid user for this username, and it says yes, user exists. Okay, if the user exists, then it is going to check the credentials with the password. Okay, so then it says Natas 28 and this password exist. Okay, then it is going to say welcome user and here is your data, and it is going to dump data with only username. Okay, when it is going to say only username, it is going to check the first entry of this table. Okay, and then it dumps its password. You see, each of these functions is a different request to the database. Okay, these are not the same request, these are different requests to the database. Okay, so it is going to try 3 times to dump the password for the Natas 28. Okay, so let's see this in action. Let's go to Natas 27. Let's go here, let's redact this information, and we need to keep a 64 characters, so we don't know how to count, so we'll use this. Okay, can we get any information from this? Nothing. Okay, so what we can do is let's use mousepad. So why we use mousepad is for one more reason. So it is going to show the status bar. Okay, so this is the status bar. So you can see line number 1 has 6 columns. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6. So what I'm doing right now is select this, keep Natas 28, and I give some white spaces until I reach 64. Okay, so I'm just zooming out a little bit. Okay, I reach 64. Okay, let's give one more, and then let me give ASDF. So this will be my username right now. Okay, so when it reaches database, it is going to take only 64 characters, and then it is going to just disregard this, and the table will have only this much information. Okay, so this will not be there. So let's copy, let's paste it here, and let's give ASDF. Okay, let's hit login. It is saying Natas 28 and some space and ASDF was created. Interesting. So did it create those many spaces? So where we can find this is in the view source page. As you can see, we have more than 64 characters here. Okay, so why is it not showing here is because of default HTML thing. Okay, so even if you give one space or 1,000 space, it is going to replace it with a single space. Okay, that's why it is showing like this. Okay, so what we can do now is, let's go back, let's try to log in with this, and let's see what happens. So it is again just creating a user. Okay, so why is that? Because when it is removing these spaces and creating a table, okay, so I'll just go back here. So when it is removing this particular thing and creating a user, okay, only this much data is there in the table. So when it sees this one, so it is again creating a new user. Okay, so what we will do now is remove all of these white spaces and let's try to hit enter. Okay, okay, wrong password for Natas 28. So why is this one? Okay, so our theory here should work, right? So we have a lots of spaces here, and we have our Natas 28 to be checked, right? So why it doesn't work? So it said wrong password for user, which means it reached this particular line, right? So it has gone through all of these checks, but it did not check this properly. Okay, so this is where we need to check actually. So when we are checking credentials, what are we actually doing? Okay, so let's find out. So when we are checking credentials, we are trying to give the username and password. Okay, and we are also giving this particular statement, and the result is being sent to this result and it is being returned true. Okay, so it is checking credentials in this particular real escape string. So if we try to give lots of spaces, let's see what happens. Okay, we are giving lots of spaces here. Okay, so let's try this. It's saying go away hacker. So let's see where that particular string is. Okay, it is saying go away hacker. Okay, so it is trying to create. Okay, because it is checking if it is a valid user. No, it is not a valid user, so it is going here. Okay, so what we can do now is give only 64 characters and let's try this. Okay, this is 64, so let's give this one. Okay, so let's give this one and let's try to give the same password and let's see what happens. It is saying go away hacker, so it doesn't like this particular request. Okay, so what is happening is it has created this entry, okay, with this password, but when we are trying to log in, okay, it doesn't detect this particular user. Okay, so it has created something like ASDF, but it is not in the table, so it is a pretty confusing thing. So what we can do right now is so instead of white spaces, we have to give something that is not a white space, okay, but acts like a white space. Okay, so this seems pretty tricky, but this will work. Okay, so we'll see what it is. So what we have to do now is, instead of giving this one, so let's give Natas 28. Let's capture this request using burp. Okay, so intercept on, capture this. Okay, we have it here. So in this location we have to give a special character. Okay, so let's try to give %00, which is a null character, as you all know, right? So null characters doesn't have any value. Okay, those are just null, which means it doesn't have any value. So let's try with this. If it doesn't work, we have to go through another method. Okay, so let's try this. So it is saying wrong password for Natas 28. Interesting. So what we have to do now is intercept this. Let's create it in the repeater. Let's keep these null characters. Okay, this time we have to give these null bytes as one character. Okay, so including this we have to give 64 bytes of data. Okay, so what we have to do is we need to keep pasting it as long as it has 64 in this particular thing. Okay, so let's try that. So I think this is enough because Natas 28 also exists. Okay, so if you just hover over it, you will see that there is some data. Okay, so if you type a single letter other than this thing, so if you just hover over it now, you will see that this ASTF is not there. Interesting. Let's keep only one letter and let's hover over this. Okay, so you don't see this letter A, right? So which means it is only taking Natas 28. Let's see what happens if we just forward this. Let's show response in browser. Copy, paste. Okay, user 28 A was created. Okay, so if you just view the page source, it says all these are null characters. Okay, so something happened. Okay, it just created with a null character. Okay, so what we can do now is just call Natas 28 this time. Okay, we don't want all of these null characters now. Okay, so we just want Natas 28 and with the same password. Okay, so I'll just send it to repeater again to create a new request. Okay, instead of this I'm just keeping only Natas 28 with the same password. Let's see what happens. Show response in browser. Copy, paste, and look what we got. Username Natas 28 has this password. What this database is doing is, this table initially had white spaces previously, but this time what we did is we gave Natas 28 with a lot of null characters. Okay, so these null characters doesn't have any values. Okay, we give lot of null values and give A at the end, and it only took 64 characters and disregard this A. Okay, and then what happened, because null value doesn't have any value, it just created with a Natas 28 a new entry. Okay, so this is what happened. And when we call Natas 28 this time, it checks the credentials and says it is valid. Okay, when we call to dump data, we are only asking a username. Okay, as you can see here, we are asking only username to dump data. So it is checking the first entry of this table and then it is dumping this data. Okay, so that's how we got it. I hope it is clear for everyone. Guys, this is the craziest CTF ever. I literally died solving this. It needed a lot of programming knowledge, but I tried to strip away all of the programming and use the basic tools that we have used so far. I tried to simplify as much as possible. So let's get started. Let's log into Natas 28. Alright, what do we have here? It says sorry, we are currently out of sauce. Okay, so let's type something and see what happens. Nothing. Okay, and we have something here. Okay, so we'll see about that later. Let's let's search something else. Okay, let's something like a word. Okay, so let's take something like this and keep sauce. It doesn't have sauce either. Okay, let's give some basic words. Okay, let's say computer. Let's see if there are any computer jokes. Yeah, there are computer jokes. How do you tell a introverted computer scientist from an extroverted computer scientist? An extroverted computer scientist looks at your shoes when he talks to you. So these jokes are like some pun intended jokes. If you want to know much detail about this, you need to know about computers and computer scientists and all those things. Okay, so we have a parameter here. So let's try to exploit this parameter. At first glance, if I see any percentage 3D at the end, it means it is a URL encoded version of equals to sign. And whenever there is an equals to sign at the end, the first thing I come up with is base 64. Okay, base 64 encoded equals to sign is the default padding for base 64. Okay, so let's try to decipher using CyberChef. Let's paste the query and see what happens. Okay, we have to first URL decode this. Okay, and as you can see, there are some other URL encoded values. Okay, percentage 2b and percentage 2f. Okay, so URL decode, this is the first thing you need to do, and you see that there are some other special characters here. Okay, and the next thing you have to do is base 64 decode. Okay, 64 from base 64. Okay, we have some text here, okay, which we cannot read. Most of them are like special characters, you cannot read them. So base 64 doesn't seems to be working here because it probably uses some sort of encryption. Okay, so we don't know. So the main difference between encoding and encryption is encryption needs a key. Okay, so it tampers with the bit level. Okay, so encoding does the same thing for base 64. So we'll see about that later. The main thing you need to understand is it is using some sort of encryption. Okay, so let's go back. Let's first this parameter. Okay, so let's go to, we'll do one thing, let's clear everything. Okay, and send this again. We have something here, and let's see. Okay, send it to intruder. Let's clear everything. Let's add this parameter. Okay, and we'll go to payloads. Let's select it as a simple list, and what we have to do is let's use special characters as payloads. Okay, so where do we get special characters from? We get from seclist. Okay, so copy this. Let's go back here and go to payloads and paste it. Okay, so we have 32 payloads here and 32 requests, and let's send and see what happens. So this is the default payload, which is this one. So you need to ignore this part, and let's see others. Okay, so this is the tilde, this is the apostrophe. Okay, so these are like normal things. Okay, so 1263 may be normal, and let's see its response, if it has any response. It is saying uninitialized offset. All of them are 1263. Okay, so here they have said some warning here. Okay, it's better if we see it in browser. So let's show response in browser, copy, and let's go back here, paste it, and as you can see, there is 0 padding found instead of PKCS number 7 padding. Okay, so let's copy this and let's search it. So it is something related to some sort of cryptography or encryption or symmetric kind of encryption. Okay, so we don't know which encryption it is. Let's see this one. because this seems other than Stack Overflow. Okay, so let's open this, and as you can see, it seems to be like some kind of blocks. Okay, so if you see, if we have a block, okay, so it is saying block size B, and block size everything, and it is something related to block cipher. Okay, so as you can see here, what's it for? It is for block cipher modes ECB and CBC. Okay, and in my research I found out that it is a ECB. And what is ECB? It's not Europe Central Bank. Okay, so let's type cipher and see what happens. Okay, ECB cipher refers to electronic code book. Okay, so in my research it just says that it is a symmetric cipher. Okay, that's first thing, and it is also a block cipher. Okay, which means everything is divided into blocks. Okay, so how it works is, let's say it has some in this case it is 8 bytes. Okay, so here 3 bytes are already filled. So what to do with the rest of the empty bytes? Okay, so it has to be filled with something called padding. Okay, so padding refers to these kind of standard outputs, which after decryption it will just disregard all of this and only take this part. Okay, because this is the only one that matters, so the padding doesn't matter. So the padding has to be used to represent a complete block. Okay, so if it is a 14 byte block, so it has to have two other padding here. If it is a 16 byte block, even if it has 8 bytes, so other 8 bytes has to be filled. Okay, so our first goal is to identify the block size, and based on the size of the data we input, if the data gets bigger and bigger, let's say for example our input here, if this gets any bigger and bigger, the blocks are filled up. Okay, the blocks will be filled up like this, and once these are completely filled, new blocks has to be created or appended to the previous block. Okay, so it should look something like block 1. Okay, and once it is filled, block 2 has to be created, and it will have some padding initially, so all the padding has to be filled, and then block 3 will be added. Okay, so if you keep on adding more and more data into this, it will reveal the block size for us. So we just have to count how much the block size is. Okay, so once you add more data, it will look something like block 4 or block 5. Okay, so added more data, you will see that when we first the parameter. Okay, so this time we need to first this parameter. Okay, whichever this parameter is. So in order to do that, let's grab this one. Okay, so let's go to proxy, intercept on, search. Okay, we have this. What we need to do is, we need to start with the lowest number of value and slowly increase the number of bytes. Okay, so that's what we need to do here. So what we will do is, we will send it to intruder, close this, and clear everything, and select this one and add it. Okay, once it is added, let's go to payloads. Okay, this time you just need a brute forcer, and in this brute forcer you just need one character to keep track of all the data. Okay, so let's say we keep A. Okay, so what we will do is, we will keep one A in the beginning, and let's say it's let's say more than 50, let's say 60. Okay, so it will be like 1A, 2A's and 3A's and all the way to 60A's. Okay, so this is how it should work, and let's see what happens. Okay, looks like it is done, and if you see, most of them are just 302 status codes. Okay, and if you see the length, I don't think it's a good idea to do this, so let's keep it in this way. And as you can see, most of them are similar. and after this value you see a sudden jump, and later it seems constant. Okay, so there is a sudden jump of some bytes. So in order to see what it actually is, let's save this one. Let's save server responses. Okay, so let's go to Natas 28. Okay, and save it here. So it is saved. Let's go to terminal and see what it is. Okay, so this is our terminal. So let's see what it is. Okay, this is not a single file. Okay, these are like bunch of files here. ls-la. All right, let's hope that they come in order. Okay, so let's cat 0, and this is one of the file. This is just the output of the file. Okay, so this output is nothing but this one. Okay, so what we need is this line actually, and in this line also we need only this part. Okay, so what we have to do is we'll create a grep and -a on this location. Okay, so on this particular location line, so this location line is not repeated anywhere, so this is unique. So what we will do is we will highlight this location on all these files. Okay, and let's see what happens. Location and on all these files. Okay, let's do that first. Looks like they came in order. Okay, so it just came from 0 all the way to 60. Okay, so this is what we needed anyway. So what we will do is we will add a cut command, and we will see that there is only one equals to sign. Okay, so we will keep this as delimiter, and then we will cut the previous part and keep only the second value, okay, which is on the right side. So to do that we need to use this command. Okay, so cut delimiter as equals to sign and field number 2, which is this one. This is field number 1 and this is field number 2. Okay, so first of all we will just see what it is. Okay, so as we expected, this is what we got. Okay, and next what we need to do is let's redirect the output to a file. Okay, so this will look something like this. We are calling it file.txt, and it is done. Okay, so how do we open this file? We can use any text editor, but in this particular case I am using VS Code. Okay, so why I'm using VS Code is to highlight and I can analyze things easily. Okay, I'll just show you how it is. Okay, so all I need is this one, file.txt. So I don't need all of these responses, so I'll just remove them. So to remove them, you just select them from starting to ending, right click, delete. Okay, so 51 additional items. Okay, they are moving to trash. Okay, so all you got is this file.txt. Okay, if you select this one, you will see lot of content here. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. Let's hide this one. Let's go to the top and let's browse things over. Okay, so we already know that first one refers to the default one, which is computer. Okay, so this is the default one. In the request it is just computer. Okay, we can ignore this one, so we're just deleting this. We only need the A's. Okay, so just delete this one. Okay, it is not yet deleted completely. All right, from here we need to count things out. Okay, but before that, as you can see here, there is a pattern that is being used. Where does it end actually? So it is ending around here. Okay, so it is ending at P, and if you see, those are like 50 characters. Okay, so like 50 bytes. But if you see closely, there are some special characters here, like %2b and %2f, Okay, so these are special characters. You need to just see what it is. So Control C, and let's go to browser. Let's see what it is, and just hide this one. It is a plus sign. Okay, and let's see what the percentage 2f is. Okay, so this one is just forward slash, right? So just keep this in mind because this is being followed throughout all of them. Okay, let's see what we have next. And as you can see here, if you select this particular line, okay, so till here, if you see, all of this is being repeated. Okay, so it's like some block has been made standardized. This is because of all the A's that we have kept. Okay, so till here there was some A's that need to be filled, and once it is filled, now it became a standard block. Okay, and from here there is one more standard block. Okay, so something is going on here, so let's see what it is. Let's see here. Okay, so it is like till here block size is something. Okay, just after this suddenly block size is increased, and let's see how long this continues. Okay, it continues till here. Okay, so after this block size again increased. So let's try to understand this. So we tried 1a here and till 12a here. Okay, this is something like initial one, so you can just ignore as of now. And from here let's try to count because we know how many a's we have added till here. Okay, these are like standard ones, like you know that this block definitely has a's. Okay, so let's count this. Let's see, till 29. Okay, so let's take 29 minus 13 will give 16. Okay, so is it the same for the next one? So let's count that one starting from here. So let's count it till here. Okay, it's like 44 minus 28, so it is also 16. Okay, so we have block size equals to 16. This you can guarantee. Okay, so what we will do right now is we have to divide all these patterns into 16-byte blocks. Okay, so let's copy all of it. Let's go to CyberChef. Let's paste everything. Okay, it initially, okay, so when you try to add it from VS Code, it is just adding some extra character at the end. Let's go to the terminal and simply cat the file.txt. Let's grab everything. Okay, so Control C, Control. So now you don't see that particular special character. Okay, so now what you can do is you can actually fork each line actually. Okay, so when you're forking each line, so you're making each line as a different entity. Okay, so here in merge delimiter you can add one more \n, so that makes it even better. Okay, so from here the first thing you need to do is URL decode, because all of these are %2f and %2b has to be decoded. Okay, so once this is done, you add base 64. Okay, and from this you need to convert it into something that you know, which is something like ASCII characters or hex characters. Initially it was like text. Okay, so text is encrypted. Okay, so text is encrypted and now it is being encoded base 64. Okay, and then URL encoded. So this is what happened. So till now we came to this particular location. Okay, so encrypted values. So these are the values that we are seeing right now. We have this value, so we need to understand what it is. Okay, so what we can do is we will convert it into something that we can read. Okay, so these encrypted values are something like you see ASCII table. Okay, so this can be anything. Okay, 00 or it's like 10 or like 2f. Okay, 2f, you know, right? So it is forward slash, so it is something like that. So these are encrypted values. You cannot read everything, but you can read the hex equivalent of this. Okay, so you can read the hex equivalent, so you can convert it into hex. Okay, so while converting into hex, there is something that you need to know. Hex is like 4 bytes long. Okay, so it is 4 bytes, but ASCII values are 8 bytes long. Okay, so if you need 8 bytes length of hex, so what you need to do is you need to like 2 times of hex values. Okay, so for each 8 byte thing you need to have so it's like 8 bits actually. So this is also like 4 bits of data, because if you see like 0000 to 1111, it is like 16 decimals here. Okay, so you will get 16 values from here to here. Okay, so similarly ASCII is 8 bits, so usually we want to see it in ASCII bits, so we will always keep 2 times hex. Okay, so it will represent something like this. Okay, 10 or 2f or something like that. So it will be represented in 2 values, 2 hex values. Okay, so it will look something like this. Okay, so if you type hex, it is like 2 hex we are converting. Okay, we are converting 2 hex. Okay, so we will see all these values, okay, as 2 hex values. Okay, so each one is like 8 bits. Okay, and each one is like an ASCII character, so you can understand it better. Okay, so they are saying a delimiter as space, but we don't need a delimiter, so we will keep none. Okay, it becomes something like this. And you do know the block size, right? So you can keep block size as 16. Okay, 16 bytes per line. Okay, so here you got 5 blocks. So to understand it better, so let's keep numbers to the lines. Okay, add line numbers. So now you see that each block is actually numbered. Okay, so if you go down, you will see an increase in block length. Okay, so 6 blocks now. So what you can do this, you can just copy this. Okay, so let's go back to VS Code, grab this and just copy it, remove everything. Okay, paste this one. Let's go to the top and let's try to understand. So we have already removed what we needed, so it is like there is one A here. Okay, so we don't know which part it is, but we will surely find out. Okay, so there is 2 A's here. Okay, okay, I have written till 14 A's. Okay, because this is where a new block has been added. So what I'll do now is let's grab one more which is at the end. Okay, so to see the pattern, so let's grab this one. Okay, and let's go back to the top around here and let's paste it here. Okay, so why I pasted it is I just want to show you something. Okay, so this one is actually repeated again and again. Okay, so what does it mean? So it means it has all A's. Okay, so all A's till 16 A's. Okay, so if you just count 1 2 3 4 5, so it is like 10 and then 3 more A's. So this particular thing represent this one. Okay, so we already know that we are continuously adding A's to the thing. Okay, so this thing just completely repeated itself. So we know that if we use this particular block, we will definitely have A's inside it. Okay. So similarly, we need to have certain blocks that we can trust actually. So we can trust this particular block, okay, because this block is being repeated again and again. So there must be some continuation with the previous block and this block. So we don't know. So we will find out, okay, slowly. So similar to this block, what else we know about other blocks? Okay, so we will go to the top. We see that this one is standard. Okay, we see that this one is also standard. Okay, and this one is varying. Okay, so what does it mean? So when we add one A, this A is going into third block. Okay, when we add another A, it is going into third block and it is encrypting it. Okay, it is not going into second block and it is not changing second block. It is only going into somewhere in the third block. Okay, so when all A's are filled here, and if it is going into next block, okay, only then we will see that this block has been standardized. Okay, the third block, let's scroll down and see where this third block is being standardized. You don't see it in 8As, you don't see it in 9As, but if you come to 10As, looks like this is being standardized. Okay, so which means, let's say at this location you have like some characters. Okay, let's say we don't know how many characters we got, and you'll have 10 A's. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so 10 A's. Okay, so you already know the block size, right? So block size is 16. So these values has to be like some random values. Okay, so these has to be something like XX. So 6 values here and 10 values here. So both will make 16 A's. Okay, so this is a standard block. Just like you trust this block to have some standard value and this block to have some standard value, so now you can trust this block also. Okay, so you can trust this block to have these values. Okay, just like you trust this particular block to have all A's. Okay, so what you can do is you can just save this particular block, okay, separately, so that we will use to try to inject something. Okay, one more thing you need to identify here is, let's say with 10 years this block is filled. Okay, so why for the next 11 years, so why new block is not created? Why only 5 blocks are there, and for the next one also 5 blocks are there? Why is that? We already discussed this particular concept, which is called padding. Okay, so this particular padding is there. So the block may be something like this. These two values at the end, those two needs to be added. Okay, so until those two are filled, you cannot create a third block. Okay, so here we have this particular thing that is filled with 10 years, and here we have some padding, so we don't know that values. Okay, so what it did is, so the next A has been added to here. Okay, so here there is 1A, so just like this, 1A and some values we don't know. Okay, so similar to this we have a situation here. Okay, and here similar to this one we have it here, and for this one we have 2 A's. Okay, and after 2 years this block actually the padding is filled at the end, so it cannot handle more values, so it has to create a new block. Okay, so it has to create a new block, so here new block is created. Okay, so after understanding all of this, let's go back to the website. So this is the website main page. Okay, and and they say it is a joke database. Okay, so whenever there is a word called database, what is the first thing that pops in your head? Okay, MySQL database or SQL database or something like that, right? So it has to be vulnerable to SQL injection type. Okay, so if you use single quotes, let's search something. Okay, we have something that has a single quote. That's interesting, right? So what it is trying to do, so it is trying to read this single quote as a part of a string. Okay, so let's go back here. So it is trying to make this single quote as a part of string. So how do we make something like a single quote a part of a string? So we'll discuss that, and let's see if double quotes actually work. Okay, if single quote doesn't work, double quote must be working, right? So no, it doesn't work. It simply just treats double quotes also as a part of a string. Okay, so single quotes and double quotes both are same. Okay, so how can it treat a part of a string inside the code? So there is something called escaping. So this word is actually a little bit confusing, because it is this single quote is not being stripped off, this is being used. Okay, so try to understand this is being used. So how is it escaping? So they are escaping by using a backslash character. Okay, so whenever it detects a single quote or whenever it detects a double quote, a backslash is being added to the beginning of this particular thing. So it is like some pre-processing is being going on. Okay, so it becomes something like this. Okay, so this is what's happening, and even when there is a single quote, it is trying to escape this by using a backslash character and this one. Okay, so this is what's happening. So you might have seen this a lot of times during programming. So even if you have a little bit of programming, you will understand this. This is called escaping. Okay, so this escaping makes the program to treat the single quote or double quote as part of a string. That's why we got answers for single quotes or double quotes. Okay, so the second thing you need to understand is, on server side it is bringing the joke from a database. So there might be some sort of SQL queries that are running on the database. Okay, so the SQL queries might look something like select. Okay, you can say joke. This is purely a guess. Okay, so you're selecting a joke from jokes table. Okay, where joke should contain some characters. Okay, to represent joke, like some input. Okay, so this input will be something like some text that we give. Okay, so what this particular like is doing is, so it is going to search this particular input in this joke database. Okay, so whatever that is, and what it is trying to do is, it is going to match that particular string in the joke. Okay, and it is going to reply it. Okay, so it is like grep command for SQL databases. Okay, this is like a grep command for SQL database. That is the perfect example. When we keep a single quote, let's see what's happening. Okay, so this is for single quote. We already have a beginning quote and ending quote like this one. Okay, so when we keep a single quote, it should be something like this. Okay, but it is not something like this. Okay, so what's happening is, it is being pre-processed. Okay, so it is being pre-processed and a backslash character is being added and a single quote is being added. Okay, so this is a string, this is no longer a single quote. Okay, so this is what's happening. So there is some pre-processing that is being done of input string. So this is what's happening. So if this is the case, then we cannot inject this single quote, but our payload should look something like a single quote, definitely, and attach it to this particular thing. So we can add a union, okay, union select, and when we add this union, it should look similar to this select statement. Okay, so what we do is we select and some payload here. Okay, so we will do that later, and then ending this one with a hash. This hash will be a common character in most of the SQL databases that creates something like a comment. Okay, it will comment out the rest of the string. Okay, so what is this payload? So we need to identify what database it is. So what we can do is, let's go to SQL cheat sheet. Okay, so here let's type version. Okay, so just by this particular strings you can find out what database it is. Okay, so let's select this one. Okay, at version. Okay, so just paste this one, not this one. So this time our payload is this at version. Okay, ending with the semicolon and hash. Where do we keep this particular string? Okay, we need to keep in a location that we can control. Okay, something like this particular thing. Okay, this particular area we can control, right? So in order to keep this, we need some block out of all of these blocks that we can control. Okay, so we know that this is a standard block, right? So we can use this to add or delete some characters from this so that our payload goes into next block. Okay, so this is one of the good ones. Okay, so capture this. This is a good one. So you can actually control it, you can do whatever with it. Okay, so what we can do is we can keep 10 A's. Okay, and we will add our payload and see what happens. Okay, if it doesn't work, we will see what happens. Okay, so we will see both the cases. So we will add 10 A's here. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and then our payload. Okay, and then copy this particular thing and let's input it. Okay, so this is our payload right now. Okay, so what happens is this single quote and rest of this thing should go to the next block. Okay, we'll see if it works. So we got nothing in return. Okay, let's see, we have a string here, right? So this is the string we are looking for. Let's see what it is. Let's go here, let's control A, control V. Okay, we have blocks here, and as you can see, this is standard. Rest of the payload actually gone to the next block. Okay, so so we have 10 A's here, but we don't seem to have the rest of the payload that is being worked. So why is that? So this is because the single quote is being pre-processed. Okay, so even if we keep something like this, our payload changes it back to the server, actually pre-processes it and adds a backslash over here. Okay, so this is what's happening. So this backslash is creating a problem. So what we can do is we will remove one of the characters here. Okay, so let's actually add and let's create a new payload. Okay, so new one. So in this new one, let's delete one of them. Okay, so and also delete this one. So this will be like 9 A's, and then our payload. So what happens is this 9As will actually go to this particular block. It needs 10 A's to actually fill it. We are only giving it 9 A's. So at the end, there needs to be some character. So what character is it going to be? So this character is going to be a backslash. Okay. So what's happening is, once our payload actually reaches to the server, so it actually modifies this particular string by adding a backslash over here. So if you take this part, these are like 10 characters. Okay, so if you go to this one, so I'm just adding it here, so don't mind that this is the same as this one. So this is not the same as this one, this is for just my reference. Okay, so you keep 6 x's here. Okay, 6 x's and 9 a's and 1 backslash character. So this will cause this block to fill. Okay, this block will be filled, third block will be filled. So we know that this is a good block, right? So once we get the output and once we get the blocks, so we will just replace this particular block with this particular block, and we are essentially removing this backslash character. Okay, so that's what we are doing. So let's go back. This time let's keep only 9 A's. Okay, so remove this and let's hit enter and let's see what happens. Okay, so we have a string here. Let's capture everything. Control C, Control V. Okay, we have something different here. Okay, so what we will do is we'll just copy it. Okay, and create one more copy. We'll just remove everything. So this is our new block. Okay, so we know that this block is actually equals to this particular thing. Okay, so this block equals to this particular thing because we know that this backslash is being added by the server. Okay, making it a string. So we know the good block, right? So this one is a good block. So what we will do is we will essentially add this good block to this particular thing. Okay, so we will just replace it with this, and we have essentially changed this one to A. Okay, so this is what we have done, and we have removed the backslash character. So now these characters actually, so if you remove these things, okay, so next time I'm gonna remove this add lining thing. Okay, so this is what you get. So what you can do is you can just remove this one, copy this, go back to the browser and create a copy of this. Okay, duplicate and remove everything. Okay, you're removing everything and paste it here. Okay, and once it is done, you have to remove these extra characters. Okay, so once these extra characters are removed, you get this. Okay, so now what you need to do is you need to split, because it is already splitted into too many lines. So once you select this split, so what this split will actually do is this will bring all of these lines to a single line. Okay, let's see how it does. So we have a new line character at the end, right? So because of the new line character, it is bringing this particular block to the next line. So we need to set new line character. Okay, so this particular line feed is new line character. Okay, so once this is done, so you go to this join delimiter and just set it to nothing, and it is done. Okay, so once this is done, these are like hex characters, right? So you need to convert from hex to something else. Okay, so you type hex. So it is like from hex you're converting it into something else. Okay, so it is not to hex, it is from hex. Okay, so once this is done, now you have to convert these binary values using base 64. Okay, so you can type 64, no 64, and you have to convert to base 64. Okay, and there is one more thing you need to do. You have these special characters here, right? So this forward slash and plus sign, so you need to convert these into URL encoded values. So how do you do that? You take URL encode. Okay, so you have to encode special characters. Okay, so these are converted into %2f and %2b. So this is your new string. So you can copy this particular string, and you can go to this Natas web page and remove this particular thing and add your own string. Okay, once you hit enter, you will see what happens, and boom, so you got a database name, which means, this is the important part, which means our at version is actually working. Okay, so this is the MySQL database. So what you can do is, you can go here, instead of this particular payload, you actually try to get the password. Okay, so in all the Natas series, okay, so they only want us to concentrate on the vulnerability. So what they made is, they made a user stable. Okay, and we also have username and password columns. Okay, and in this particular thing, I'm expecting only a single position here. Okay, a single value, because I'm expecting this to be a single parameter here. Okay, so this is actually working. If the select statement has only single value here, so our union statement also should have a single value. Since our payload actually worked with a single value, so we have to keep only single value here. So what we can do is, this will be our new payload. So capture this particular thing and union select password. So we are selecting password column from users. Okay, so this is the users table, so we are grabbing the password from users table. So when we do this, so it is going to grab the first entry of this particular users table. Okay, this particular column. So let's see what happens. So this is our new payload. Control C. Let's go back. Control A, Control V. Let's search it. So our task is not completed. Okay, you have to grab this particular URL. Okay, this string, and Control C, go here, Control A, Control V. Okay, we have these strings. So this time I'm just removing this add line numbers. Okay, so that I have only these values. So copy this. I am going to remove all of these things. Okay, I know that this particular string is actually this one. Okay, this particular one. So I need to replace this for backward slash using this one. Okay, which is this one, which we have here already. So Control C, select this one, Control V. So I have essentially replaced this. So copy everything, Control C, and go to the browser. Let's go to this particular thing because we have already done this. So Control A, Control V, and actually remove these special characters. Okay, so we have this particular string. So copy this Let's go to the main page. Okay, so we have already copied this. Let's delete this and add our string. Okay, and hit enter, and boom, we have our Natas 29 password. So we don't know this is the exact password, right? So we need to actually find out if this is the exact password. Okay, so I'm just removing everything, clicking here, Natas 29. So Natas 29 and password, and yes, this is the password for Natas 29. So trying to combine block ciphers and SQL injection, this is really amazing for me, amazing experience for me. So I hope you also got an amazing experience from this one. Okay, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Previously we have done Natas 28, now let's do Natas 29. Okay, what do we have here? It is saying, hey kids, you remember Pearl, right? Wanna go old school? Read up. Okay, can you has sauce? Interesting. Okay, we have something here. I think this is the only functionality that we have here. If I click any one of those, something is popping up here. Okay, so it is taking some kind of arguments. Okay, interesting. So dot dot means this one. You won't be the last to be horrifying ignorant of shift. Okay, whatever this is just some Perl script. I'm not sure, possibly a Perl script. Okay, so what do we have here? And we also have index.pl, which means it is a Perl script that is running. Okay, and question mark file equals to Perl underground. Okay, this is the name of this one. Okay, Perl underground. And if I click Perl underground 2, it's gonna change some way. Okay, and if I try to go for third one, okay, it's something like this. If I go for fourth one, and keep checking the URL as well. Okay, so it's the fourth one. I don't think there's any changes over here. Okay, this is similar. Okay, all right, so we have something called file equals to something. Okay, if there is file equals to something or something like that, then it is probably one of three things. Okay, so it can either be directory traversal, which includes dot dot slash etc. Okay, or it can be directly listed as file inclusion, like forward slash and then etc pass wd. Okay, it can be something like this. So let's try this. And the third one is command injection. Okay, so this doesn't seems to be working, and let's keep dot dot slash before. Okay, dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash. I think this should be enough, and as usual we get nothing. So let's try to keep null character at the end and see what happens. Nothing. Okay, something doesn't seem right, and it doesn't accept directory traversal or something like that. Okay, so it has directory traversal restriction, it has file inclusion restrictions, so the only one that is left is command injection. Okay, before we check for command injection, let's first this one. Okay, so we'll identify some things that may be useful for any other future attacks. So let's fuzz this. So go to this one, grab any one of them, and don't grab HTTPS. Okay, so it is not secure. Okay, so you should take which one is not secure, which is HTTP. Don't even consider this one. Okay, and let's go to the intruder, and here you need to first this particular parameter. Okay, so you can actually replace with a small one and add this one. Okay, so this will be the fuzzing parameter. Let's fuzz special characters here. So we have secless, in which we can have special characters. So let's copy. Okay, it's copied. Paste. Start attack. Okay, the scan is finished. I didn't get anything different. Okay, so let's try and do alphanumeric values. Okay, let's clear this one and let's use alphanumeric values. Okay, so clear, go to secless, scroll down, alphanumeric values. Okay, here we have alphanumeric values. Okay, let's copy this one. Okay, copy it, paste it, and let's start attack. The scan is finished, and as you can see, and 0 is different. Okay, 0 is acting kind of weird. Okay, so what's the difference between this and this? So let's see the one, let's see the response. We have a general response, and if I see 0, it's also kind of general response, but you need to see it very clearly that this one has a pre. Okay, and this one doesn't have a pre. Okay, so that's the only difference. This one is not giving the pre, so this might be useful for some other payload, so you can just save this one. Okay, so 0 is acting weird. Okay, so I think this is EI, whichever it is. Okay, so after doing this, so let's close this, and let's have a small theory about command injection. Usually whenever there is a command injection kind of thing, so it will be like usually command and some options. Okay, if there are any options, and this will be our input. Okay, so our input goes here, and then rest of the command. So it should be something like this. In the previous Natas command injection, what we got is something like grep hyphen I, which is case insensitive, and this will be our input here. Okay, so after this there will be something like a file, so dictionary .txt. so this will be something like this. Okay, so this was the input that we manipulated it something like semicolon and command and semicolon or something like that. Okay, there are other ways you can do this, something like if you keep a pipe and some other command, okay, and semicolon. Okay, or some other pipe if necessary. Okay, you either use semicolon or a pipe symbol, or we don't know which one works. In our particular case, okay, 0 seems to be a good part of the payload. Okay, so wherever we go, we just try to input this 0 because 0 gave us a weird output. Okay, we tested all kinds of special characters and alphanumeric values, so let's try and check command injection in Google. Okay, so what you need to do now is we need to check for command injection in which Perl is involved. Okay, so since Perl is the server side code here, Okay, so you need to check for Perl command injection. Okay, so Perl command injection cheat sheet. Okay, so this seems to be useful. Okay, here as you can see, this is the command that they are telling us. Okay, so if you use pipe instead of semicolon, you can execute commands. So let's use this pattern. Okay, so let's go to cherry tree. Okay, instead of, we are going to use this kind of a command statement. Okay, so let's go to burp suite, let's go to positions. Okay, here you use a pipe symbol here and a pipe symbol over here. Okay, so this is the one we are going to first. This will be the commands. Okay, so I just want to introduce to a new repo called fuzzDB. Okay, so this is the same repo that is similar to seclist. Okay, it is similar to seclist. This is only going to be used for fuzzing. Okay, so here we have some commands that are useful commands, so you can use it for OS command injection. Okay, so let's copy this. We have 10 payloads here, so let's see. Let's go to payloads and paste it. Okay, and you have to go to resource pool, and let's see with 10 concurrent requests what's going to happen. Okay, and then I'll tell you why we need to change. Okay, let's start the attack, and as you can see, 3 payloads has stopped at the same time, so we don't know which one we need to check. Okay, so let's close this and let's check with single resource pool and we'll see what happens. Okay, so resource pool with maximum concurrent request as 1. Okay, and let's start the attack, and as you can see, it got stuck at this particular request. Okay, so command is being executed. Okay, there's no doubt about it. So what we need to do is we need to check if we get any reply. Okay, so if this is being executed, rest of the commands also being executed, so we don't get any output, so we want output. Okay, what for that, what we need to do? Okay, so instead of this, if I try to change the payload a little bit, okay, instead of this pipe symbol, so we know that we have 0 here that is being useful. Okay, so if I change this 0 with this, we can try to see any changes in the output. Okay, so let's try that. Let's change this one to 0. Okay, let's start the attack and let's see what happens. That's interesting, right? So it's replying nothing. That's interesting. What if I change the resource pool? Okay, so I'm changing the resource pool to 10 and let's see what happens. Okay, so we are getting some response over here which contains pre. Okay, let's see, there's no change in the response length. Okay, let's see if there is change in response received. Okay, so there is a huge difference here. So our command is being executed, so we'll just upgrade our command. Okay, so upgrade our payload to slightly a little bit. Okay, instead of this, let's try to execute with a null payload. Okay, which is %00. Okay, so let's start the attack and let's see what happens. As you can see, there is a difference in response length. So let's see the response. Okay, here we have Linux Natas. Okay, for who am I, we got Natas 29. Okay, so our commands are being reflected back to us. So when is this happening? Only when I use null payload at the end. Okay, so this part. So let's show response in browser. Okay, copy and let's paste it. So we're able to see this one. Okay, so let's try to remove who am I. Okay, and let's try to keep cat /etc/passwd. Okay, so let's try to see if it works. Yeah, surely it's working. Okay, and let's try to remove this passwd, and let's keep natas underscore webpass and natas 29. No, it's actually natas 30, and hit enter and let's see what happens. Okay, it is saying me. Okay, so we are getting etc password, but we are not getting this one. Okay, there should be something that's not right. Okay, so what we can do is we'll just try to list out all the contents in the current directory. Okay, so let's try to do ls. Okay, we got index.pl, and we got Perl underground 2, underground 3, Perl underground 4, underground 5, and underground. Okay, so these are all common things. So these are all text files, and let's try to see the index.pl. Okay, so this might be blocking something, we don't know. Okay, so let's try to cat index.pl. Okay, and hit enter. Here we have some standard shebang for Perl. Okay, and here there is an if statement. It is saying if the parameter file exists, then try to check if parameter file contains natas. Okay, so it should not contain natas. Okay, so it is saying the URL should not contain the natas. Okay, natas word. So if it contains the natas word, it just prints out me. So we need to bypass this particular thing. Okay, so let's go to cherry tree. Okay, let's paste this. So this is where I need to keep /etc/natas underscore webpass natas 30. Okay, so I should not have natas word. Okay, so I should change it somehow. So I can change it in multiple ways, but still have the effective name as natas. Okay, so how I can do this is I can use wild characters. Okay, wild characters. So, okay, so which means instead of natas, I can just keep a star. Okay, and here also instead of natas, I can just keep a star symbol. So this star symbol includes all the words that has some ending called webpass. Okay, there will be only one thing called natas underscore webpass, and here what we are expecting is something called 30 at the end. Okay, so whichever has 30 at the end, we want that particular file. Okay, so there will be only natas 30 in this particular directory. Okay, so this is going to work. So we're going to do other things as well, but first let's try to see if this one is working. Okay, and control C, control V, and hit enter. Okay, we got the solution. And this time let's try to use some other wild character, something like removing couple of these things. Okay, and here 3 things. Okay, so I don't think for webpass we need anything. Okay, so question mark, and you can take any of this, and this question mark should be replaced with a single character. It can be any character but only single character. Okay, so here we are saying NATAS, okay, web pass, and here also we are saying NATAS web pass. Okay, so it can be anything actually. So let's copy this and let's paste it here and let's see what happens. And we got the solution again. Okay, so this time let's not use the wild character, let's use double quotations. Okay, quotations, single quotes, double quotes, whichever you can use, that's fine. Okay, you can use double quotes like this. Okay, you can use double quotes like this. It can be anything. Okay, so it is not the literal string, but it is an effective string. Okay, so let's copy this, let's go here and let's paste this, and we got the solution again. Okay, so they are saying right click is blocked, so you can just simply use Ctrl C and Ctrl V to get the solution. Okay, all right, I hope you get it. This one's interesting because Perl command injection is slightly different from normal command injection, so I hope you get it. Okay, previously we have solved Natas 29. Okay, this time we're solving Natas 30. Okay, so Natas 30 and enter. Okay, looks like we have another login situation here. Okay, let's type something and let's see what happens. It says fail. Okay, and the second thing you need to notice is this one. Okay, so it is saying index.pl. okay, so let's try some kind of single quotes here. Okay, it doesn't work. Okay, let's try double quotes. It doesn't work. Okay, so we need to do something specific to Perl. Okay, so we cannot use single quotes or double quotes just like we do in normal application. Okay, so let's try and Google for Perl SQL injection here. Okay, and you can try a couple of these things, and the one which was useful was this one. Okay, is the Perl database connection vulnerable to SQL injection? Okay, so after going through this particular thing, so you can see whichever is vulnerable to SQL injection, and let's see if we have any kind of a source code here. Okay, yeah, we do have a source code. Let's go through that. And initially we have a shebang here, and below that we have our HTML. Okay, and this will be our Perl server side code. Okay, initially it is looking for a post request. Okay, equals to request method, and parameters username and password. So it is going to connect initially with the database with the Natas 30 and its password. Okay, and if there are any errors, it is going to raise that error, and next it is going to select from users where username equals to this one. Okay, this seems to be similar to which we see here, right? Okay, so this is one, and password also has similar kind of parameter. Okay, let's continue. After you've done with the query, so the query is being prepared again. Okay, and then this is being executed. Okay, and it is going to be fetching something, and that fetching something is going to be in this particular variable, and it is going to check if this variable has something, which means this fetch is going to return something to it. It can be either true or false or 0 or 1, anything like that. And once it says it exists, then it is going to say when and then here is your result, and it's going to return that particular thing. And most probably when it is selecting everything from users where username equals to something and password equals to something, okay, it is going to fetch that particular database, okay, so that particular row. Okay, so it's probably going to bring us the username and password here. Okay, or else it is going to simply say fail. Okay, and then it is going to finish, and then it is going to disconnect. So this is what's going to happen, and what we need to do to bypass this particular thing. If I scroll down here, it is saying from the DBA docs, means this particular thing, calling a quote as list with SQL integer as a second parameter will return an unquoted value. So what we need to do now is, instead of normal parameters, we need to use some sort of list. Okay, so what they have done is, since SQL integer equals to 4, so I think this particular thing they have got from DBA docs. Okay, so let's go here and let's check if they are telling the truth. I have found one more thing that is similar to this. So this is similar Perl DBI thing, which is for developers. Okay, if you go through this, you'll find SQL integer and all. Okay, the value of SQL integer. Okay, all these are SQL integers from here to this one. Okay, so this is again float. This is a different type. So what we can do is, we can keep any of these numbers as a second parameter as shown here. Okay, so SQL integer equals to 4, they have kept 4 here as second parameter, and they want to give a list, okay, instead of a normal parameter. Let's try to give this, okay, and copy. Let's go here and let's capture that particular Natas. Okay, so let's send it to repeater, and if you see here, we have username equals to Natas31. Okay, and password is this one. Okay, so you need to URL encode this, control U to URL encode, and let's send and see what happens. Did we get anything? Okay, we just got fail again. So this seems to be not working. So we can do one more thing, which is like giving it as JSON. Okay, let's try this. Okay, now this has become a JSON parameter. Looks like everything is done. Let's send this and see what happens. Okay, okay, when I clicked on send, it automatically gave its own proper indentations and arrangements. Okay, so let's see if we got anything in return. Okay, so we got nothing this time. Okay, we got nothing. Let's see it in browser. Okay, show response in browser, copy, let's go to browser, paste and hit enter. Okay, looks like we got no reply this time. So it's kind of making progress. We don't see that fail now. Okay, instead of this lol, okay, let's try to keep some thing here. Okay, and let's see what happens. This is the same thing we got. We didn't get any kind of fail. Okay, fail message. We didn't get any kind of a fail message. Okay, so what we will do is, we'll try to give the same thing, but we'll try to code this time. Okay, I think while sending through this, something is being blocked. So let's try to code this using Python. This is a simple code. I try to minimize as much complexity as possible, so I'll try to do it as simple as possible. Okay, so for this I just used VS Code. Okay, let's try to import request. Okay, so this is the only module that we require here, because this is going to send requests. Okay, and we need a form of authentication, right? So for authentication, what we need to do? Authentication. Okay, so we usually authenticate using username and password. So this is going to be HTTP basic authentication, right? So for that we need to bring something from this module. Okay, so request dot auth, okay, and HTTP basic auth. Okay, so this is the function that we are bringing from this request module. Okay, so in this function we need to keep the username and password. Okay, so let's keep username as Natas 30 because we are in Natas 30, so we need this particular authentication to log in. Okay, so username is this, and let's give the password. So what is the password? Let's grab this. Okay, so we have authenticated. Okay, so authentication is done. So we need to use this particular variable whenever necessary. Okay, for authentication, let's give the URL. Okay, so which URL should you give here? So the one which is authenticating this, right? So let's go to burp suite. So this particular URL is being used. Okay, so let's right click and copy URL. Okay, and let's use double quotes and then paste it. Okay, this is the URL that is being used. And then next what we need to use is we need to use some sort of parameters. Okay, let's give params. And what are the parameters that we are giving? So okay, let's go to burp suite. So these are the parameters that we are using, right? So one is username parameter and password parameter. Okay, so we'll just try to use the same thing here. Okay, in the flower brackets, let's give username. Okay, just like we do here. Okay, just like we did here. Okay, so which are we trying to access? Natas 31. Natas 31. And so what is the password? So for password, we need to give it as a list. Okay, in this particular list, we need to give something that goes false initially, that returns some kind of 0. Okay, you can give anything here. So let's give HM Cyber Academy. Okay, so this is going to be the false password. Okay, so adding to this, we need to give something that makes it true. Okay, you can give 1 or true or anything like that. Okay, so this is false and this is true. This particular whole statement will return true. Okay, so that's why we keep it. And we have to give some integer, SQL integer, which can be either 4 or 2 or 3, anything like that. So as we have seen over here, we can give anything from 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, so let's give it 4 as of now because it is the particular SQL integer. Okay, that's what they are saying, and later we will change and we will check that one also. Okay, so we have defined our request. Okay, so we need to combine all of this into a post request. Okay, so let's go to response. Okay, so here we are requesting, so we will type request dot post. Okay, this is going to send a post request and get the output and save it here. Okay, so in this particular thing, let's give the URL first. Okay, and use data. So in this particular data we have to give parameters. Okay, and next we need to give some form of authentication. Okay, so for this we have to give authentication, this one. So our request is just like this one right now. Okay, whichever this is. All right, so what we can do now is we'll have to see the response. So what the response is, so here it is just saving it in this particular variable. Okay, so we need to see its response. Let's print that response. Okay, print response dot text. Okay, we have saved it, and let's use Control S to save it, and let's see if it actually works. Okay, let's see Python, okay, 30.py, which is this one, and let's see what happens. Okay, what do we have here? Looks like we didn't get any kind of response here. Okay, this is the same thing. So why is that? Because the main thing we did wrong here is to keep this as a single statement. Okay, so these are actually divided into couple of statements. Okay, this is a particular string or this one. Okay, so since we have divided this into a string and this one, okay, so now this is going to work. Okay, so let's use Control S to save it, and let's bring up arrow. Okay, and let's hit enter. All right, we got Natas 31 and this is our password. All right, so this is working, right? So let's try with something else. Okay, let's try with 1. Okay, and let's see if it works. Okay, this is working, and okay, and let's try to keep 2, because we have already seen this 2 is also a numeric, and this 3 is also decimal, and this 5 is also small int. Okay, so can we use 2 instead of 4? Okay, so let's save it, and let's use the same script, and yes, we do. Okay, as you can see, this Python script is not very complicated. Okay, so first you need to define the authentication process. Okay, and then you give which URL it is, and you give the data. Okay, and you create one request, and you just print that request. Okay, this is very simple, right? Let's test one more thing. So we said we want this to be a false statement, right? So what we can do is we can also give false directly, okay, or true. Okay, so this should also give our solution. Okay, let's save it and let's run this. All right, we got it. Okay, so try to understand the SQL statements. Okay, so first one has to be false and this one has to be true, and we cannot give directly as true. Okay, so this is going to check it as a part of a string. Okay, but not as a statement. If you give something like this, this is not going to work. Okay, let's save this. Okay, and hit enter. As you can see, it is not working. Okay, the only thing that works is something that makes it false or true. Okay, so previously this one had make false and this one has true. Okay, okay, I hope you get it. All right, let's do the Natas 31. So Natas 31 and cherry tree, Control C, Control V. Okay, looks like we have some file upload situation here, and we all like .csv files, but isn't a nicely rendered and sortable table much cooler? Interesting. Okay, let's upload any file. Okay, so previously we have created 30.py. Okay, so let's upload that. Okay, I don't see the file, but let's upload it anyway. Okay, interesting. So what just happened here? When I click any one of them, it is just populating all of these things. Interesting. And these seems to be like divided into columns. Okay, so how many columns? So looks like the maximum columns are like 3. Okay, but why is it divided? Where it actually broke actually? So we need to identify that. So let's go to this VS Code in which we have created previous code. Okay, so where is it actually breaking? So let's keep it side by side. So first one did not break. Okay, fine. And the second one, it seems to be like these are just orders. Okay, so Yeah, let's try now. Authentication, request.php, and here it actually broke. Interesting. So I think at comma it is breaking. Let's see other one. Okay, so if there is a parameter and if there is a comma here, then it is breaking. Nice. And it is also breaking at this point. Okay, whenever there is a comma, it is breaking into different columns of a table. Okay, and you already know that CSV is a form of like an Excel sheet, so you can actually break into tabular format. Okay, so let's try to see the source code and see what happens. Okay, so this is the shebang for Perl, and use CGI. Okay, I think this is using this particular module. Okay, and it is creating an environment directory. Okay, say for example, if there is a temp dir anywhere in the code, it should use this particular location. Okay, and this is the HTML code. We don't want to know about this. This is the Perl code. Okay, and let's see, and we only have this much. Okay, until here, right? And what do we have here? And they are trying to define a new CGI object over here. Okay, so CGI new will create a CGI object, and so it is trying to upload this particular file, and whenever there is a parameter of file, okay, it is going to my file variable, and this file variable is going through a while loop. Okay, let's say there are 5 elements in this, but it is going to go through all of them. Okay, and if it is a header, it is going through this particular thing, and if it is not a header, then it is going through this particular thing. Okay, so how long does it take? Okay, so something like this is the end of this file, right? So if it reaches end of file, then it is going to skip this one and go right away here. Okay, so here what is it actually doing for each elements? So it is just going to CGI escape HTML. Okay, so if there are any HTML elements or HTML tags, it is going to just strip off from this file. Okay, and this one is actually splitting at comma. Okay, so whenever there is a comma, it is going to skip this, and it is going to split in the particular location. Okay, so that is what happened here, and whenever it is done, then it is going to print each one. Okay, just like a table header and table data. Okay, so this one is the table header and this one is table data. Since this is a CGI or CSV kind of thing, okay, so let's try and use CSV injection payloads. Okay, so we have a GitHub repo here, okay, called CSV injection payloads. Okay, and what do we have here? We have payload list here. Okay, so let's copy this one. Okay, copy it. Let's go back here, and we have a ton of these things. So this is where we actually uploaded our Python script. Okay, so as you can see all of these things. Okay, right, let's send it to intruder. Okay, and you can actually clear everything, and you don't need all of these things. Actually, you can keep something like this, and here this is the place where we actually add a parameter. Okay, something like a random parameter, but we are going to add it, and since this is a single parameter, we are going to use sniper, and let's go to payloads and paste it. Okay, so this is going to take care of some of those things. Okay, and let's start the attack, and let's see if the application breaks. Okay, looks like we have a 404 status code, and we have a standard length. Okay, and let's see the response, and it is saying not found. Okay, the requested URL was not found in the server, and it just gave us the server. Okay, so nothing more than that is here. So looks like this is not working, so we need to take another path. Close this and let's go back to the source code. Okay, where do you think the vulnerability is actually? Okay, so you need to identify the location. In this particular code, the vulnerability is in this particular category, wherever this exists. Okay, so here, here and here. Okay, since this is just printing this, so we don't need to worry about this, and this one we can try to find something from this. Okay, and this one also we can try to find something, and as you can see, it is only taking one parameter from here, which is file. Okay, and as you can see from here, from the positions, do we have a file? Okay, so this one. So whenever it found this file parameter, so it is just grabbing that parameters information into this particular file. Okay, so what we can do is, let's send it to repeater. Okay, and here let's remove this. Okay, so we don't need this, and here let's expand this, and this is where our target is, right? So what we can do is, we will make a duplicate of something, and we name it as file. Okay, because it is focusing on file, and we keep it before this one. Okay, so we need to keep it before this one. So what we will do is, let's capture any one of them, because both are form data. Okay, so let's capture this one, copy, and from here let's paste it, and let's rename it to file. Okay, so this is done, and in this file, what are we actually keeping? So what we can do is, we can just go up, and here we can actually keep the file name directly. Okay, so our location is /etc/natas_webpass and natas32 actually. Okay, so this is our file, this is our file that we want. So what is this actually? So this is an argument value. So what we can do is, remove this one, and we keep argv. So what we are saying is, we need the argument value of this one. Okay, so whichever this whole thing is, and what it does is, it just brings that value and stores in this particular location. Okay, so once this stores in this file, so this file is being called by this one. Okay, and this is going to check the parameter and stores it here. Okay, now the password for natas32 is being stored in this particular variable. Okay, and from here it is going to go through all the file, which is only a single string. Okay, and it is going to check if there are any commas in this, which is no, and then it is going to check if it is the header. The first line is always the header, so it will come under header, and once it sees all the elements, okay, whichever this this thing. Okay, so this is the file actually, so this is the same thing here, and once it sees, it is going to check for escape HTML, and it is going to skip all the HTML tags and elements or whatever it is, and then it is going to print that whole thing. Okay, so this should work as of our theory, right? So let's go back and let's send it and see what happens. And as you can see here, we got our password. Okay, so let's show response in browser. Okay, copy, let's go here, paste, enter. Okay, so this is in the header position, right? So just as we expected. So is this the only method we can do? What we can also do is, we can escalate this to a command injection. Okay, so let's save this password. So let's try the command injection as well. So command injection is going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, so let's go back here, and from here we already know that Perl command injection uses a pipe symbol. Okay, so at the front and the back, but in this particular case it is needed to be in the back. Okay, and what we can do is we can just cat this particular thing, and here we have space. Okay, so I'll just select this, and then I'll just URL encode this. Okay, all characters, right? And to execute this command we also need to do something here. So what we have to do here is you need to add content type. Okay, so what is the content type here? So we are trying to run an application here, right? So cat application, so we need to type something like application and octet stream. Okay, so it is going to check the octet values, like hex values you can say. Okay, so it is going to check in that way, and it is going to run this particular application. Okay, so we can directly give this, or we can actually try and give /bin/cat. Okay, so this is the exact location. Okay, so let's try this and see what happens. Okay, right, let's go. We got 200 okay response, and let's see if we got our solution. All right, we didn't get anything, and let's give a little bit of space over here. Okay, and let's see if it actually works. Let's go back and let's see if it actually works. Yes, it actually works. So the main thing we didn't include is the space character at the end. Okay, this is the space character. Okay, so this was essential to differentiate this particular file from this particular special character. Okay, so this space was necessary. Okay, so I hope you get it. So it will directly take from argument values. Okay, so the value of this one will be saved in this particular file, and then it goes again back to here, and then it is going to print out. Okay, so I hope you understood both. So one is command injection and one is directly keeping the file over here. Okay, something like this. All right, I hope you get it. Natas 32. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so we all like CSV, but isn't a nicely rendered and sortable table much cooler? This time you need to prove that you got code execution. Okay, there is a binary in the web root that you need to execute. Interesting. So let's directly jump into the source code. So I think most probably this is the same as the previous code, right? So let's open it, and this is the same shebang, and this is the same thing. So I don't see much difference here. Okay, so why it is asking for us to do the code execution is because it has something in the web root. Okay, so we need to execute that particular binary, okay, to get the password. So what we will do is we'll just grab any of this file, okay, just like we did previously, but this time capture it. Okay, so capture it and send it to repeater. Send it to repeater. Now let's just, you can do anything with it. Okay, so let's go to repeater. So what did we do previously to get command injection? Okay, so what we did was we just used this particular location as an argument, and the value that it returns should be somewhere here. Okay, so let's remove all of this Python script. Okay, and just type anything. You don't need to mention anything specific, just type anything. And for this one, what you need to do is you need to just create a copy of it. Okay, so just create a copy, and then here what you can do is you need to go through this particular parameter, because it is going through this particular parameter, right? So once it is done, the output is going to store in this particular location, right? So that's what we need, a file parameter. Okay, so I don't think we need this particular thing, because we are not giving any kind of file. Okay, so we'll just disregard this one. Okay, so what do we need here? So previously we have seen that argv, which means argument values, will bring this particular location. Okay, so what we need to keep in this particular location is we need to keep the command directly, so that we will get the output. Okay, so let's try to use the cat command. Okay, /etc/natas underscore web pass and natas 33 this time, right? And by ending this with a pipe symbol. Okay, so we don't want this space to be here, so what we need to do is we need to encode this. Okay, encode all characters and use the same thing. Okay, control C and paste it over this particular space. Okay, so this becomes a single payload. Okay, so the output of this is being captured by this argument values, and this is being sent to this particular file. Okay, so this parameter is going to be send here, and then while looping through everything, it is going to print that one. Okay, and before sending that, what we need to do is we need to change the content type. Okay, so since we are using a command here, we need to set something like an application. Okay, so we'll directly give the full path, it's better, I think. So let's try this, and then if it doesn't work, let's keep the full path like a /bin/cat. Okay, so let's go here, let's change it to application and octet stream, because it is going to be like a hex character, so each letter is a octet. Okay, so let's send this and see what happens. Okay, it didn't return anything. Okay, let's try /bin/cat and let's see what happens. Did we get anything? Nothing. So instead of this, let's try to keep passwd and let's see if it works. Yeah, it is actually working, right? So there is something that actually blocks this natas web pass. So the reason is this one actually. So let's go back. So this one. So the password is not located in that particular location. It is located in a different location, and only this binary file knows it. Okay, so what we can do is let's change it to ls. Okay, so we are listing this time. So what are we listing? We want to list everything that exists in current directory, so which means we need to keep a dot. Okay, you know this, right? So ls space dot will give all the files in the current directory. So as you can see here, ls dot, so this will give this file. Okay, this file is located in this directory. Okay, so what we are trying to do is we need to find the files in this web root. Okay, so let's send this. Let's see what we have here. Okay, we have all of these things. So let's show response in browser. Let's hit enter, and these are the files that we got. Okay, so we have all these are JS files, this is Perl file, this is HTML file, this is the distribution. Okay, bootstrap, so this is temp directory possibly. Okay, so only thing that we have here is this particular file which doesn't have any extension. Okay, so probably this is the binary file that we are looking for. So let's use this. Let's go to repeater, Let's remove everything, okay, except this %20, which means space, okay, and let's paste this. Okay, this probably may not work because we didn't keep something in the beginning, so I'll explain that. So if it doesn't work, we'll go with other method. Okay, so let's send this and see what happens. Okay, did we get the password? No, we did not get the password. Okay, so what we can do is we need to say it as current directory. Okay, so ./ will actually bring the path to current directory. Okay, so this ./ and then this file. Okay, so let's run it and see what happens. Let's scroll down, and here we go. This is our password. You can also show response in browser. Okay, copy, and here we go. So let's copy this and let's check if it is actually real. Okay, Natas 33, and let's hit enter. Natas 33, paste it, and we got it. All right guys, we've reached the final level in this Natas series, so get excited. So this is the Natas 33. So here they are saying, can you get it right? Upload firmware update. No file chosen. So let's choose any file. Okay, so let's go to desktop Natas 30, any file, and let's see what happens. It is saying the update has been uploaded to this particular location and firmware upgrade initialized, failure, MD5 sum mismatch. Okay, so it is going to check with some MD5 sum. That's interesting. So we cannot assume any value here. Okay, so we need to carefully select the MD5 sum. Okay, so we cannot do it normally. Let's see the source code. All right, here we have HTML code, and here we have PHP until here, and then some HTML, and then some PHP. Looks like we have some object oriented programming here. Okay, and as you can see, we have some signature here, and where is this signature being checked? Okay, so here it is being checked. Okay, so whatever file we are uploading, it is going through a MD5 hash, and then it is checked with the signature. If the signature matches, only then we are giving this congratulations on running firm update, and then this file. Okay, and then what's gonna happen is we are going through a pass-through function which will execute a command, okay, php, and then run this file using php. If it doesn't match, we are going to simply just say MD5 mismatch, so which is this one. Okay, so this is a peculiar case where we need to use PHP archives. Okay, something called for. So it looks something like this. Okay, so this is PHP archives. Okay, so what this PHP archive does is it can run the files using a particular archive and then execute some objects. Okay, so this is very close to deserialization. Okay, so what this does is it creates an object here. Okay, and then once the object is created, it is being archived into a PHP archive file. Okay, so let's say object creation, and then from here we need to create a PHP archive file, and what this archive file contains is this object. Okay, so we need to carefully create this object and create this PHP archive, and we send this one, and once it reaches there, we use PHP archive protocol. Okay, so which looks something like HTTP. Okay, so it's like HTTP:// and our URL. Okay, So this URL is specific to the web root. Okay, so wherever the web root exists, this particular URL exists. So we can directly run that particular archive file directly using this FAR protocol. Okay, so let's get into it. So what we need to do is we need to just explore this one a little bit. So we are creating this class, right? So is it being used anywhere? Okay, so it is being called here. Interesting. So if we create an object with a similar executor class, so what it is going to do is it is going to go through all of this and it is going to run this particular executor class. Okay, so what we will do is we'll just copy this one. Okay, so we don't need to copy everything. So let's copy this one and let's create a PHP file. Okay, so let's create Natas 33.php and here we go. So we need to just remove all the comments, we don't need that, and let's select everything. Let's bring back to this particular indentation. Okay, let's minimize this. Okay, we don't need this one as of now. And what is this file name? What should we keep here? So the file name we should keep is the one we will access again. Okay, so we are going to create another file which is called hm cyberacademy.php. so this is the file that we are going to create. So we will call this file again. Okay, and this particular signature, so what we are going to keep is just true. Okay, so even when it goes to this particular line, okay, and it is going to check this particular thing, so it is going to return true, and this is also going to return true. Okay, so it is going to check and the whole thing will become true, and then we will get this one. Okay, so that's why we need this particular signature. So that's all we need to close this class. Okay, so let's close this right here. Okay, so the class is complete. Okay, so what we need to do now is create an archive file using some parameters. Okay, so first of all what we need is we need a variable, okay, something like a var, okay, which is equals to new var. Okay, so what this will do is this will create a var file called anything. We can just keep natas.var. okay, so we can keep anything like this. This is the PHP archive file that we are creating. Okay, so we need this, right? So next thing what we need to do is we need to start buffering. Okay, so to start buffering we need to create something like start buffering. So what this will do, it will start this file, it will create a buffer, and then it will put some data into it. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create any dummy file. Okay, something like test.txt or something like that. So what we will do is we will add that from string. Okay, so we will add that particular test.txt. okay, so this is a text format. So what we will do is we'll just create text. So this is a text file. Okay, and then we will close this. So this is a dummy file, so this, we are going to add something to it, add something to this one. So once this is done, we need to stop the compiler. So for that what we need to do is we need to say for set stop, and here what we need to do is we need to stop the compiler. So we will use PHP code into it. So something like PHP and then underscore halt underscore compiler. So this is one of the standard functions. Okay, and then let's close this. So this will stop the compiler. Okay, so initially this will start running this. Okay, and then it will create a buffer and then add some text, some dummy text. Okay, and then it stop the compiler. Okay, so this is what till now we did. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to create some object using this. Okay, so let's create that object. So object looks something like this. Okay, equals to new executor. Okay, so this is the object, and in the next line what we need to do is we need to select this object and add some data into it. So something like rips. Okay, and then once it is done, so we need to take back that far, okay, which is this one. Okay, and then assign the metadata. Okay, set metadata of this particular object. Okay, so once this is done, we need to stop the buffering here. Okay, so we have started the buffering here. Okay, and we are stopping the buffer here. Stop buffering, and that's all we need to do. And then we close this particular PHP file. Okay, so the second thing we need to do is we need to keep this file, right? So we need to create a file that's name is hmcyberacademy.php. Okay, so let's create this file. Okay, and in this file we need to get the Natas 34 password. Okay, so how to get that? So let's give a PHP, and we can just echo shell exec. Okay, and here we need to give the shell command, which is cat/etc/natas_webpass and then natas 34. Okay, and here we enclose this with this one, and let's save this. So our shell command is ready, and this one is ready. Okay, so by using this, what we need to do is we need to create a far file. Okay, so this one we need to create. So for that we need to use PHP. Okay, and -d. So this -d actually takes this particular thing and assigns a false value. So if it is not set, then this far file is not going to be run. Okay, so here we set that, and then we run this natas 33 PHP file. Okay, so watch closely. Okay, a new file will be created here. Okay, so let's hit enter. Okay, we have natas.far file. So let's try file natas.far. Okay, so this is just a data, so you cannot actually read it. So this is an archive file and you cannot read it. So it is something like a binary file right now. Okay, so what we need to do is we will upload this file and this file, and then use far protocol to run this file. Okay, so simple. So let's go here, let's choose this file, which is natas 33 hmcyberacademy.php. select, and before you upload you need to intercept this because it is creating a weird file name. Okay, so we don't want this, we want hmcyberacademy.php. so let's go to proxy, let's go to intercept, and then hit upload. Okay, here we have it. Let's scroll down. This is the file name. Okay, so you have to remove it and keep hmcyberacademy.php. So once this is done, you can just simply forward it and then stop the intercept. So what it says is this is the file, we have it here. Okay, so this one is not actually the web root, so it is actually the whole directory actually. Like this is the root directory, and in root directory there is a directory here, and then upload, and then this one. So it is not the web root, but it is something else, so we don't know, so we cannot access this file. And then the next thing what we need to do is we need to choose file, and let's go to the same location, natas 33 natas.far. so we need to upload this one right now. So let's click select, and let's intercept this, okay, file upload, and send it to repeater because we are going to use it again. But here you need to change the name to natas.far. Okay, so this is what you need to keep. So this is the file name, actual file name. Okay, so let's forward it and let's intercept off. Okay, so this is done, and as you can see here, the file has been uploaded here. Okay, successful. Next, what we need to do is, let's go here, let's scroll down. So this time we need to use a FAR protocol. Okay, so PHP archive protocol, and in this particular protocol you need to call the natas.far file. Okay, so this is the file you're calling, and you also know that you have kept a test.txt, right? So this one, so where is it? So this one, so this is the one, you know, right? So you're going to call this one. Okay, so once you call this, so what is going to happen is the whole thing is going to start executing, and once it reaches this executor object, so it is going to go through this hmcyberacademy.php, and it is going to run this, and once it sees the signature equals to 2, it is going to check the signature. Okay, this one, and then it is going to say congratulations for firm update, and then it is going to run this file. Okay, all right, so let's see if it works. Let's go to burp suite and let's run it, and let's scroll through this, and we have something like errors here. Okay, some warnings. Okay, and let's scroll down a bit, and as you can see, congratulations, running firm update hmcyberacademy.php. So it is running this. Okay, and then we got our solution here, right? So let's show response in browser, because seeing the output in browser seems legit. Okay, so here we have it. Okay, all right, we have successfully completed Natas series. I hope you enjoyed this series, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.